Dreamscape presents Queen of the Underworld by Vivienne Savage, narrated by Gregory Salinas.
Chapter 1. The world was forever changed when dragons came forward to reveal their existence. First, mortals feared them, and what they feared, they planned to destroy. When that did not work, for dragons had wandered the world longer than any human, mortals turned to them for aid. With their magic and love for the earth, they extinguished wildfires, healed the melting ice caps, and replenished dying forests. Now, on any normal day, they were treated as celebrities across the world, if they dared to reveal their identities. But for the most part, they lived in the shadows. Or they reclined on sunlit verandas with frosty cocktail drinks. Holding a tropical daiquiri in one hand and a digital reader in the other, the dragoness Hel relaxed in the rear yard of her son's estate. Nearby on the grass, her 2-year-old granddaughter colored in a book, oblivious to her grandmother's addiction to torrid fictional romance. Each day, Hel read at least one of the trivial little stories, whether they were hour-long rom-coms or doorstoppers sprawling multiple volumes. Hell if she knew why tales from mortal brains intrigued her, but most of them were carrying out greater sex lives than her own in recent months. Years. Decades. Had it been centuries yet? Times were hard. Good cock was scarce. Who wanted to settle for inferior dickings? In the meantime, she lived as a queen with her only child. Some dragonesses took a perverse pleasure in the long-term occupation of their cubs' homes, like squatters inhabiting abandoned flats, but such had never been necessary with Loki. He'd always been the most inviting child, encouraging her visits, writing to her from wherever his journeys took him, and requesting that she visit and behold his current exploits. Together they had ruled Scandinavia for centuries and created legends of their own design. Though her mischievous son's greatest prank had been to convince an entire civilization that he was the parent. It took her years to forgive him for that indignity. Most of the past few decades had been a rare period spent in deep hibernation, ending a mere 5 years ago to discover humankind had progressed the modern world into a new age where the paranormal no longer hid. Humankind now knew without a doubt that monsters were real, and sometimes they dared ask those monsters for help. "Look, Grandma, a dragon!" Hel looked up from her story and smiled at the precocious child presenting a drawing to her. As with everything related to Aslog, it surpassed expectations and was likely to astound and mystify the girl's mother. Hel was no scholar when it came to child development, but the advancement of the half-dragon differed from her memories of raising Loki so many centuries ago. Aslog was, to be described in one word, a prodigy. "How lovely, darling. But your father is a black dragon. The mightiest and cleverest dragons are always black." The sea of crimson and crayon on the sketch page depicted a scarlet behemoth bearing prominent umber horns in the midst of eating a sacrificial steer, far too advanced for her age. "Reds are brutes," Hel wanted to say, managing to hold her tongue. "Reds are wild creatures." "Red is good," Aslog insisted. She giggled and skipped back to her art supplies, dark pigtails bouncing. Hel had never witnessed as rapid a development in a dragon child before, nor heard of one in a half-dragon. It had to be the Titan blood in her. Some of the other dragons found the blending of their two species unconventional and downright degrading, but Hel saw it as a step forward. A cooler breeze carried in the saline scent from the adjacent pool and rustled her sundress, caressing the deep plum fabric's frilled trim against her bare shins. Spellcraft crackled to the rear of her, accompanied by the unique presence of her son's magical arrival by portal. The scent of brimstone and volcanic ash wafted over the yard seconds before footsteps thudded over ground, their volume muffled by lush green grass. Hel inclined her head toward the sound without looking away from her book. Aslog sprang from the ground at once, abandoning her crayons and sketchpad. "Papa!" Her sudden transformation led to an eruption of cotton and satin scraps. The child left her clothes behind in tatters and pieces of thread to become roughly 100 pounds of energetic dragon cub ramming her father in his knees. To his credit, he didn't topple. Chuckling, Loki set one hand on his daughter's head. "I missed you too, Yentami." A discreet movement of his fingers gathered her clothing, though it wasn't subtle enough. Aslog jerked toward it, and her eyes went wide.
"Oh no, I ruined the pretty things Grandma made."
Not long after her features flooded with contrition, her snout dropped and tilted down toward the grass. He crouched to her level and touched her chin, lifting her face. "I know you didn't mean to, and one day you will learn to transform without damaging your attire, as grandmother and I both do. This is easily remedied, my sweet. There is no need for tears." Loki waved a hand toward the shredded ribbons and torn cloth. Wind gathered each thread from the grass and swirled them together, stitching the individual pieces with sorcery until the garment and items accompanying it were once again intact. Dress, undergarments, and little shoes floated to them and drifted to his open hand. "See?"
"Thank you."
Once Loki had helped her into her clothing again, Aslog gathered her other belongings and scampered away with a declaration of her intent to play with the family dogs. All sign of crying had been banished, the chaos averted. "You're late," Hel said once he turned toward her. "Not a word of praise." When Loki was a child, he'd struggled with that particular magical spell. Knitting fabric and repairing clothing she'd make him would take him hours, then minutes, and now as an adult, he accomplished it in a snap. Hel did not roll her eyes. "Well done, son, but you're still late." Not that she minded. She would have watched Aslog dutifully for days or even years if either parent asked it of her. A chagrined expression came over Loki's bearded face just the same. He sighed, then raised 2 fingers to the bridge of his nose. "Apologies, Mother. Some idiot broke the coding to our recent update, and solving the conflict required my direct attention if we wanted to put out a critical fix this evening for our operating system." "No worries." Her granddaughter was her greatest motivation for remaining awake. Otherwise, she might have immediately returned to hibernation upon seeing the world engulfed by the fog of industry and technology. "My concern is for your wife, who mentioned your ever-increasing hours at the office. I would be happy to cub sit until the oceans dried and winds battered Everest to pebbles." He chuckled. "That won't be necessary. Another 15 years or so, and she'll be an adult able to watch herself." "Pity. They're sweetest and most agreeable during these years." She tilted her face up to receive a kiss on her cheek, just as Aslog barreled across the yard on foot, dogs in pursuit of her. "Aslog and I have had a wonderful afternoon together." "Ah, yes. While you read," he squinted at her screen. "The Dragon Bride's Cocky Alien Alpha." Hel slapped her e-reader down. "Don't look at my screen." "Honestly, Mother, why don't you let me make a Tinder account for you?" "And subject myself to revolting objectification by middle-aged human males? No." "What about a werewolf instead? Or maybe even a magician will do. It'll get you out of the house for a while. I can introduce you to acquaintances, business associates, someone on your level who will take you out for a night on the town." "I have friends who fulfill that role. Thank you." "And when was the last time you had brunch with Istra or an evening out with Nefertiti?" When her memory faltered too long to provide a response, he laughed at her. "You can't even say." "It wasn't long ago. It was—" She struggled to remember. 2 winters passed." "It was not." Had it been a year already? It seemed like only yesterday that she and Nefertiti had flown to New York to attend a Broadway production. Was it? "Mother, I love you, and the ancestors know how much Celine and I appreciate an attentive caretaker for Aslog. But you need a life for yourself as well." "I have a life. All that I need is here, with you and with your cub." And Celine? Yes, of course, and Celine. Hel had no judgment for her son's chosen mate, though she would have preferred him to settle with an affluent black dragoness. She might have tolerated a silver, though sometimes when the sunlight shone over Aslog's dappled rosy hide, she thought a silver had birthed the girl. Mother? Hel glanced up at her only spawn to find a contemplative face of a man up to no good. The resemblance to his handsome father had always been minimal, limited to the red in his trimmed beard and the warm tan on his skin. Despite those persistent reminders of his sire, Loki was, without a doubt, the most perfect son, one who would never do anything to hurt her. Yes, she asked. You're fired. We're hiring a nanny to care for Aslog. She and her mate arrive tomorrow. Chapter 2. The world would be hard-pressed to find a man who loved his line of work more than Ares. He wiped the blood from his tools with loving attention, then set aside the hatchet to be properly cleaned, sharpened, and oiled later, along with the other implements of pain. Blood led to rust, rust dulled good equipment, and Ares prided himself on good equipment, refusing to operate with blunt tools. He dropped the severed ear into a cooler along with the half-dozen teeth claimed as overdue payment, made a call to the errand boy assigned to collect and deliver to his client, then smoked a cigar outside the warehouse to unwind following the intense session. Everyone always talked once he got involved. He had an uncanny knack for knowing who merely needed the promise of harm and who actually needed, well, actual persuasive measures to open up to him with whatever information his clients desired. A job well done worked up an appetite for even a dragon, however. Once cleanup arrived, a gaunt man carrying a black body bag, hunger drove Ares to a grungy bar on the ugly side of Moscow. His current employer owned the place, which meant Ares had an open tab and no shortage of company. He sat with his usual crowd, a rambunctious bunch who drink over cards. No one lost enough money for threats of bodily injury to occur, but Ares raked in his current winnings and excused himself to the bar. After robbing them blind, the least he could do was buy them around with their money. Ares grabbed a handful of nuts from the dish on the bar. Maxim, another 2 pitchers of beer, and a bottle of vodka. And what are you getting for your friends? A voice asked from the right. Ares glanced toward the sound and nearly bit his tongue. How pitiful it would be for the great god of war to perish in a Russian dive over a peanut lodged in his throat. He'd lost track of the last time he'd seen his son, but the smirking face beside him was unmistakable and largely unchanged despite the passing of decades. Loki? Such is the name I was given. Ares laughed and reached over with one arm, slapping his son on the back. Loki barely budged. Had I any say in the matter, you'd be called by another. But no matter. What brings you here? You. Loki stood out in his tailored clothes, too clean and polished for dismal surroundings filled with the smell of old beer and human sweat. Yet no one gave him a second glance. Magic, he figured. Like his mother. She had a way of obscuring herself in a crowd, a talent she'd used to their advantage more than once during their contract. One particularly steamy encounter in a busy marketplace came to mind. So many layers of skirts to go through. Ares hadn't thought of those days in a long while. He liked to block them from his memory, because those years spent alongside Hel had been incomparable. Who do you need killed? Loki blinked. What? What enemy do you need me to slay? I can think of no other reason for my son to seek me out miles from home. He knew where Loki lived these days, the dragon currently living the good life as a billionaire tech giant in California. He may not have been close with his only cub, but he kept tabs on him. What on this earth could have you seeking me out? You didn't come for the birth of your granddaughter. I'd hoped you would accept my invitation to attend her upcoming birthday party, followed by her first hunt. The bartender set down the requested drinks, followed by another 2 glasses of whiskey. Loki took one and slid the other over. "Will you come?" Ares rubbed his whiskered chin. "She'll be 3, correct?" "Yes," Loki confirmed, a surprised note in his voice. Ares didn't blame him for that. 3 is a little young for a hunt. Aslog is advanced, his son replied after a thoughtful pause. She's ready, and I thought who better to teach her than the mightiest hunter of them all? Ares snorted out a laugh. Your exaggerations and flattery will get you nowhere. Did you forget that I can see through your lies? The mightiest hunter? He may have fallen for it, or contemplated believing the words if his son had called him the greatest warrior. Hunting fell within Artemis's domain. Then again, he was positive Loki knew that, just as he knew the god of mischief was well aware that empty commendations wouldn't serve him. Indecision raged inside Ares. On the one hand, he expected better of the master schemer. On the other, he suspected that each word had been weighed and designed to have the very impact they played. Loki was the reason he'd never fathered any other children, contrary to the elaborate stories told by mortals over the centuries. One manipulative hellion was enough. No lies. I have hunting grounds aplenty for you to enjoy, with herds sure to satisfy your needs. But it's my hope that you'll come to meet my daughter and my wife. Wife, eh? He rubbed his jaw and sighed. They've humanized you. Father. But I do enjoy a party, and it has been some time since you and I hunted together. We've never hunted together. Nonsense. There was that time in France. Loki's lips twitched, his eyes bright with amusement. While amusing, I see no comparison between hunting and agitating the peasantry into revolution. But it was fun. You gotta admit, we did good work together. It was indeed. However, for this hunting lesson, I'd like to limit the carnage and restrict the entertainment to my property. If you come, that is. The party is scheduled for next Thursday, and you'd be welcome to remain for however long you desire, provided you can peel yourself away from this splendor. Ares drew in a long, slow breath through his nose while he considered the invitation. A change of scenery might be nice, he thought, and he hadn't been back to the States since the New York City blackout of '77. He'd only seen Loki once since then, during a brief visit in Sweden. Or had it been Norway? Most of the smaller European nations blended together in his memories. All right, I accept. I'm due for some time off, so let me handle a few matters here, and I'll join you at your home after the weekend. Good? Loki raised his glass in salute. Perfect. Chapter 3. If Loki expected her to fly into a rage, Hel intended to leave him disappointed. After the younger dragon relieved her of babysitting duties, explaining a pair of French werewolves would be arriving the next day from Versailles to live in the home with them and serve as both tutor and au pair, the dragoness picked up a phone to do what all mothers did when their children disappointed them. She called her best friend to bitch and moan. I'll be there in a week, Nefertiti promised. I only need to handle a few matters here in Nairobi. True to her word, the other black dragoness arrived 6 days later, landing on the estate grounds and sweeping Hel away on a girls' evening out that began with wasteful and frivolous spending and ended at a table in one of LA's finest restaurants. An elegant smile accompanied by her Centurion credit card gained them both admittance. Unlike her son, she felt no need for a surname. Hel sufficed in all situations, the single name bearing the power acquired over centuries of immortal life. Now tell me everything, dear, and leave out nothing, Nefertiti ordered after the waiter served their meals and departed. Retail therapy clearly hasn't helped. You're as tense as you were when we left the ranch. Hel blew out a breath and swirled the colorful contents of her cocktail. It wasn't as red as she wanted the ruby and amber tropical drink to be. I've told you most of it already. I'm irritated by the whole affair. Hell, be realistic. You don't have the patience to teach her, and neither parent has the time. I taught Loki. Over the course of nearly 3 decades, this child has 3 years before schools will expect her to know the alphabet, colors, and to count to whatever outrageous number. Are you going to do all of this? I already have, Hell growled. She's ahead of all other half-blooded children I've met. It's the Titan blood in her. Oh, Nefertiti cleared her throat. I hadn't realized she was that advanced. Anyway, there are more subject matters than the basics. A gifted child should learn her geography and math soon, along with history, yes? Hell sighed into her drink. That's what Loki told me. It's nothing against me, only that they wanted to hire a professional to guarantee she reaches her full potential. Hell understood. She truly did. Unfortunately, her heart and mind didn't align on the subject. Then do not be bothered by it. Take it as the gift it is, and consider the opportunities now open before you. Like what? Travel, for one. It's been quite some time since you've been awake. This modern world changes rapidly during the years we spend in sleep. Yes, so I've noticed, Hell replied dryly. The phones are smaller, people wear less, and we openly walk among them after centuries of hiding. More or less, though openly is rather subjective. Still, something about it doesn't feel right. It's only been 2 years and he's already ousting me. Nearly 3 years, and no one is ousting you, Hell. Nefertiti waved one hand, the gemstones accenting her flawless black manicure glinting in the muted light. Don't be so dramatic. It's a message, I tell you. He'd rather wolves teach his child than me. Wolves, Titi. I taught him all he knows, taught him well. And this is the thanks I get? As I have said, the world has changed. There's more to learn than what you can teach. Your son understands this. She wanted to sulk into her caviar and oysters, but knew her friend spoke truthfully. Didn't make it hurt any less. In addition to missing Aslog, she'd missed the blessed silence. The dead did not often wander Loki's property and the vast stretches of beautiful pasture. While living there, she'd been spared their plaintive voices and pleas to move on. What do I do then? Nefertiti gestured in a graceful motion to encompass the room and the city beyond the sparkling windows. See the world. Experience all the changes for yourself, and then come back with stories for your granddaughter. It's your prerogative to spoil her. Hell considered her friend's wise counsel, and slowly her annoyance faded, replaced with a surprising sense of anticipation. Children never really like their teachers. They don't. She'd look forward to my visits, to my presents and stories. You can teach her without being an official teacher. Hell beamed and raised her mimosa glass. You're right, as always. Thank you. Any time, darling. Any time. When she returned to the estate, Hell's spirits were much improved. She breezed into the living room, dropping her purse and scarf on the table before crossing over to stand in front of her son. He didn't bother looking up from his sleek laptop. May I help you, Mother? Yes. Now that I have plenty of extra time on my hands, I thought I might do some traveling. That sounds like a wonderful idea. It does, doesn't it? Of course, I'll have to properly prepare for such a trip and ensure everything here will run smoothly in my absence. Loki's gaze snapped up, and Hell managed to keep from smiling in satisfaction. Two could play the game he started. After all, he'd learned from the best. Her. I'm not sure I know what you mean, he ventured after a moment. I've come to the recent realization that I should explore the world. Besides, Aslog would be terribly disappointed if I left right after her birthday. so I'll stick around to make that transition easier. And since I'll have the extra time, I'd like to make a few changes around here. Now, Mother, with Celine's approval, of course, she said over him, I'll need a place to come home to. No point in having a human domicile of my own when I'll never be there. Your property is vast, and I thought it might be convenient to live a mile or so away. In the hills, if you will allow it. The fleeting, panicked look in his eyes amused her as much as it saddened her. 2 years of shared living space had been nothing in the past. Finding a mate had changed him. Then again, she supposed it was to be expected. He had his own family now. Hel told herself it was only natural, and had no impact on how much her son loved her. Oh, then he frowned. That's all you ask for? That's all, if it will not cause you undue burden, of course. The frown deepened. Mother, you know you're always welcome here. Wonderful. I'll go speak with her now. Giving her son no chance to stop her, Hel pivoted on one foot and left the room to search for his mate. Celine wasn't hard to find. A door in the kitchen had been charmed to be a permanent portal between their Californian estate and the bakery Celine owned in Virginia. As expected, she discovered the woman elbow-deep in fresh dough, a smudge of flour on her brow. Stepping through the portal placed her within a world of flour and sugar, the heady scent of Madagascar vanilla and spices perfuming the air of the bakery's prep room. Every stainless steel surface gleamed, upon which row after row of confection-lined trays cooled or waited for icing. Celine baked everything from cookies to cupcakes and muffins. Have I come at a bad time? Celine puffed out a startled breath and glanced over, eyes rounded. Not at all. A little unexpected, but... She laughed, wiping her brow with the back of her wrist. You and your son are quieter than cats. Is everything all right at home? Of course, dear. Everything is fine. Since moving in with the couple, she'd only visited the bakery once, and that was when Loki and Celine brought her on a miniature tour of their Virginian home. Watching Celine do the work herself in preparation for the next day gave her a new respect for the woman. Baking was not Hel's forte. Give her a bolt of cloth, shears, and a needle, and she'd create a fashionable work of art fit for a runway. Edible mortal food was a battle best left to others. The extent of her cooking had always been limited to exhaling her dragon's breath over prey. Did Loki send you? No, I only wanted to have a chat. Is there anything I can do to help you here? Celine's brows shot up. Sure, if you wouldn't mind getting the lavender out of that pantry and picking the buds off. I was going to start some shortbread next. Of course. Hel smiled and moved to do as asked. The lavender hung in bunches at the top of the organized pantry, all other goods neatly organized by variety in alphabetical order. She grabbed the 3 bundles and began placing the plucked buds in a bowl Celine set out for them. It's been a long while since I've had flowers in food. The Romans were fond of such things, you know. I didn't. Oh, yes, flowers in salads, in the water. It was quite lovely, actually. Roses and violets, dandelion. I'd be happy to share some recipes. I'd like that. Thank you, Hel. Anything for family. It was no fault of Celine's that she wasn't a dragoness. She made Loki happy. She'd given him a beautiful and brilliant daughter, a dragon daughter. Which brought Hel back to the entire reason she'd come to the bakery. I'd like to speak with you about my room, if you have the time. Sure, what's up? I've been thinking about the offer you once made. The one regarding having my own, what did you call it? Mother-in-law suite? Yeah, your own townhome, really. Your own safe, private place. I know Aslog likes to run into your room and leap on you sometimes. While she enjoyed those mornings, Hel had to admit that it would be nice to laze about without worry of an eager child barging in with exuberant plans. It'd be nice to sprawl naked in bed with only the silk sheets against her skin, to sleep undisturbed without a child's knee in her ribs. Hel allowed herself a moment of fantasy. though her thoughts drifted to masculine hands following her curves and the warmth of a hard, equally naked body sharing those sheets with her. She shoved it aside. Best to dash that dream. Considering the changes coming to the household, I think that would be best.
Hell, I'm sorry. When Loki suggested the idea to me, I didn't even think about how this might seem to you.
Hel put on a smile and focused on stripping the dried blossoms. It's fine. I understand. It's what's best for Aslog.
So I plan to do some traveling and would like to have a place to return to. Mine, but close to the family, if that's still acceptable. Of course it is. I think having your own place is a wonderful idea.
Her lips pulled tight in a thin smile.
Wonderful. It's all settled. I'll put together a few notes and leave you to your work. You're welcome to stay, Hel, Celine said quickly. I don't mind, and I enjoy the company. Maybe you could show me one of those recipes.
A refusal sprang to the tip of her tongue but never passed her lips. Would it hurt to spend a little one-on-one time with her new daughter? Her smile came easier, and she pushed up her shirt sleeves to the elbow. One finger snap materialized an apron into place.
Let's begin.
Chapter 4. The Agnarhorn estate stretched for hundreds of acres across the vast land south of San Francisco, all rolling green hills, fertile valleys, and vineyards owned by Loki. The land pulsed with the dragon sorcerer's magical aura, alive with protective spellcraft as apparent as an enchanted thumbprint. That kind of magic would deter anyone without an invitation, unless they were looking for a fight and to be burned alive by acid and dragon fire. Danger wasn't what had kept Ares away all this time, however. Years of distance had nothing to do with fear. If Loki had wanted to connect with him, the boy would have asked earlier. End of story. The moment the dragon trio touched down outside of Loki's estate, coasting down to the lawn on powerful wing beats, battle instincts kicked into gear and buzzed across his war-toughened exterior. A whisper of danger hummed over his body, and his heart raced without an apparent source of apprehension. A promise of death told him beware. He lingered and breathed it in, relishing in the moment until it clarified, and the sense of something amiss convinced him his son had pulled the wool over his eyes. Within a minute, he came to the only conclusion possible. Loki was up to no good. Most dragons developed a sense of foresight in varying degrees of strength, especially those among the elder kin, the second and third generation molded directly by the Titans. How his son had cheated him, he did not know, but he would never uncover the mystery if he turned tail and ran, or in his case, lifted away into the skies and flew as fast as his wings could carry him. Besides, Ares' god of war ran from nothing, especially the Scandinavian brat born of his own seed. Transformation to a two-legged body allowed him to pass for human, and the bit of magic he'd learned over the years provided the clothing necessary to approach the home. Unlike his son, Ares was a man who dressed for comfort in long-sleeve Henleys, t-shirts, and jeans, rarely donning a suit unless the situation called for formality. On a day when he felt like dressing the part of a classy bastard, he sometimes tugged slacks and a button-down shirt from his wardrobe. An evening with family called for nothing more than a clean wife-beater and fitted jeans. Chernobog and Thoth joined him, each assuming equally laid-back attire. "What a magnificent home," Thoth said, raising his chin to stare at the three-level structure of glass and stone. The driveway stretched for a mile before cutting through the manicured lawn and curving around a black stone fountain featuring a moon goddess. She poured clear water from her jug into a basin shimmering with an opalescent interior finish. Vanity magic. No surprise to Ares. Loki was his mother's son, and Hel was the queen of useless magical parlor tricks. "Impressive," Chern agreed. "Your son has done well for himself." "Yeah, I guess so." "You sound surprised," Thoth remarked. Ares kept up with his family, but he didn't keep up with his family. He knew Loki had a prosperous life as a tech mogul in Silicon Valley. He knew about the kid since gossip rushed through the supernatural community faster than Zeus could charm his cock into one of his side pieces. Ares also knew his son had been one of the many to come forward with his true identity and usher in the new age. The media called it the Dawn of the Dragons, the over-theatrical name referring to the time the paranormal world and mundane living collided. Now, shifters transforming in public no longer caused a stir. Witches were coveted employees and service providers, whether it was the craft of protection spells or home alarm systems. And then there were assholes like Ares, who had no inclination to reveal his identity, and enjoyed the anonymity of his mortal name and phony status in society. In Russia, his employer and closest friends knew, his acquaintances had an inkling, and his enemies lived in pure terror. The wind shifted, and a hint of something familiar kissed his senses. Frost, damp earth, and black hellbores. It teased his memories. Then the breeze shifted once more, and the ghost of something wonderful was gone. It couldn't be. Ares took off at a sprint without knowing why. Lie. He knew why. The problem was, he didn't want to admit that he cared. Distance across the grounds evaporated beneath his long stride. The estate, more of a residential compound than a home, had no fences around the individual buildings. They had flown over the large wrought iron gate. "Where are you going?" Chernobog called after him. "The door is this way." He reached a walking path that wrapped around the home, all stepping stones that split off toward the different structures. He smelled horses and cattle on the wind, and didn't need to look far to see several of the beasts grazing on grass in golden hay bales within a fenced pasture. While they were plentiful, their smell couldn't disguise what he truly sought. Upon reaching the rear of the home where a tiled veranda wrapped around an elegant pool and stretched toward the raised deck, his gaze fell on the object of his frenzied search. Hell stood out like a solitary star in a shaded sky. Seeing her again shouldn't have affected him, and he swore each time they crossed paths over the centuries that it'd be the last time he cared. Despite that, looking at her from afar dealt him a sucker punch of desire to the gut. The wind shifted, treacherous and awful in the way it carried her fragrance to him. The unique scent of the black dragoness and a rousing blend of female skin, damp soil, and flora. He hated it. He loved it. His senses warred, wisdom against primal nature, one beseeching him to throw in the towel and fly away, the other imploring him to stalk toward his unclaimed mate and remind her where she belonged. Under him, over him, whatever way brought them together naked in a tangle of limbs. His body tensed, every muscle from the back of his calves to the nape of his neck stiffening, though none were as hard as the unbearable arousal tensing in his genes. Seeing hell again provoked the worst responses from his body and toyed with his control. Yet he resisted, as he always had since the day she'd called their experiment over and released him of obligation to be at her side. Little by little, the inferno died to a slow-burning pile of cinders where wanton lust previously resided. Ares relaxed. No one was the wiser, blissfully ignorant to the effect provoked by his former lover, or playing that they were. Loki was already striding toward him, arm in arm with a ravishing young woman who smelled of a sworn enemy to all dragon kind. Well, that's unusual. Ares didn't summon his sword and drive it through her chest, smothering gut reflex beneath waves of self-restraint. The Titan blood in her veins ebbed and flowed on a magical tide and called to his bloodlust. A lesser creature would have given in. Thankfully, nothing about Ares was lesser, and time reduced the suppressed urge to a mild inconvenience no more bothersome than a fly. It appeared his son had found one of their half-breeds and fathered one of his own. Ares didn't know whether to be impressed or disappointed. Seconds passed, then his gaze searched the lawn and landed upon the dark-haired girl playing with Hel and two hounds. In her features, he recognized some traits from Loki's cub years and the vivid green eyes of her grandmother. "Father, I'm glad you could make it. though I must say I didn't expect you to arrive with company. Greetings to you both, Thoth and Chernobog. Much time has passed since we've seen you, little Loki, Thoth said, much to the younger dragon's apparent chagrin. Loki sighed. Surely you wouldn't begrudge us the chance to meet a daughter of your blood. I presume this radiant woman is her mother.
You would presume right, the woman replied with a warm smile.
Selene, meet my father, Ares, and his closest friends. Father, Thoth, Chernobog, meet my wife, Selene. Chernobog gave a toothy smile, his metal-filled mouth gleaming ominously. We appreciate the invitation to your home. Yes, thank you. We have brought gifts for the cub. Selene's smile could have outshone the sun. In so little time, Ares understood why Loki had fallen for her. Thoth's choice of words hadn't been empty compliments. The woman shone with a luster to match the moon itself.
Oh, that wasn't necessary, but thank you.
Ares bowed. The pleasure is mine, Selene. His gaze darted to Hel again. She and the little girl took turns launching tennis balls across the yard, much to the immense pleasure of two dogs. One rocketed so quickly in pursuit the little white furball practically became airborne. The other beast, a St. Bernard, lumbered lazily. Eventually the fluffy monster reached the ball and returned it, dripping with drool. Hel paid no mind to the guests, as if completely oblivious to their arrival. Beautiful, isn't she? Loki asked. Yes. I meant my daughter. Ares ignored Loki's smirking face. As did I.
Drinks, gentlemen? Selene asked.
Beer? Chernobog countered hopefully.
Only the best. I took the liberty of stocking the finest.
While Selene and Loki played host, one ambling away to fetch drinks, the latter to turn meat on the grill, Ares stood with his chums and surveyed the extent of the property. Compared to his son, he lived a modest life. Each morning he returned to a cramped Muscovian flat that held all he needed for his life as a mortal. Not bad, is it? Perhaps the younger ones know something we do not, Thoth muttered. It grows on me. Bah, it is too much, Chernobog disagreed, deep lines furrowing his perpetually grumpy face. This is wealth better spent on gold and jewels for the Horde. Don't be a cheap bastard, Thoth retorted. A Horde can only hold so much coin. With the proper magic it will hold all you desire. All Ares desired was sitting a scant 5 yards away. His attention returned to Hel. The intoxicating scent of her almost brought out the feral beast in him. Ares wanted to stride across the patio and sweep her into his arms. A burning desire stoked within him each time the wind brought the unique smell of earth and female dragon skin toward him on a fragrant breeze. He envisioned himself embracing her and burying his nose in her silky hair, feeling the warmth of her breath on his throat, the softness of her curves, and her satin skin against his bare body. Too long had passed since Ares and Hel last crossed paths. Far too long had passed since they'd fulfilled their mating contract and she'd promptly informed him no further services were needed. Ares would be lying if he claimed she hadn't remained on his mind over the centuries. Fulfilling a breeding contract was about more than dragons meeting for a passing romp like two jaguars in the rainforest. It took time, as well as considerable effort for a dragoness to conceive. Their heat cycles came rarely, and sometimes not at all without the presence of a male in the horde. At first, it had been about acquiring the jewel of all weapons to complete his armory. Hel was a master of enchantment craft, a connoisseur of sorts when it came to collecting magical items, and Ares was no sorcerer. He had been crafted by their creators to wage physical war. It seemed an arrangement with only benefits. For his part, he needed to merely dwell within her horde for a few years, throw her into heat, breed with her as frequently as possible, and plant the seed of life. She'd made it sound so simple. Free board, gratuitous fucking, and a treasured weapon from the age of the Titans. A few years became 4 decades. He'd spent nearly half a century with her, and in the end, he'd been promptly turned out from the Horde the moment she confirmed the pregnancy. Every time he saw her, the same old feelings aroused and warmed. "She only gets better with age, doesn't she?" Thoth whispered in his ear. "Like a fine brandy." Not that Hel appeared to be much older than she had been centuries ago. Dragons didn't wear their ages on their human bodies. The passing of the millennia typically showed on their hides. The tougher and scalier their leather exterior, the older they were presumed to be. "Doesn't matter." Ares bit out harder than intended. "We're not here for her. It's the kid's birthday." Never mind that he knew he was lying to himself the moment her green eyes met his gaze. One look from her took him back to those long years, their last winter together, and the warmth of her curled against his side. Chernobog clapped a big hand on his shoulder from the other side. "Go get her. She is yours and waiting for you. Look at how she smiles at you." She's grimacing. "Where I come from, that is a smile." "Chern, that isn't a smile to anyone in any culture anywhere." The ancient worm grumbled. "The smile is in her eyes. She is happy to see you. Trust me, I know females." "You haven't been with a female dragon since the turn of the century." "Hush and go get her." "I like having my teeth, thanks." Thoth cracked a smile. "Certainly the god of war isn't intimidated by a former lover." "Of course not. I simply know where I stand," he whispered. "Then go get her. The trial is what makes it interesting." When Ares glanced at Hel again, Loki stood with his mother and daughter, beckoning him to join them. He crouched and lifted the little girl into his arms. At days away from her 3rd birthday, she appeared to be at least 5. Her arms were long and slender, and she'd lost much of the baby fat Ares expected of a younger child. "My daughter Aslog, say hello to your grandfather, Henthami." The girl shyly hid her face in Loki's shoulder instead. At that moment, Ares fell in love and regretted that he'd waited so long to pay the family a visit. "There is no need to fear me," he said, voice gentler than he'd spoken in years. "Hello, little one." Aslog peeked at him. In her green eyes he saw his own hopeful countenance reflected. She studied his face, frozen. Hel snorted back a laugh and looked away. "Don't force her. She's clearly afraid of—" Aslog threw out both arms suddenly and opened her hands. Ares blinked. "There's my girl. Up you go, then." Giving Ares no opportunity to refuse, Loki passed her to him, and he suddenly had his arms full of little girl. She was warm and wrapped in a pretty yellow sundress smelling of soil, smoke, and magic. Unable to help himself, he stole a glance at Hel and locked eye contact. "You were saying?" he tried to convey in one stare. "Fuck you," was what he read in return. Good. He wouldn't have her any other way. Chern was right. The trial did make it interesting. Of all the arrogant brutes to walk the earth, Ares had to be the worst. Hel met his stare head-on, refusing to be cowed or show any sign of her irritation at his presence, or the odd way he made her knees turn to jelly no matter how much time passed since their last encounter. Little had changed since centuries ago when he wore sweaty leathers in place of the heavy denim jeans that snugly held his ass just right. Sometimes she missed the days of armor. He'd looked good in it. Seeing him now, she realized he was attractive in any garment. Ares also looked spectacular in nothing. An insidious thought snaked into her mind, the memory of old times past flushing her body with unappreciated heat. This is not the time for lewd thoughts, Hel mentally chastised herself, shoving the fantasy away. She focused on the interaction between dragon and granddaughter instead, grounding herself in the moment. In small ways, she saw the resemblance to them. The hint of red in her dark head, a mere scarlet tint against black tresses, had skipped Loki and emerged in his daughter, along with hints of his bone structure she'd credited to Loki, without truly recognizing where he inherited it. Aslog caught the fire dragon's face between both her palms and gazed deep into his eyes.
Grandpa.
The cocky bastard's grin widened. Yes, that is me.
Did you bring me a gift?
Several, he replied. But I can't give you a single one until your actual birthday. That's the rule.
Aw, you still promise to teach me to hunt?
Hel snapped her head around toward her son. To say that Hel was offended would be an understatement. Her ire skyrocketed to Empire State Building heights, and she drew in a long, deep breath to regain her control. By the time she calmed enough to speak, Aslog had shimmied down, taken Ares by the hand, and dragged him away to show him her favorite ponies in the adjacent pasture. Mother, are you quite all right?
You made promises for him to Aslog. Loki, what if he hadn't come?
I did not, Loki replied. I haven't said a word about hunting to her. In fact, I said nothing of her grandfather visiting at all. This was a complete surprise to her.
She appears to have gleaned the notion somewhere.
Perhaps she overheard Selene and I discussing it, Loki said, shrugging. Children are sponges. Selene held it against me for weeks when Aslog walked through the kitchen repeating shit over and over for an hour after overhearing it during a teleconference with the dev team. Hel grinned. I remember that day. It had taken lots of explaining on Loki's part when Aslog wanted to know why she couldn't use the same words as him. Selene arrived with drinks, passing one to Hel and another to Loki. She carried a bucket of bottled craft beers for their visitors. While she rationed those out to the dragons, Loki took a seat near Hel's feet and smiled at her, reminding her of how much he'd grown, how much Aslog took after him. Mother, it's only a brief visit. He'll be gone before you know it. I don't care that your father is here. Oh, excellent. Then you won't mind that he plans to remain until the end of summer. He'll be staying in the guest wing with you. What a joy. I knew you'd see it that way. After all, it isn't as if the two of you hate one another. Loki raised his beer for a long sip, then he glanced up at her. You don't, do you, Mother? Please, give me far more credit than that. What do you think I am, Loki? Human? Her son returned her disdainful sniff with a wide grin, then vanished to entertain the unannounced guests. Seeing them together in the same place reminded her precisely where he'd inherited the intolerably smug feature. Yet she didn't hate it. To be downright honest, Hel didn't hate her former lover either. What she loathed was the temptation he posed. She hated the way her fingers still remembered the hard planes of his body and those chiseled abs. She resented the lingering memory that haunted her some nights of how he breathed her name at the height of ecstasy, and that she'd yet to find another lover as dedicated and attentive to making her climax again and again. Male dragons could be extraordinarily lazy, as could human men. They ran the gamut of skill and ability, though the former usually tried their best, for the low number of females among their kind often provoked their competitive spirits. Unless they were Zeus. Her brother was as lazy as they came, and he had no one but himself to blame for being alone now. When Zeus had his pick of the female dragons, he chose to toy with Hera instead of giving her the committed bonding she wanted. Years later, she refused contact with him altogether. He'd had the nerve to invade Hel's horde and demand to know where he could find Hera. Naturally, she told him to kick rocks. Sooner or later, her brother would learn he couldn't bully the rest of the dragons into revealing her whereabouts. A deep pull from the fruity cocktail soothed her nerves. It's good for Aslog, Hel convinced herself, watching Ares interact with the little girl. Selene sat beside her with an enormous fishbowl cocktail of her own, overflowing with vibrant hues of orange, pink, red, and purple. Hell no longer asked what her new daughter served her. All that mattered was the high alcohol content and the delicious taste of tropical sin. Hell felt eyes on her. Gaze shifting to the right, she noticed Celine watching her closely.
Good, huh?
Heat surged to her face.
Yes, it's wonderful.
She needed 5 more of them.
Refill? Please.
Celine layered another creamy blend of frosty alcohol into Hell's glass. The cold drink might have cooled the hot flush in her cheeks, but it did little for the rest of her. As if sensing the weakness in her discomfort, Ares crossed the deck. His shadow fell over her.
You're in my light.
Hello to you as well.
Another long sip from her drink kept her from saying anything she'd regret.
Ares sensed as much, his low chuckle speaking volumes as he relocated to the adjacent chaise. Well, Ares said, reclining in the seat. It is truly good to see you again, Hell. Hell could not say the feeling was mutual. Seeing him stirred senses and emotions she'd suppressed for centuries, beginning with the day she'd first realized their decades of labor and work had proved fruitful and life stirred within her. Season after season she had wondered, what is wrong with me? Her heat cycles became fewer and further between, first years and then decades apart. Frenzied matings produced no children. Their Titan creators had designed them well, reluctant to allow their slave labor to breed and overwhelm them with numbers. Then her good friend Hera had made the ultimate suggestion. Enter into a contract with a virile male dragon of indeterminate duration until she conceived. It seemed simple then, a solution to provide the child of her dreams and a companion to shape and mold to her whims. Initially, none of the prime specimens among their kind had been willing. Dragons valued their freedom. That, or they had aspects she didn't want to see carried on in her offspring. Ares had qualities she sought: strength, power, loyalty, and, dare she admit it, passion. Chapter 5. If Ares intended to remain for the summer, Hell planned to tour the world and see the sights as Loki and Celine suggested, beginning with a cross-country train to Manhattan. Nothing beat flying by the power of one's own wings, but she wanted to see the sights along the way and wander the city streets of each stop of the 2-week itinerary. All she had to do to finalize her plans was input her payment info and pull the trigger. She could be riding in her own luxury train cabin by the next weekend. Ares could have the house, the guest wing, everything. She was no coward, but she knew better than to engage in battle with the god of war, especially when he entered the ring swinging. Hell wanted more than anything to spend time pursuing absolutely selfish endeavors, and to utilize her days for her own enrichment, now that Aslog had a tutor and proper nanny. She no longer resented the au pairs for teaching the little girl in ways she could not. Instead, she would embark on a journey to learn more about the modern world and return with valuable knowledge to share. A gesture of both hands summoned her luggage from the distant reaches of the dressing room, 3 cases appearing in a tidy arrangement on the bed. Did she truly need so much? During her time in her son's home and the handful of years on her own prior to reaching California, she'd accumulated far too much clothing to take on the road. Only the necessities. Hell pulled out sundresses and leggings, jeans, and comfortable clothing. Designer attire remained on hangers and in garment bags. As she rifled through her shoe collection, gentle fingers rapped on the door. She opened it to find Aslog holding her favorite stuffed dinosaur, staring up at her.
Grandma, I want to talk.
The corner of Hell's mouth quirked.
Well, come inside and talk then.
Aslog resembled a little lady, down to the tender way she carried her Tyrannosaurus in the crook of her arm.
Grandma? Yes, my love? Are you leaving because of Grandpa Ares?
Hell cocked one brow.
No, of course not. Whatever gave you such an impression?
She snapped her fingers, and the half-pack luggage behind her vanished into the space beneath the bed.
You promise?
Children are sponges. Hel clicked her teeth together and hesitated to respond. She'd never lied to her grandchild, and had no intention of beginning any time soon.
My sweet, first tell me who gave you this idea?
Tiny toes dragged over the carpeted floor.
Papa said to Mama that you never stay once Grandpa is around.
Hel stared. Had Loki noticed that? Obviously so. Worse than that, he'd invited Ares with the expectation that she would leave at the earliest opportunity. It should have hurt her feelings. The betrayal should have driven her from the home. Hel clamped her teeth and bit back fury in favor of a smile instead, a surge of wicked delight creeping through her dismal mood. Loki wanted her gone, did he? His cowardice would not be rewarded.
Darling,
Hel said, sweeping Aslog into her arms and kissing the child's cheeks.
I intend to stay as long as you want me here. Yay!
If only to prove a point to Loki, she'd stay and endure whatever Ares threw at her, no matter the temptation. Hel wouldn't know what hit her. The sun shone hot against his bare shoulders, set in a cloudless blue sky and shimmering against the pool's pristine water. It hadn't taken long for Ares to realize that Loki's invitation came at the ideal time for a much-needed break from the life of a career thug. While Ares loved his work and considered himself an artist among men paid to acquire delicate information through brutish means, he couldn't deny the allure of letting go of his worries for a few days of rest and relaxation. The kid didn't ask for much from him. Neither kid, for that matter. Loki divided his time between work and his family. Celine split her time between the bakery and her family, and the two French werewolves minded Aslog during the day. He liked the pair, and had spent an evening after Aslog went to bed swapping stories with Pierre and his mate Giselle. The former had served in the French army, and the latter had worked as a teacher. They met, Pierre explained, at a cabaret show in Paris while he was still active duty, and the rest was history. Aslog was lucky to have them, just as he was lucky to have this unique opportunity. Hel couldn't kick him out or run away, not without upsetting the happy balance of Loki's home. That gave him plenty of time to figure out how to win Hel over. Since she liked to sit by the pool most of the day from what he'd seen, he'd planned to catch her there. After an hour lazing beneath the sun, he understood the appeal, but Hel was a no-show. After another hour, he started to drowse in the sun, only for the ripping noise of machinery to tear him from the grip of slumber. He followed the noise around the side of the house and watched a procession of heavy construction machines venturing onto the distant eastern side of the vast property, followed by a team of cement mixers. What the fuck? Something wrong, friend, Pierre called. Ares turned to find the dark-haired werewolf crouched beside a barren patch of soil, guiding Aslog as she transplanted small seedlings. The hell is going on over there? Construction, the cheeky Frenchman replied. When Ares rolled his eyes, Pierre continued. It will be very noisy here for a week or so at the very least. Loki contracted a team to build a small guest home for his mother. A guest home, Ares repeated. I guess the guest wing wasn't enough? Miss L is a wonderful woman and has quite the personality, as you know. Ares read between the lines. Hel overstepped her boundaries and Loki made new ones for her. One wing hadn't been enough to contain her. Smart kid of mine. Think that'll solve the problem? Only time will tell. Join us. Truckloads of lumber, stone, and other materials arrived next. Meanwhile, a group of witches placed stakes with magical symbols at odd intervals throughout a patch of soil. Ares cocked one brow and watched them work. Yeah, sure. What are we doing? Aslog pushed a starter pot into his hands. The fragile green stem within still sported a sunflower seed on its growing end.
We're planting sunflowers, Grandpa.
That's so.
Uh-huh. Are you going to help?
I sure will. While Ares followed Aslog's directions to plant a row of sunflowers, he eavesdropped on the lesson about the life cycle of plants. They would be caring for them, watching them grow, and learning about germination once the abundant flowers reached maturity. He's a good kid, Ares thought. Most importantly, Aslog loved him. Eventually, Giselle summoned Aslog for lunch. Once she scampered away, Ares waited until she was beyond earshot before he straightened from patting a seedling into place and fixed Pierre with a look. The wolf shifted, immediately uncomfortable.
What?
Tell me what you know about all of that.
But I did.
Tell me the parts you were too wise to say with Aslog present.
That would not be kind.
At that moment, Hel made her magnificent arrival, emerging from the home's rear door onto the veranda in a fabulous black gown that drifted behind her on the wind in a semi-diaphanous curtain. She still knew how to make an entrance, but nothing about that surprised Ares.
Good afternoon, Pierre.
She greeted the teacher with a jovial smile.
Good day, ma'am. Ares?
Hel? He returned cordially. Not long after Hel reached the end of the veranda, magic hummed around her, and bits of soil rose in the air. Tiny pieces of rock turned on an electrified current. Within seconds, the dragoness molded these specks into bricks which she laid down before her on the ground. Pierre watched the spectacle in silence beside him, then whistled low.
She has a way of arriving when you speak of her,
he said in a whisper.
Giselle and I noticed it within a day of taking residence. You mention her name, and she is there, as if it is cursed.
Wouldn't put it past her, Ares muttered. Now get to the good shit. What's going on? Pierre sighed as if Ares had thrust the weight of the world on his shoulders.
From what I understand, Elle is somewhat...
He sucked air between his teeth and said, quieter,
strong-willed when it comes to her opinions. Not so bad, as of late, as if she has become self-aware, but there was strain initially between us as well. Our arrival made her unhappy.
She pissed off Celine?
On the contrary, Celine seemed to work harder to meet Elle's strong personality, and it has worked. All is peaceful between them. I suppose this was a way of getting her from underfoot.
Give her a place of her own to run.
Yes.
In the distance, Hel stood beside the apparent foreman of the construction team, gesturing with one hand. He called out something to the witches who rearranged their spellcraft and totems before assembling on the lawn to chant together in unison. Applying their magic to the land collided with sorcery and earth, carving the base for a foundation. The cement mixture flowed moments later.
I am glad it all worked out in the end. Giselle likes America. Well, this region of America. And your family came recommended to us. They're good people.
Your family. Ares couldn't help the way it made him feel, the words flushing him with pride. Yeah, they are. His attention drifted to Hel again. Despite the vast distance between them, he read the smile in her posture and in her eyes when she spoke to the hulking human man leading the team. Chern was right. Hel may not have always worn a smile on her lips, but she evinced it in other ways. When she parted from the foreman's side, she adopted her draconic form and lumbered away into the distance toward the verdant plains. A velvet hide darker than night absorbed all light around it, and claws gleaming like obsidian daggers tore the ground with each step of her mighty stride. Ares watched, as dazzled by her beauty now as he had been the very first day. The only difference between those points in time? Then she'd been a passing fancy and means to an end. Now, he was playing for keeps. Chapter 6. The day of the celebration dawned bright and beautiful with a rainbow following the lifting of the morning fog. Hel took it as an auspicious sign of change and peace, and vowed to herself that today's sole focus would be her darling granddaughter, There was no room for her annoyance with Ares. For one day they could be civil to one another, or rather she could tamp down the tremendous urge to tackle him into the grass and have her way with him. In the 2 days since his arrival, her struggles to disregard the way her body felt grew increasingly difficult. Her mind said one thing, her needs demanded another. Was she cycling into heat again? Too long had passed since she'd entertained male company, and Ares served as a stark reminder of that simple fact. Ignore him I shall. I am stronger than my desires. Her well-laid plans nearly came to a screeching halt when she left her room and collided with a wall of wet muscle. She stumbled back a step, promptly caught by 2 strong hands. "Good morning, Hel."
What on earth are you doing out here in such a state? She blustered, cheeks heating when her gaze fell on the towel wrapped around his waist. Her heart gave a little stutter, and the junction between her thighs tightened with suppressed need. How easy it would be to snap the white cotton away. She jerked her gaze and her tantalizing thoughts away, only to discover the blasted man smirking down at her as if he knew what she'd been thinking. Maybe he did. Ares may not have been a sorcerer able to manipulate magic with the same skill as his companions, but he knew how to read people. It was what made him such a skilled warrior and tactician. It was why the Titans had created him when Zeus first organized the rebellion against the dragon's slavers. In Ares, they had placed all of their cunning and expertise on the battlefield, the strength of Atlas and the bloodlust of Pazuzu. Then Hel and Freya coerced him and many other new dragons to their side, and the Titans lost their warrior. Soon after, the Titans lost the war altogether, and they, along with the other primordial entities on their side, were all bound and cast into Tartarus by the creatures they had subjugated for centuries. Hel had no regrets related to her past, or Ares, except for allowing her eyes to linger for too long now on his marvelous chest. A stray bead of water traced down one pectoral muscle and began a slow descent over chiseled abs. Stop looking. What state is that? Ares asked, failing to grant her more space. Half-dressed. We're shifters, Hel. Our natural state is naked. Smartass. Hel managed not to grind her teeth, instead putting her shoulders back and refusing to allow her gaze to drop below his shoulders. You know what I mean. Did you forget your manners in Moscow? The draconic meathead chuckled. I showered, love. Surely that's an acceptable action in this household. Unless you enjoyed the smell of my sweat. Then you'd be welcome to question my manners. He cocked his head suddenly and his blue eyes half narrowed. How'd you know I came from Moscow? Fuck. It was inevitable that she slipped. Breathe. Calm. You can do this. Hel aimed a sweet smile up at him. No one wants to smell that, least of all the birthday girl. Now go dress before you miss breakfast. I don't intend to hold anything for you. As my lady commands. Ares brushed past her while sauntering away. The scent of bay rum, spice, and leather lingered in his place like a short-lived torture she couldn't escape. Hel told herself she wouldn't look, but the little voice inside her head was hardly persuasive. She peeked over her shoulder right on time to witness Ares drop the towel in his doorway, bearing the glorious ass that had dominated her memories since he'd surfaced on the estate. The bastard. Fuming more at herself than him for revealing so much, Hel strode away from the shutting door, certain behind it Ares was laughing. The guest wing connected to the main home via the kitchen, and the sweet aroma of bacon and maple assailed her nose long before she entered, followed by notes of freshly baked dough, savory sausage, and eggs. A bounty of food awaited her and the other guests on the island counter's marble slab, but Hel only had a brief second to admire it, mouth salivating, before Aslog leapt at her. Grandma, Grandma, Grandma! I'm 3 today! You certainly are. Hel hugged her tight,
wishing for the first time that her granddaughter had inherited the slower aging of the dragons and not the expedient growth of her Titan ancestors. She wanted to enjoy every minute of her childhood, to miss nothing.
Would you like me to prepare your plate, or has your mother done so already?
Can we wait for Grandpa?
Hel blinked.
Oh, well, he'll be a few moments. Aren't you hungry now?
No, I want to wait for Grandpa and my funny uncles.
No need to wait. We're here. Ares stepped into view and scooped Aslog up in one arm. He held her as if she weighed no more than a feather. Delighted, the birthday girl threw her arms around his neck.
I want bacon and pancakes with lots and lots of berries and a runny egg on toast,
she said in one breath. All that for a little thing like you? Where will you put it all?
I'm a big girl today.
You certainly are. Ares, swooping in to play grandfather, should have pissed her off and fed the green-eyed beast of envy. Instead, watching him interact with Aslog was as natural as watching the child with her own father. He loved her. He'd done nothing but dote on her since his arrival. And that grandfatherly display of devotion had been nothing but arousing. A hint of the father he might have been, had she invited him to bond with her as a mate instead of banishing him from the horde.
It would never have worked between us. We were too different, and in love with different things.
Despite that niggling truth bomb, her ovaries burst like popcorn every time Ares showed his tender side to Aslog. If she was cycling into heat again for the first time in centuries, that would be the root cause of the sudden surge in hormones. Once the fire dragon finished preparing plates for their granddaughter and himself, Hel made one of her own, then graciously stepped aside so Thoth and Churn could do the same. The modern look favors you, Hel. She lifted one brow as she turned to regard Chernabog.
That's quite nice of you to say. Nicer than expected.
I have no reason to offer empty platitudes. It's true, Thoth agreed, though whether to the compliment or the assurances of truth, or both, she wasn't entirely certain. Loki and Selene waited for everyone at the large dining table. Aslog took one look at the balloons floating all over the room and squealed in happiness. Someone had decorated the chair at the head of the table with streamers and bows.
Presents?
Tonight, Selene promised. First, you need to eat. Then you get to go out on a
hunt.
Earning laughter from around the table, Aslog attacked her meal with enthusiasm. It wasn't difficult to love the little girl who had wrapped all of the dragon gods around her little finger. But if Hel were honest with herself, she wished Ares would aim his besotted smiles at her too. Stay low. Ares crouched beside Aslog in the tall grass, keeping in his human form for the time being. His draconic body would be counterproductive to their primary goal, frightening away the impala herd before the young cub had her chance.
Which one do I go after?
Aslog asked, her gaze never leaving the unsuspecting animal. In her dragon form, her rose-gold hide was baby-soft and smooth, her wings too fragile to support her in flight for longer than a few gliding swoops. Never go for the young. Look for the beasts who are injured or old. Their time has come, and they can no longer help the herd except by giving them a chance to escape predators.
Because they're slower.
Exactly. Now, do you see the one with the lame foot? Aslog's hindquarters rose up, much like a cat eyeing a mouse. She shook a little, front paws patting softly against the earth, body leaning forward. Then she shot forward with surprising power for one so young. The herd took off, but she pursued, her talons tearing up the earth. Loki must have worked with her already because she had a good pounce. By the time Ares caught up to her on two legs, she had an impala on the ground beneath her paws. The creature panted heavily and its eyes bulged wide with terror. Well done! Artemis herself couldn't have done better.
Do I have to kill it?
Why would you not? You defeated it. Aslog squinted up at him, her eyes bright jewels in her draconic face.
But I don't need the meat. Killing him would just be wasteful.
That sounded like Loki, but he couldn't argue with her logic, even if he didn't entirely agree. They could always use more meat. He nobly kept the observation to himself. Then you should let the poor beast go. Aslog carefully took her weight off the trembling creature. It remained where it was, too frightened to move. Ares gave the beast a good look over, deciding that it would survive once it calmed down. Thriving on Loki's vast lands, it would likely live a few years longer if another hunter or predator didn't slaughter it first.
Did I do good, Grandpa?
Ares cut his eyes toward the innocent eyes, anxious for his approval.
Are you mad I didn't kill it?
What? No, love. Never. He crouched to one knee and set one hand on the shoulder of her wing, giving the soft down a light rub. Why would you think that?
Daddy said you're the god of war, and Grandma said you kill lots of people.
Did she? Aslog nodded, her small face solemn. I have, he said without regret or shame, knowing every life he'd ever taken had been necessary to save his own or to protect someone he cared about, sometimes to defend someone weaker. Once because a beautiful woman swayed him, and later, that beautiful woman approached him to father her first and only child.
Why?
Aslog asked. Because I was made for that purpose. I'm good at it. You could even call it my gift, sweetheart. But the thing about gifts is that one has to know when to use them. Gifts are a responsibility, and there's no honor in using them against the weak. Her eyes practically shone in the dwindling twilight, silver-like captive in green pools. Now, how do you learn to pounce so well?
Papa shows me stuff, and in my dreams I hunt with the moon.
Well, that sounds like a good dream. She scampered ahead in pursuit of a butterfly, never achieving more than a few feet of lift from the ground before she'd return.
What about you, Grandpa? When do I get to watch you hunt?
Is that what you'd like for your birthday?
Yes.
Then your wish is my command. Once you set the challenge, your uncles and I will give you a hunt.
What about Papa and Grandma?
They can join too if they like. From that moment, it was a race back to the estate. 5 miles of hauling ass peppered with intermittent moments of Aslog veering off course to chase rabbits and bushy-tailed fox squirrels with glossy red pelts. He kept pace with her easily on 2 legs without even needing to take his dragon form, loping beside her through rolling hills and grassy knolls verdant with life. As the estate came into view over the ridge, she interrogated him about turtles and their purpose in the ecosystem. It must have been the kind of shit he missed out on while Hel raised Loki alone. The impetuous and inquisitive nature of youth, never-ending questions from a brilliant mind. I missed one childhood. I won't miss another. Back at the estate, once the birthday girl returned to her human form and reclaimed her dress, she regaled the other dragons and her mother with the story of their adventure at super speed, leaving no detail to the imagination. Ares couldn't help but grin as she recounted their hunt. Hel's gaze slanted toward him, accompanied by a smile so fleeting it could have been a figment of his imagination. I won't let her get away again. Tomorrow, the fight begins. Chapter 7. Any tactician knew the first step toward victory was the calculation of a solid battle plan. Ares spent hours that night evaluating his goal as if it were an element of war. He came to one conclusion by morning. Scraping out 1 millimeter of progress required him to choose the battlefield. Pass me the keys to your ride, kid. Loki glanced up from his gritty crime novel, dark brows raising. The cover featured a stubbled, gun-wielding man in a long duster coat. Nothing about it appeared to be Loki's taste in reading, but Ares ignored that in favor of studying his son's confounded expression. Repeat that? Hel and their son truly were alike. Any time Ares managed to catch a glimpse of her on the property, the dragoness had her nose in a book. Naturally, their son had inherited that bookish trait. The genre still seemed off, but maybe he'd eventually raid Loki's library and see if anything of interest stood out. Or figure out for himself what Hel found so enthralling about those tawdry little romances. He couldn't imagine humans doing it justice. Your bike, the one covered in dust out in the garage, loan it to me. It occurred to Ares that maybe he should practice manners by asking politely, but the incredulous bewilderment on his son's face deepened. What do you want that old thing for? Ares snorted softly. The very act of you calling it old is answer enough. Looks like you haven't ridden it in ages, so I'm gonna take her out and show her some love. Loki regarded him for a long moment, then finally shrugged. Key is hanging on the board in the kitchen. Last one on the left. Help yourself. Great, I will. Sketching the details of the plan out in his mind, Ares fetched the keys from the hook and made his way to the front door. Loki waited for him with both hands in his pockets, the younger dragon a larger, shorter-haired version of Hel with Ares' best features and less of the brawn. The boy really turned out good. We should have made a dozen more like him. Hey, Loki started, appearing uncertain. I won't hurt the bike, promise. Loki scoffed. I'm not worried about that. Need a hand? Sure, kid. I'd like that. Despite his earlier words, the bike wasn't in bad condition. Aside from a snowy layer of dust, low tires, and the dire need for an oil change, he could have had it finished in a second. But it wasn't often he and his son spent time together. Sometimes decades passed between encounters. When's the last time you took her out? Ares asked, wiping down the exterior to reveal the glossy black and red finish. Loki's color choice wasn't lost on him as he admired the twisting flames and coiled shadows twining over the machine's sleek body. Before Aslog was born, too much shit happened after her birth. Yeah, news about that reached me. I'm sorry I wasn't here to help. You had no way to know, and it never occurred to me to request help from you, or Mother for that matter. All that I wanted was for her to be safe and back in her mother's arms. He shook his head. Anyway, I'd always planned to take her on a ride when she was old enough. You should take her for a circle around the grounds. I'm sure she'd enjoy that. If you had two of these, we could do it together. The surprised look on his son's face almost hurt. Then Loki smiled, gratitude in his eyes. I'm sure we can make that happen. But what about now? Where are you planning on taking her? Just for a spin. Give this machine some love. Heh, I didn't mean the bike, Father. I'm asking where do you plan to take my mother? Perceptive little troublemaker. Dinner, if I can convince her to go. Unlike you, she has absolutely no problem saying no to me. True enough. Growing more suspicious of his son by the moment, he studied the trickster and considered the foreboding tingle at the nape of his neck that had harassed him since he first touched down on the property. The boy was up to something, but again, he'd never know what until he played along. If you have thoughts on the matter, voice them. You don't seem sure of that, Father, Loki teased, tone mocking. Too stubborn to ask for more information, Ares finished wiping down the side of the bike and began lubing the chain to blow time. A long while passed that the two worked in companionable silence together, changing the oil and cleaning the mirrors. The old girl shone with fresh luster when they finished, mere seconds before Ares ran to the end of his patience and surrendered, wise enough to pick his battles when it came to a war of patience and wit with his son. Some battles weren't worth the sacrifice. If you were in my place, what would you do, Loki? Well, Loki began, tone too cheerful and eyes too bright. It seems to me that if someone wouldn't listen to me, I'd find a voice they're unable to ignore. Who the hell? Ares didn't need to finish the question. Realization struck like lightning and understanding dawned. Hell had a single weakness, one Achilles heel that guaranteed successful implementation of the plan. Thanks, kid. As inspiration flourished, Ares dashed into the house again to recruit a special ally to his cause. The day had been another scorcher, pleasant for the flame-blooded dragons of the household, unbearable for Hel, who preferred the mountains of Scandinavia and the cool underground of her horde. While Ares taught their granddaughter tracking after her day's lessons, Hel retreated to her bedroom and soaked in a bubble bath scented with roses and night-blooming jasmine. Fragrant bubbles popped around while she lay submerged to her neck, with no intention of emerging, even when a tiny fist rapped against the bedroom door.
Grandma?
Aslog called, voice reaching the ensuite.
Grandma!
Come in, darling, she called, a graceful wave of her hand resulting in the door opening. She couldn't be bothered to get up herself. Once her new cottage on the grounds was completed, she planned to have an exact replica of the bathroom, enamored with its deep tub, midnight blue tiles, and mirrored wall. Once she heard footsteps drawing closer, she sighed. What is it, my little love? Did your lessons go well? One of the wolves must have already bathed and tidied the child, who smelled of clean skin and soap, instead of volcanic ash and the pastoral grass of the rolling hills.
Uh-huh. Grandpa helped me catch a rabbit.
And what did you do with that rabbit?
Let it go,
Aslog proudly announced, not to Hel's surprise. Her granddaughter wasn't a vegetarian by any means, and proved ravenous as any half-dragon child. But she valued the lives of all living creatures in a way Hel couldn't disparage. As I should have guessed. Now what may I do for you?
The ensuite window revealed a darkening sky, the private estate's distance from the city and the secluded hills affording a view of twinkling stars on the distant horizon without the threat of light pollution. Total darkness would fall within the hour and crept in on the girl's appointed bedtime.
I came to get you.
For bedtime?
No,
Aslog said, exasperated. Still clutching her stuffed animal, she put both hands on her small hips and scowled.
Are you gonna get out? Grandpa is waiting.
Waiting for what?
To take you out.
Aslog said in a no-nonsense tone that suggested she thought the answer was obvious. Hel snapped her head towards the girl. Why ever would he do such a thing?
Because Papa takes Mama out all the time, and you're both his Mama and Papa, so you have to go out too.
When Hel said nothing, Aslog flailed and swung her T-Rex.
Come on!
The logic of children was often imbued with wisdom, idealistic and innocent, but wise all the same. Hel pursed her lips and gave the offer due consideration.
He hasn't asked me. It's typical to be asked, little love.
But he did. He asked me to tell you.
Did he? Aslog offered a grungy piece of paper with a splatter of blood. She took it, somewhat reluctantly, less impressed by the second, and smoothed out the scrap to find a haphazard scrawl in bold letters.
Be ready to leave at 9. Wear pants.
Wear pants? Ares may have been the god of war, but he wasn't the ruler of her wardrobe. Immediately her mind darted to the tightest, shortest skirt she owned.
Will you go?
Aslog asked, hope in her eyes. Ares was an ass using their granddaughter to further his agenda. Surely he had something planned. But she couldn't say no to Aslog's adorable face. Please let him know I'll be ready when I'm ready. Then head up onto bed. I'll come tuck you in shortly.
Okay.
Aslog skipped away and door shut behind her, leaving Hel to salvage what remained of a relaxing bath. By the time the tub was drained, she'd buffed her body dry and smoothed on a generous amount of body butter, regaining some of the tranquility. Using Aslog had been a dirty maneuver. In an act of defiance the volcanic dragon likely expected of her, she retrieved a tight leather skirt and debated between a sensible blouse or equally scandalous bodice. The halter-style blouse won, comfort over pettiness, topped by scarlet pumps. Borderline indecent,
The silk draped her breasts and exposed her bare spine. Tucking Aslog in took no time at all, but she debated leaving Ares to pace and wonder if she'd stand him up. It would serve him right. And yet, she was intrigued. That, she told herself, was the only reason she strode downstairs and followed his scent to the front porch. He hadn't dressed up, that much was clear with a glance. Unless clean jeans free of oil smudges and rips was his idea of dressing up. He wore a heavy leather jacket that fit him as if custom-made, a subtle clue that the dragon did indeed enjoy fine things. "I told you to wear pants," he said by way of greeting.
"When have I ever listened to you?"
He looked her over head to toe, then shrugged. "Your choice, babe, but don't say I didn't warn you."
Hel crossed her arms and stared at him, a look he was no doubt accustomed to receiving despite the centuries since they last spent time in each other's company. "Why is that?" With his usual smirk in place, Ares turned and made his way across the yard, winding his way around to the garage. Then she knew exactly what he meant. No car waited for them, no gleaming portal. Instead, a large motorcycle, polished chrome and matte black with gold-red flames contrasted by cobalt smoke, waited. He straddled the beast of a machine and looked back at her expectantly.
"You coming?"
As if a little wind and a motorcycle ride would stop her. She wanted to ask if he even knew how to operate the thing, but it occurred to her that it shouldn't have surprised her that Loki had a fascination with the death traps when he'd likely inherited the obsession from his father. Hel rolled her eyes and strode toward the motorcycle, already devising a solution in her mind. She eased one leg over the back of it and slid into place behind him, smoothing one hand down her ass and sweeping the skirt hem firmly beneath her body. Changing would have been as easy as snapping her fingers, but Hel had a point to prove.
"Hang on, babe."
"Babe, I'm not your—"
"Would hate for you to fall off."
He pulled a helmet down over his head and passed her another. Hel frowned at the heavy thing but refused to complain. Once she had it strapped in place, Ares started up the bike and steered them down the drive. She kept her hands light on his jacket, certain he hoped she would cling and hug him. Why had she agreed to this date again? "Where are we going?" she called over his shoulder.
"What?"
Hel frowned, knowing he'd heard her perfectly well. "I said, where are we going?"
"What's that? Can't hear you."
Hel curved her fingers tighter. He didn't even flinch in response to her strong grip. Of course he wouldn't. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle with a cumbersome helmet on, she felt painfully mortal and wondered what it was like for humans who feared death from such trivial enjoyments. She couldn't even feel the wind in her hair. Not that the ride was entirely unpleasant. Her whole body thrummed with the power of the machine beneath her, and the heat of Ares' body fought away the chill. The longer they drove, the more relaxed she became, until she found herself leaning against his broad back. Eventually, the darkness gave way to light as they reached the city, meeting more traffic and the sounds of pedestrians on the streets. Whispers slithered through her consciousness and caressed her senses, sentience creeping from dark places. The voices of the dead were always loudest in the cities. Sometimes they were deafening. It was only with several millennia that she'd learned to muffle the thousands into a dull hum. Individual voices were different. Alone they sought her, drawn to the radiance of her magic as moths fled to candle flames. Hel opened her eyes when the bike came to a stop and the motor shut off. Somehow, she'd known not to expect a restaurant. That wasn't Ares' style. Instead, he'd brought her to a nameless bar with a neon sign in the narrow window advertising beer. Figures. Her enthusiasm took a sharp dive. From the exterior of the establishment, it struck her as the type of business patrons frequented if they had a desire for acquiring venereal diseases and lice. He offered her a hand down that she almost brushed aside in a fit of pettiness. "I promised Aslog I would be good to him." Her slender fingers settled in his warm, calloused grip. He guided her closer, then his arm circled her waist.
Celine told me you had a fondness for human food.
Good human food.
Nothing better than a burger from Hale's Den.
Uh-huh. At the door around the seedy little bar's rear in the alley, a small window opened to feature the bearded face of a gruff-looking fellow.
Mm-hmm. The moon sings to the wicked and calls to the lost.
The window slammed shut. A second later, the latches unbolted and the steel door opened.
Welcome, brother.
The stench of feral werewolf poured out. No wonder he chose this place. She had half a mind to forget her promise, tell him to fuck off and portal herself back home. At least there she was guaranteed a good meal, good wine, and no company, she thought to herself. So she let him guide her inside, every sense on alert. Though shifters had no true quarrel with one another, dragons occupied the top of the food chain. Even predators had a natural instinct to avoid bigger, badder hunters capable of smashing their bones to paste in a single bite. Shifters aware of that perilous fact watched their progress into the room. Despite the exterior, inside was better. It was no five-star establishment by any means, but it seemed clean. 3 pool tables at the back, a few pinball machines, a foosball table, and a half-dozen TV screens provided ample entertainment. Ares greeted a few people by name as they passed, leading the way to an empty table. Like a gentleman, he held out her chair.
If you don't like burgers, Ares said, sliding into a seat opposite her. They also make an amazing plate of loaded steak nachos.
Nachos. She stared at him again, with such intensity he met her unblinking gaze with one of his own. The corner of his mouth quirked in silent amusement.
Give it a try, Hal. Relax and try something beneath you for once. Then again, there used to be a time when you didn't mind having something beneath you that was rough around the edges.
Even if she wanted to kick him in the balls for the crudeness of his commentary, she found herself agreeing, relenting, and relaxing into the chair. Thank you, Ares. Magic lingered in the air, a clean scent of rain and lightning buzzing at the back of her senses whenever she inhaled too deeply. A baby wizard, most likely. Those were rare. Magicians often kept to themselves. A witch or two also frequented the place, their ilk smelling of moss, the gardens they kept, and nature itself. Interesting little pub you brought me to. When did you have time to discover it?
I get around. Know people who know people.
So Chernabog told you about this one, I'm guessing. His wide grin lit his dark eyes with amusement.
Guilty as charged. How do you know?
He likes wolves, for one, and this place seems beneath Thoth's usual standards as well.
True enough. He'd rather be in Vegas with a martini in hand and a hot buxom brunette on his arm blowing on his dice.
She wanted to roll her eyes, but Thoth's idea of fun appealed to her, and she couldn't help but smile at the thought of hitting the tables. None of them were at any risk of losing their entire fortunes over the course of a night in Vegas. A dragon rarely touched his or her physical wealth. For her, a small handful of imperfect jewels from the depths of her hoard had been enough to get her digital currency for a mortal's lifetime. Then Loki had given her even more. Hi, a cheerful young thing chirped as she reached the table. I'm Vixen, and I'm your waitress. Can I get you both anything?
A pitcher of whatever's on tap tonight and 4 shots of tequila, and a loaded burger for me.
Got it. For you, ma'am? The burger is fine, thank you. Great. I'll be back with your drinks shortly. The girl winked, then moved off with a swish in her hips. At least Ares didn't look twice. That gave Hel some small comfort. Why do I even care if he looks? He didn't belong to her. More importantly, she didn't want him. Decade by decade, she watched many of her associates tie themselves through bonding to a male beneath them. Her niece Istra had settled first for the reckless Fafnir, and then Belenos, both choices unworthy of the great silver dragoness. Red dragons are brutes. Her own words returned to her, an echo of wisdom slithering through her thoughts.
Now that I've finally got you to myself and you're willing to talk to me, tell me about the past couple of years with our son. How's it been? The kid seems happy, but...
Willing? You engineered this little outing and used our granddaughter to do it.
Stubborn woman. He both loved and hated that trait, though tonight he wished she would loosen up if only a little. Listen to yourself, Hal. I only asked her to pass on a message.
Uh-huh. One you knew I couldn't refuse when she'd been told the message. Clever.
I have my moments. Moments like these where he took total pleasure in the way her eyes flashed and her lips twisted, as if she wanted to say something but was biting her tongue. Needling her had been a favorite pastime, an icebreaker whenever they hit a wall in communication. Unfortunately, she seemed to have built all those walls right back up.
Aslog has been a joy,
she said, turning back to the original question.
As for Loki, he is happy. Therefore, I am happy.
He does seem happy, doesn't he? I had my doubts. His woman isn't one of us, but... Ares trailed off as steps approached, and a current from the air vents blew the aroma of foxshifter toward them. Vixen returned with beer and tequila, which she placed in front of them before vanishing again, with a promise to produce their burgers soon. He didn't miss her flirtatious smile, the intentional brush of her scent toward him. Women flirted often. Too bad for her there was only one female he wanted. Only one he'd craved so long all the others lost meaning and held no value to him. He poured beer for both of them, then locked his gaze on the pair of green eyes staring him down.
Is this truly why you called me here? Burgers, small talk, and cheap beer?
What? You'd rather stiff, subdued talk over wine and overpriced pasta? Can't talk in one of those fancy places without everyone hearing you.
We could have spoken at Loki's home.
And missed out on a good meal and good beer? He raised his glass, quiet challenge in his gaze, wondering if she'd cave and drink the stuff. When he was certain she would remain stubborn, Hel relented, raised the glass, and chugged. There was the dragoness he remembered. Trickles of condensation ran down the glass, and a few fat drops fell upon her exposed cleavage. He didn't know what she was thinking when she dressed for the evening. Wait, he did. She'd wanted to absolutely flaunt her sex appeal in his face. And she'd succeeded. The foxshifter may have wanted to catch his eye, but another prize captivated him. Hel had aged beautifully. Hades. Hel. He'd known her by another name so long ago. And then she'd approached him to father her first and only spawn and never looked back. Tell me honestly what you think about the world these days. I kinda expected you to beeline to the temples to set them straight. All these years and they still have it wrong.
What temples? They're churches.
Hel shook her head and leaned forward, propping her arms on the edge of the table.
No matter what I say, they won't change their tales, so why bother trying? In fact, I find it almost as amusing now as I did then when they accused me of stealing away Persephone.
He grunted, not sure what to say to that.
What? You really think me so petty as to make straight for their priests rather than see my son?
No, he said after a moment. Still, it's been a few years now. Are you really telling me you haven't done anything but play grandma? A long, awful kind of silence fell between them while he topped off her beer. Hel had the kind of stare that could freeze mortals in their tracks and petrify avalanches in progress. All they did for Ares was make him feel small, in the past. When he didn't back down, she sighed and plucked a shot glass from the table. Had it been a test? He could no longer tell the genuine Hel from the powerful dragoness meeting his challenges head on.
After centuries of raising and destroying civilizations, waging war, terrorizing mortals, annihilating kingdoms, and commanding humans to worship at my feet, the mundanity of life as a grandmother is a new excitement. It's been 3 years, Ares. You speak as if I've spent centuries at the ranch. She tipped the tequila into the beer, then cocked one expectant brow at him.
Waging war is always fun. he said, having nothing better to add. And maybe her little rant made him feel as if he were the one who had wasted years on nothing. She had that effect on people. Then again, she was sexy when she scolded.
What's been so enthralling that you haven't come to see your son's family until now?
Ares didn't answer. Instead, he mimicked her and tipped tequila into the beer. They raised both glasses at the same time and raced to the finish despite the failure to voice a challenge. "Damn," someone muttered at an adjacent table. They'd impressed the local supernaturals, but they weren't his target. The only supernatural he cared to impress was the woman sitting in front of him. And with every minute he had her company, it became plainly apparent that wouldn't happen. Hell's competitive spirit came out when she drank. Tequila and beer poured down her throat with the final gulp, then she slammed it to the table with a hard clink a split second after Ares finished. "Beat you?"
Barely,
she scoffed. An idea coalesced as he watched her lick foam from her upper lip. "Dartboard is open," he grunted, rising from his seat. He wondered if she thought less of him for failing to track down their kid. Was he in the wrong for waiting until he had an invitation to visit the family?
"Darts,"
she repeated flatly. Her lips pursed, and then she shrugged.
"Fine."
The board wasn't far. Ares motioned toward Vixen with their empty shot glasses before stepping over to join Hel. She pulled the 6 darts from the board.
"It's been years since I've played,"
she said. "With me?"
"With you,"
she admitted as she passed him the red darts. Ares had a plan. Sinking a dart into a board took no skill whatsoever. Landing it precisely where he wanted with the accuracy needed for his con was another matter. "Ladies first," he encouraged, smiling even after Hel sank the bullseye. "You landed a few hairs outside of the center."
"Aw,"
Hel said with mock pity. She flicked the second, another direct mark a millimeter off from the first.
"God of War can't hit the mark."
"I think from our prior history you know just how good I am at hitting the mark when it counts, Hel." A rosy glow colored her cheeks, and the jade hue of her eyes brightened. "Score." His second dart nudged hers, but both remained firmly in the board. The third dart was no better, leaving her in the lead.
"I win,"
she said. "This was only the first round, sweetheart. How about we had some stakes this time?"
"Oh? What did you have in mind?"
He didn't answer at first, stepping over to retrieve their darts. When he rejoined her, he leaned in close, reveling in the stubborn way she raised her chin to meet the challenge of him invading her personal space. "What would you suggest? You won this round after all."
"High stakes?"
"I'm all about risks." Her red-painted lips pursed.
"I want my sword returned to me."
"Deal," he replied without hesitation. Of all his treasures, it was his favorite, not because the enchanted steel was a powerful relic, but because it was the one thing in his possession that came from her. She'd made it. That was its value. "High risk, high reward," Ares reminded himself. It'd be worth it.
"I'll allow you to go first, as the loser,"
she said in a voice dripping with faux magnanimity. Ares only smiled. "How generous of you." His first dart hit dead center. Without giving him a chance to even gloat, Hel knocked his dart from the board with her own. He played it cool and only gave her a neutral poker face. "When did you get so good at this?" Hel smiled sweetly.
"Ever tried cleaning a child's room? It's lots of tossing things into baskets. Aslog has a great throw thanks to me."
He couldn't help it. He laughed. "Maybe I should bargain for you to clean my room."
"If your hoard is as dusty and disorganized as I remember, you couldn't pay me enough."
"It wasn't all that bad."
"I'll take that as affirmation."
Her eyes twinkled with humor. Good. If only he'd known drawing out her competitive side was all it would take to get her into the moment. Winning over Hell was playing the long game, and it was worth a little sacrifice. When he lost the game, barely striking the outside of the center twice, he sighed and let genuine remorse surface on his features. He really did hate that he'd have to relinquish the blade that had been his only payment for the years they spent together. Aside from her company, the company had been invaluable. The sword was a mere trinket.
What a shame. Another defeat for the god of war, though I suppose you're aptly titled, otherwise you'd be the god of victory. I think that means my beauty is back to me. Thanks. Feel free to rush away to get it.
Wouldn't dream of it, doll. Loki did invite me to remain for the summer. You'll get it this fall when I return to the Horde.
Ah, well, good enough, I suppose.
Pool before we dine?
You call a hamburger dining?
Hell. Her mouth once again curved into that gorgeous smile, revealing flawless white teeth.
Only teasing. Steaks?
Even higher.
After, then. I want to trounce you with a full stomach.
Their food arrived as they sat down, perfectly timed, each greasy patty topped with bacon, melted pepper jack, and crisp greens. When Ares dragged off his slice of tomato, Hel salvaged it from his plate and added it to her own burger, exaggerating the size of the bite afterward. Told you. No more conversation came until they'd annihilated most of their grease-laden plates. The time easy and without strain.
So, pool?
Hel chased a few fries down with a swallow of beer.
What did you have in mind?
You're letting me pick?
Seems only fair since I'm in the lead, she mocked.
He made a show of it, rubbing his chin as he relaxed back in his seat. What to pick? Maybe I should ask.
No takebacks on the sword.
Fine. Then a week. Hel's brows rose.
A week of what?
A week of anything. Whatever the winner commands and demands, the loser has to do.
A week of servitude,
she said flatly, eyeing him with visible distrust. You said high stakes. There are no higher stakes than putting your life in my hands once I win.
Once I win, you mean?
He managed an innocent smile. Sure, if you think you can beat me. I understand if you don't, however, and want me to scale it back.
I never said that.
He rose and offered a hand. Then let's see who has the better game. Hel laid her hand in his, a small victory. Ares mentally celebrated each success just the same. A simple coin toss determined who would break first. Hel won the toss, another intentional part of his plan, and sunk in her first solid. She managed another ball after that one before missing the third. My turn. Bargoers drifted closer to watch. It didn't take long to acquire an audience. Ares then proceeded to sweep the table. With each ball he sank, a few more spectators gathered. The tequila was swimming through his veins and he could feel the palpable shift in the air. Her magic sizzled against his skin, 1,000 pinpricks of irritable tingling. She knew he'd played her. And still, she tumbled right into his hand, so high on the victories he'd handed her. He set up a combination shot, soaring high on the windfall of his success. I have this. Then one miscalculation ruined it all, and the striped green bounced off the edge of the corner pocket. Chapter 8.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
Ares bit his tongue and didn't rise to her bait as Hel rounded the table with her cue in hand, exploring her potential shots. The game's not over yet. It wasn't. He had faith in himself. He couldn't lose this and sink all of his carefully laid plans. While she leaned over to line up the shot, He took in the view and admired the way her skirt hugged her ass. Just 1 inch higher, 1 more inch, and the luscious curve of her cheek would be bared. His imagination drifted. Hell had once called panties a silly mortal invention. Did she wear them now? Appearing to read his mind, she looked back over her shoulder with a smug smile. He met her gaze, unblinking. As soon as he accepted the challenge, tension sizzled between them. He felt it in the air, on his skin, in his jeans. His cock hadn't been so hard since that kick-in-the-gut moment when he first saw her across the yard, like the mirage of an oasis for a thirsty man dying in the desert. Breathe. He could get through this. Getting Hell back wasn't about sex, no matter how much he ached to flip her skirt up and show the rest of the bar who she belonged to. It was about the quiet nights, the peaceful sunrises, and those moments when she tucked her head beneath his chin and he held her for no other reason than to feel her heartbeat and listen to her quiet breaths. He missed the conversation. He missed the playful commentary on his obsession with battle. And most of all, he missed their exploration across the world as they traveled from one early human civilization to the next, always under the guise of a human couple. During those decades they spent together, he'd felt whole, like he meant more than his strength. She didn't look at him like a tool or a weapon. His mishap had placed the billiard balls in an ideal position for her to take the lead and sweep the table. The cue clicked into the blue solid with ease, sending it into the side pocket without any difficulty. She maneuvered to the other side and systematically demolished him 1 ball at a time while he stared at the table and wondered how so splendid a plan had gone so wrong. The ancestors really had it out for him. The 8-ball leaned against the edge of the table with a minefield obscuring its path. This had been his only chance, but he'd rushed it, gotten too eager and cocky, fucking it all up. He'd known from the start reclaiming her would be a marathon. Right now he should have been taking his victory sprint prior to embracing the next stage of the plan, instead of gnashing his teeth in stomach-churning anxiety. She lined up her shot and designated the corner. Fuck it. I can make this work. It isn't over yet. After all, adaptability was a necessary component of winning any fight. This meant nothing, only that he'd have to approach the war from another angle. Then Hell fouled, and his elated heart hammered with the joy so intense the rumble should have been felt in Manhattan. Looks like Lady Luck is with me, Ares said with all the maturity he could muster.
You still have to sink your balls.
As you command, my lady. A few people in the audience snickered and money exchanged hands. Ares ignored them all and focused on what remained. He tuned them out and crawled deep inside his own head, envisioning the dozens of scenarios that could take place with each minute adjustment of the angle. One clever combo shot knocked both balls into the corner pockets, leaving the table clear for the 8. He lined up his shot, looked up to her, and struck. Thunk. The 8-ball sank into the pocket, preceding the cue ball's slow roll to the center of the table. Her wide-eyed look made it all worthwhile. Hours later, Hell still couldn't believe she'd lost to Ares. Despite pulling the win by the skin of his teeth, or maybe because of the near loss, he'd taken the victory with surprising humility and failed to rub it in afterward. She had to wonder what sort of mischief he was up to, because surely something was at play for him to behave contrary to his nature. Now, all was quiet within the estate, and the two had parted for the evening. The digital clock display on Celine's fancy stove read that it was 4:45 in the morning, not an unusual time for dragons to roam. Her favorite times of the day were the hours nearest dusk and dawn. She made coffee and stood beside the window, debating whether she wanted to be awake at sunrise.
I'm a fool.
The remaining hours of their night together had been difficult to swallow, her mood alternating between disbelief and irritation with herself. Ares brushed aside the victory and terms of her defeat in favor of tossing back a few more rounds. It was unlike him, She remembered a man who liked to boast, loudly, about every accomplishment, singing his own praises from mountain to mountain. It had been easy to use and discard a man who valued his pride above all else, more than she thought he could ever value their cub. Or her. Since dragons had drinking constitutions to match their enormous natural sizes, they weren't easily inebriated. For that reason alone, she'd gotten on the motorcycle with him again and let him steer the death trap back to her son's home. Now what? She sipped the bitter brew and stared at the lightening horizon where stars faded, aware of a presence behind her, and the cool glow of silver light in her peripheral vision. She glanced over one shoulder to acknowledge her daughter-in-law with a polite smile.
Is everything all right?
Celine asked, moving to join her at the counter.
All is well, though I plan to ask you the same. Everything's great. Thought I'd steal some of Loki's super expensive bougie-ass $10 per ounce tea before I crossed the portal to the bakery for the morning shift. Your workers do not like the early hours? They love it. Early mornings mean they're free for the rest of the day to do whatever they want. I like it because I still enjoy doing the morning prep and baking. Ah, I suppose it wouldn't be the same if you allowed others to do too much of the work. You've put much of your soul into the bakery. Hel looked forward to the grand opening of the local branch in San Francisco, though it was still in the planning stages, a long-term work in progress. Celine smiled, eyes brightening with a silver gleam. Yes, it's part of me. Do you have any place like that? Besides your hoard, I mean? In all her long centuries, Hel had never made any place part of her, aside from the place where she crawled deep beneath the mountains of Scandinavia and dwelled after she'd put distance between herself and Olympus. After she and Watasumi parted ways as friends, but no longer ruled the Mediterranean alongside Zeus, they'd carved out their own individual homes. The former face of Poseidon had taken up a home in Japan's waters, and she went to Northern Europe, leaving their brother behind to remain as ruler of the remaining Olympic dragons. Hel shook her head. Not recently. She'd built nothing, designed nothing, earned nothing, instead spending the past 3 years leaning on her son. She'd made Loki her crutch, and abused their hospitality to her own detriment. It's not too late, you know, Celine said, ever the optimist. Maybe you'll find something to love in this century. Loki has his company. And there's that dragon who owns the movie studio too, right? Yes, Saul Drakenstone, my great-nephew. He's done well in the modern world. Everyone had, it seemed. As for myself, I wouldn't know where to begin. Well, your plan to travel is a good start. Maybe you'll discover something along the way. But as for now, how did your evening go? Aslog said you and Ares went out for dinner. It went awful, and she regretted ever getting on the motorcycle with him. Hel wanted to say that. It would be a horrible lie, however, and she wasn't keen on fibbing to the mother of her only grandchild. A long sip of coffee soothed her nerves, though Celine cocked one brow at her. That bad? It was fine. We had burgers and beer. I indebted myself to him for a week. Rode Loki's death trap. It's fun, isn't it? Celine laughed at her non-committal grunt, but she didn't press the issue further. I'm glad you made it home in one piece. Anyway, I'll leave you to your thoughts. I'm going to crawl back into bed for just a few minutes more, I think. It won't hurt to release a little control, right? Right. Rest well, Celine. Thank you for your advice. Anytime. Celine set her cup of tea in the sink and started from the kitchen, only to pause and glance at her again. Cute nightgown. Where'd you get that anyway? Hel glanced down at the dusky rose chiffon. I made it myself. Oh, duh. Celine's wide smile turned impish, cheeks dimpling with humor. I should have known that. You know my birthday is just around the corner. Just a thought. And then she left Hel alone with her introspections, and a slow-forming fledgling idea still in infancy.
Chapter 9. Ares watched Aslog from the veranda as she chased fireflies around the yard. Every day with her at the estate was a gift. No substitute for the time lost with Loki, but a precious treasure all its own. Centuries ago, at the time of their contract, it had not bothered him overmuch, choosing instead to accept Hel's dismissal. He knew what he'd signed up for. He chose to agree with her terms. What she did with the child wasn't of concern to him. At least, that's what he told himself. Watching Aslog brought emotions to the surface he'd long suppressed. By tearing open those ancient wounds, he realized how much he'd missed over the long years, and wondered what might have been different with his son if they'd had more time together. Circumstances had changed. The times had evolved. He would make time for his granddaughter, be a part of her life as much as Loki and Selene would allow, hopefully with Hel by his side. Now more than ever it was important to have family and friends close. The world may have accepted supernaturals among them, but that didn't mean everyone welcomed them with open arms. Would-be slayers would always be a problem. Big game trophy hunters would kill for a chance to boast that they had a dragon head to hang on their wall, and the Titans were awake. Their bonds in Tartarus wouldn't hold them forever. Sooner or later, they'd cross into the mortal plane, and no one would be safe. The familiar scent of roses danced across his senses. Warm skin, vanilla, and something undeniably feminine with the tang of ozone. And cats? He froze initially. It couldn't be. There was no way she could have found him. He'd gone out of his way over the years to keep no less than 1,000 miles between them. It would be a cruel joke if she were there. "There you are," Thoth called from his left. Ares whipped toward the sound to the sight of Churn and Thoth approaching with Aphrodite between them, arms linked together while the male dragons escorted her onto the premises. Like Hel, she'd shed her Greek identity and moved forward into the Norse pantheon, adopting the moniker Freya. "Where else would I be?" he asked guardedly. "Out on that infernal machine of your son's for one," Thoth shot back, grinning. "While you were out gallivanting, look who we ran into at the pier." Freya laughed, the soft melodic sound drifting on the wind and wrapping around Ares like a caress. There was a reason she'd been venerated as the goddess of beauty and love.
"Long time no see, Ares," she greeted. "You've barely changed."
He waited a beat, expecting some coy innuendo or flirtatious attempt to weasel a kiss from him. None came, only a warm smile and a little wave. Maybe she'd calmed down over the centuries. "You look lovely as ever," he replied. "Still going by Freya?"
"Mm-hmm. And you're still Ares, right?" She sighed. "You missed out on a fortune of love. I made the stories of Baldur and Oder just for you."
"No thanks."
"It isn't too late, you know. Ares is kind of old news. I'll let you have either still."
Her mouth widened into a sly smile. "I'm fine. What brings you to San Francisco?"
"I've been traveling my way down the West Coast, all the way from Alaska."
His brows shot up in surprise. He remembered her hating the cold. Thoth shivered. "Beautiful area," Churn said, the only one unfazed. "I spent time there myself, 50 years ago or so. But I am surprised you travel alone now during such dangerous times." Freya cocked one brow at him, amusement flitting over marble features.
"When have I ever balked at danger, Chernabug?"
she asked sweetly, curving a finger around his bearded chin. He didn't correct her.
"Surely you boys aren't moving as a flight because of dragon slayers."
"Cockiness breeds mistakes," Thoth rumbled. "It is best to move as a group. One never knows when they will strike. Loki mentioned that he'd seen a few of their pawns observing him from time to time. They'll strike soon." "They will," Churn agreed, fire in his eyes. I welcome it. I need no assistance for the likes of them.
That's more like it. Show some fire.
Ares rolled his eyes. The teasing sparkle in her cobalt hues and the brief shift in gaze to him didn't miss his attention. Making small talk with Freya hadn't been part of his plans for the evening, but he imagined Loki would be overjoyed that his aunt had visited. Though both dragonesses, like Zeus, Hera, Watasumi, and so many other first-generation dragons had been forged in the heart of the earth by the Titans, they were close as sisters. Hel must have invited her. Maybe it was payback for his win at the bar. He wouldn't put it past Hel to do something sneaky. Well, don't let me get in your way.
Nonsense,
Freya objected.
You're never in the way. In fact, I'm glad to have run into you. We have so much to catch up on, you and I.
Uh-huh.
How about a late dinner for starters? We could all go.
A group outing seemed safe enough. Thoth gave him a thumbs up behind the dragoness's back. Suddenly it all became clear. He stared at Thoth, gritting his teeth and cursing the gold dragon on the inside. On the outside he wore a polite smile. Long as Freya had chased him over the years, he'd had a little interest in her. There would only be one dragoness for him. I know what you are thinking. The gilded sorcerer spoke mentally to him, a whisper spiking into Ares' thoughts. But it would be good for you to move on. Centuries of unrequited love, my friend. It is time. He wanted to deny his friend's words, to brush them aside and stubbornly cling to his own hopes. But the little niggling voice of doubt wormed its way through his thoughts. Dinner sounds great. I'll drive.
The days proved quieter without Aslog wandering in Hell's shadow, dancing around her feet asking her 1,000,001 questions. Those queries went to her tutors now, both wolves able to keep up with the curious girl. As much as she hated to admit it, the wolf pair proved invaluable, knowledgeable, and compassionate to Aslog's needs. By the end of the second week, many days passing and blurring into one, the construction crew completed their tasks on the cottage. One day it had been only a slab of stone and concrete. The next, a full working crew of Amish men arrived with carts and buggies. Her son spared no expense. He hired only the best, and revealed to her the same community had been serving his needs and building on his lands in California for the last century. They respected him, and had known long before the dawn of his true nature. The Amish kept secrets well. They worked long days, breaking only on Sundays, to erect a masterpiece of lumber and stone, black glossed wood against silver rock. Suddenly the month was over, and her home was ready. She moved in days later and found leaving the main house wasn't so bad. Nothing topped privacy, late mornings in bed, and the freedom to wander nude on a whim. Hel saw little of Ares those days, but she knew better than to see it for anything more than the trick it had to be. He was up to something and had yet to call in his week of servitude from her. She distrusted it as much as she distrusted their son's most insidious smiles. His wife could be trusted, however. With her free time on the third morning of her new foray into solitude, she collaborated with Celine to build a design studio in the cottage, using her daughter-in-law's account to order a variety of mortal conveniences. Sketchpads, a new iPad for digital designs, an industrial sewing machine, and so many bolts of fabric flew into the cart that they also bought organizational bins for her mini materials. Conjuring a dress with magic could never compete with feeling silk glide between her fingers as she fashioned it into a garment with an artist's touch. The construction crew even included a sunlit room for the ideal workspace, almost as if they had anticipated her needs. "That's the color I'd have wanted for my wedding dress," Celine said once Hel gave her a card a final look over. "Something cheerful and bold rather than subdued." Hel expanded the detail window on the elegant burgundy chiffon. "It would be lovely on you. Why didn't you ever have a human ceremony?" "Oh, you know. There was never a real need since bonding is legally recognized nowadays. I was pregnant, and things have just been so busy since then.
That seems a shame.
Oh, I'm not complaining by any means,
Celine said quickly.
The color made it come to mind, is all. Aslog would love a dress in that shade.
It was often what people didn't say that was most telling. Celine didn't complain, but the wistful tone in her voice told Hel her true feelings. She studied her daughter-in-law, considering her options, then smiled.
I'll be sure to make something beautiful with it.
While it was a slog to remain awake during the early midday and she should have taken advantage of Aslog having tutors to sleep from sunup to afternoon, she fired a text message to Giselle to request a lunch date with her granddaughter. The first step to releasing control was to relinquish it to others, and she had not been entirely kind or welcoming to the girl's caretakers. Her phone rang within seconds of hitting send.
What a fantastic idea, Miss Hel,
Giselle gushed.
Would you like me to dress her for a tea party? It would be very cute.
Hel blinked, then stared at the phone, torn between adoring and loathing the wolf's enthusiasm.
I suppose so. Yes. Wonderful. She will be ready for you on the veranda within the hour. Should I also make snacks?
I'll do that.
As you wish.
It didn't hurt nearly as bad as she expected. The call ended, and the tight knot of tension in Hel's chest eased. The past year provided insight into her granddaughter's burgeoning fashion tastes. Hel designed and created much of her wardrobe, though now she wondered whether Celine would want her to stop. She'd ask. It cost her nothing to step outside of her comfort zone if it allowed her son and his wife to remain within their own. After changing into her favorite 19th century gown, cobalt blue with black lace trim and a high neckline, Hel fashioned her hair into a braided style and, in an attack of creativity, took the look the whole mile with a blue velvet fascinator, painstakingly fastened with hat pins to her coiffed hair. She found another miniature hat for Aslog in the predicted sunflower yellow shade the girl would prefer, and embarked to the estate to pretend to be a refined lady. The matter of their brunch selection required no time at all. Celine kept them buried in sweets of all variety, from sticky buns to decadent fudge. Were Hel not an eldritch horror wrapped in dragon skin, she might have shown it in her figure. As she was a supernatural being born of cosmic dust and magic, her body remained in the shape she desired, as the Titans had dreamed her to be. She stacked a platter with a wide variety of meats, boiled water for the kettle, and forced herself not to snack while waiting. Her son laughed from the adjacent room. Right around the moment the magical tingle of a familiar dragon tap-danced across her senses with the blunt force of a dwarven warhammer. Hel didn't need to see Loki's guest to know who sat with him. But she lowered the platter and ventured toward the parlor to satisfy her curiosity.
When word reached me that you, of all dragons, had both a mate and a child, well, I had to come and see for myself.
The bubbly voice of Freya carried through the hall. The golden-haired beauty perched upon a settee with her long legs crossed at the ankles. Somehow the sapphire pantsuit became both of her personas, seductive and functional. The years had not changed her appearance. "Good day, Mother. You've certainly dressed to impress. Important function to get to." "Tea with Aslog." Loki nodded in understanding. "Ah." Freya rose from her seat and aimed a radiant smile at her, crossing the room in an elegant stride to enfold Hel in a warm embrace. She'd always been a hugger of the touchy-feely variety who could never keep her hands off her peers. Most of the male dragons preferred it that way.
"I wondered if you'd ever rouse and come to visit me."
Hel didn't have to force the smile on her face, no matter the irritation she felt. Like any dysfunctional family, she did truly love her sibling. But she'd long ago come to the conclusion that loving Freya didn't mean she had to like her. "I was actually occupied with some household things." Sighing, she relented for once and embraced her sister in return. The disagreements of the past never mattered, especially when decades passed between visits. Hel could hold a grudge for centuries if she was of mind, but she could never stay mad at her sister for long.
"What a lovely surprise. I truly had no idea you were here at all. No one mentioned it to me. But what has stopped you from seeking me over all these years? Loki tells me you've been awake for 3 of them.
Freya at last released her and leaned back.
Honestly, if I didn't know better, I'd think you didn't want to spend time with me.
Hel managed a polite smile. Freya only played the part of a dumb blonde. She was not in any way an idiot, and never spoke without intention.
Time flies, doesn't it?
Was all she said, refusing to fall for the trap. Hel loved her sister. What she did not love was her centuries-long pursuit of Ares. A lifetime had passed since their rivalry over the fire dragon. He took Hel's offer, declining Freya, and that had been the end. Or so she thought. Over the years that followed, Freya had behaved most enviously, chasing Ares shamelessly, though he never appeared to show her interest in return. Then again, she'd also been head over heels in lust with him from the beginning, to such a degree that mortal men wrote stories of her seducing the god of war and bearing him numerous children. Hel pitied Vulcan then, and she pitied him now, to raise the cubs of a woman who could never love him. No matter her issues following Loki's conception, she had never toyed with Ares' emotions or broken his heart. Not that she'd thought for a moment that he'd ever truly wanted her. He'd wanted the sword that was now firmly back in her possession. Hel's smile cracked.
Last I heard you were back in Greece soaking up the sunshine and enjoying the ruins.
Freya waved a hand, fingers fluttering.
That was ages ago, silly. I've been here in North America for a couple of years, roaming the mountains. I skipped a ride over Oregon as soon as I heard about things here, though. I love babies.
Aslog is hardly a baby, Loki interjected. Freya pouted.
I know. I missed the best time. They're always sweetest when there's still shit factories reliant on you for their very survival. They can't talk back, they can't sneak into the sweet stash, and they don't throw mountain-shattering tantrums at bedtime.
Before Hel could say anything on the topic, Freya carried on.
I do wish you had summoned me to spend some quality time with my niece, but what's done is done. Do you mean it, that I'm welcome to remain throughout the summer?
Loki's warm smile came from the heart. Hel had always taught him generosity and respect toward his elder dragons. His aunt had been a large part of his life as well during the early years, the golden dragoness helping her to train him and teach magic to the boy. Of course, Aunt Freya. Remain for as long as you like.
Lovely.
In fact, Mother's new cottage should be done any day now, so you can have her old room. Of course, you'd be sharing the hall with Ares and his friends.
I don't mind. In fact, we had a lovely dinner last night.
Hel snapped her head to the side to stare at her sister. What? Her voice came out sharp. A little too sharp. She cleared her throat and continued in a mellow tone.
I mean, you were here last night and didn't come to see me. Thoth and Chernabog crossed paths with me near San Francisco.
I see. No, she did not see why no one, her son especially, had mentioned her sister's arrival. But she managed to utter it in pleasant tones and force a plastic smile to her face. Loki, as aware of her mood as ever, winced. You had retired for the evening to read your new book, Mother, he said gently. We chose not to interrupt you.
It's fine.
Unfamiliar anxiety churned in her stomach.
Come along, then, and enjoy lunch with us. Aslog is waiting. I have missed our tea times together.
Freya linked her arm through Hel's and chattered non-stop along the way to the gardens, telling her about the stunning mountains and vistas in Alaska and Canada. She didn't let up for a moment until Aslog shot across the lawn and threw her arms around Hel's legs.
Grandma, did you bring the cookies?
I did. A little bit of magic summoned the cookies she'd left behind on the table, along with the teapot and 3 cups.
This is your great-aunt Freya, Hel said once Aslog's curious gaze turned to the other woman.
Aslog's small nose turned up. She studied Freya with 2 intelligent eyes that seemed years ahead of her age. Hel wondered what she saw. and would have given half her hoard to view the world with the same eyes as her gifted granddaughter.
Hi,
Aslog said, unusually reserved.
hello, sweet darling.
Freya dropped into a crouch that brought her eye level with the child, balancing weight upon her tall platform heels.
I'm so happy to meet you, Aslog. Do you like cats?
Aslog's silver gaze drifted to Hel, as if seeking permission to communicate with her aunt. When Hel responded with a brief nod, the girl beamed.
Yes. Wonderful. So do I. Beagle and Treagle would like to play with you.
She opened her oversized purse and removed 2 equally oversized kittens that should in no way have fit inside the bag. Like any child who loved animals, Aslog was delighted. Her reservations melted away the instant the 2 blue-gray kittens pounced forward and twined around her legs.
I should have known those 2 were near at hand,
Hal muttered.
Of course. The little darlings are always with me.
The 2 sat at the table while Aslog remained on the grass with her new friends. Her childish, sweet giggles filled Hel's heart with warmth.
So what really brings you down, Freya? Exactly as you said. How could I possibly miss the chance to see so many of my family at once? It's been ages, literally, since we gathered in groups.
Lacking an appetite for the cookies, Hel poured tea into the 3 dainty cups and offered one to Freya. They sipped in silence for a while, though a chill permeated the outdoors despite the balmy summer day. Freya had never loved America. She'd loathed the colonies and persisted with calling the country that long after they were a sovereign nation.
What really brings you here?
Freya's honey-brown eyes twinkled with mirth.
Why don't you trust me? Honestly, you usually reserve this level of skepticism for Loki.
He learned many of his tricks from you, sister.
True. But I did come to see you. I missed you. And maybe Vulcan mentioned that Ares was in California, and I thought there was no harm in heading south.
You and Vulcan are speaking. How is the old man?
He's good. The whole snafu with Fafnir put him in a mood. He's been awake since, puttering around.
Hel made a non-committal sound and sipped her tea. When Freya hadn't been teasing Ares, she'd been toying with Vulcan. The 2 dragons had 2 cubs together, both arranged as Hel had with Ares, but she knew Vulcan wanted more.
It will be nice to spend time with you both. I asked Ares to lunch tomorrow, just the 2 of us, so we could catch up. You and I should have dinner tonight. You can fill me in on all the latest. Is he still a terrible bore picking fights for fun?
He's not a bore, Hel said in Ares' defense. But he hasn't changed much now.
Oh, I'll see what intriguing things I can convince him to do during my visit. I'm surprised to see you both sharing a space together at all, to be honest.
Freya plucked a butter cookie from the tray and savored it, eyes closing.
These are wonderful. Did Loki's wife make them?
Yes, she did. Celine does all the baking in the home. It wasn't right to resent her sister, though Freya had been immensely envious when Ares turned aside her request for a breeding contract, only to accept Hel's instead. That had been the first and only time they fought, truly fought with words and claws and an anger that carved a deep schism between them for years. Never again. Hel put a genuine smile on her face.
Yes, I have just the place to take you for dinner.
Chapter 10. Ares considered the recent turn of events, wondering if it was time to pack his bags and move out. No, too cowardly. Thoth and Churn would never let him hear the end of it. Worse, neither would Hel. Besides, Freya's company hadn't been bad the previous evening, leading him to wonder if he wasn't the only dragon who grew and matured over the centuries since the ancient feud between them. He wanted to be the mate Hel deserved. Running away with his tail tucked between his legs would solve nothing, and shatter the fragile bond reconnecting between them. What he wanted more than a fling in bed was to earn her trust and see the same lust reflected in her gaze whenever she looked upon him. He craved mutual desire, To soften Hell up, he began the next phase of attack by crossing the grounds to her new cottage with evening coffee in hand. Holding a steaming beverage in each hand, he tapped his foot against the door and waited. It was the hour of dusk, the ideal time for dragons who preferred twilight skies and the transition of night to day and day to night. Hell preferred the night. After so long a time of living with her, Ares had fallen in love with the transition to starlit skies as much as he'd loved the dragoness herself. It only took a moment from the time he tapped the door with the toe of his boot to the time Hell opened the door with a frown on her face.
I'm going to bed.
Liar. You're going to read until 3 a.m, then nap until sunrise. Her scowl sped his pulse. Lips pursed thoughtfully as she studied him, shifted her stance, and folded both arms beneath her breasts. His gaze briefly dropped to the fur-trimmed robe hugging her curves. The near-translucent material hid nothing. She knew it. A slight adjustment of her arms pronounced her bosom, and the rosy dark areola beneath tantalized him beneath plum silk. Life wasn't fair.
You here to talk to me, or my tits?
Both? Green eyes rolled.
Get to the point, Ares.
Right. Believe it or not, I am here for a reason. My time starts now.
What?
You owe me a week, and I'm ready to collect.
Now,
she said flatly. Yes, you were so eager to begin and get it over with before. Something give you a change of heart?
I figured you'd be too busy.
He knew exactly what she thought he'd be busy with, or rather whom. You should get dressed. Lots to do tonight, he said instead. Mistrustful eyes watched him, narrowing to tiny green slits. Ares kept his humor concealed.
Oh? And what is there to do?
If I tell you, that'll ruin the surprise, sweetheart. He glanced at the time on his watch and decided to put the ball in her court again, if only to see if she charged to make a goal with it. Feel free to ignore me as you always do, but I encourage you to dress hot as fuck tonight. The corner of her mouth quirked.
Is that order part of our deal?
He considered for a moment, then shook his head. Nope, a request, but not an order. Up to you what you wear, as always.
Blast.
Demoted to wordless responses. Sometimes he thought she liked him more when he mimicked a caricature of a primitive man. You gonna invite me in to see the place, or am I to be left here sipping my coffee alone? He gave the second cup a lift and cocked one brow at her. It's your favorite kind. Her dubious expression and the purse of her lips indicated she didn't think he knew her favorite anything. Maybe in the past he'd been all brawn and battle, but he had some intelligence these days. He liked to think he had improved over the years, and that he wasn't the dragon she knew then and bred with only for power.
I'm going to change. You may wander the lower level at your leisure.
With that, she took her coffee and marched upstairs. Ares hadn't watched the complete construction of the cottage, but he could tell within a few steps of wandering the lower level that she'd put her heart into making it a home. The place was simple but fully accommodated, with a full-size kitchen adjacent to the parlor. Golden light from the setting sun flooded the living room through the tall floor-to-ceiling windows, the view beyond filled with black narcissus flowers and open skies. The whole place was fragrant and alive with her magic. He never wanted to leave. Heading into the foyer of the compact home brought him to a leather sectional near a fireplace. As light glinted off a metal surface above the latter, his gaze darted around toward the source. He scowled when he saw his sword hanging above the mantel beneath an oil painting of Hell and a much younger, wide-eyed Loki at the height of his juvenile years. I should have been in this portrait. It wasn't too late to change that. Not far from that, he noticed an altar to their ancestors decorated with a handful of rare jewels, ancient Viking loot, scattered drachma, and a pair of polished, gleaming skulls. He wondered if she still prayed to those first early dragons, or if the altar was merely habit and decoration. He kept a few mementos, but he'd stopped putting them out on display more than a century ago. He was lost in his musings when Hel returned, clothed in black pinstripe slacks and an ivory blouse accentuating every curve to perfection. He didn't think he'd ever seen her in jeans. That sexy?
You said it wasn't a requisite.
It wasn't, but it'd be a lot more fun. Figured you wouldn't rise to the challenge? For one breathless moment, he feared he may have pushed too hard. Hel's eyes flashed, and the shadows around them pulsed. He stood his ground, awaiting her fury. A lot of their biggest fights had led to their best memories. Only he wanted more than hot and meaningless makeup sex. Then the moment passed. Hel snapped her fingers. Chic clothes transformed into something appropriate and closer to what he had in mind, bearing enough leg to stir his blood. As always, her tits were phenomenal, hugged by black with a plunging neckline. As he sucked in a breath, several thoughts came to mind. Hel kept more leather in her wardrobe than a horse and tack supply store. The only one he was torturing was himself, and she donned a color that screamed owned by Ares, all black and red. His blood pounded with need. His brain cautioned that it was too early. Ready?
Do I have a choice?
She countered. None. Let's go. Ares had made arrangements with Loki for a portal to their destination. Hel was fully capable of doing the same, but he wanted it to be a surprise. They stepped through onto a dark, empty street. A faded sign over the door on the nearest building proclaimed the location as Eddie's.
What's this?
You'll see. Come on inside. Ares didn't make it a habit of heading to the States often, but when he did, practically everyone in the supernatural community wanted to reconnect. He had Thoth to thank for that, the asshole mentioning to too many of their associates that he was in town. I kinda owe a friend a favor. He found out I was in California and asked me to take over something for him. We shouldn't be here long.
And I had to dress like this because...
She gestured to her skin-tight, side-laced hot pants and bold red heels. You know, for a sorceress, you don't care much for mystery. I thought you lot lived on things like that. She straightened her shoulders and tossed back her hair, the movement straining the leather bustier that barely covered her breasts. Her cleavage had never been more stunning.
Fine, then.
Ares admired her restraint. The hell of the past would have cut him to the quick with few words. It hadn't been until the later years of their relationship that she softened to him. He'd thought distance would destroy that. That's the spirit. He chuckled and offered his arm. Requiring no password for entry, the door opened without a squeak when they approached. Magic hummed in the metal that recognized the beast inside them, sizzling harmlessly over their skin in passing. Elle's lips pressed tight and her left brow rose, but she said absolutely nothing as he led her through the empty, worn-down space. He led the way past empty shelves and dusty crates to a metal stairwell that disappeared to a lower level. The next door opened after a specific knock sequence, flooding the area with the sound of music and loud cheers. Bass thudded in the floors and walls, even vibrating through the air. The soundproofing could have only been accomplished by a work of magic, and it had been. The Livingstons, an old and magical bloodline, owned a chunk of Los Angeles, and their youngest son liked to flaunt their money on extravagant, often illegal purchases. And there was nothing more illegal than the underground fight club held in a warehouse off the Santa Monica Wharf. It's gonna be like old times. She didn't say anything, but he saw the way her green eyes glittered. Hel never fled from battle in the past, and she'd rarely missed an opportunity to teach the younger generations of dragons. She might have turned her nose up at the venue, but deep inside she enjoyed a good fight. She reveled in the carnage, even if her bloodlust had been dulled by years of grandmotherly doting. Ares offered a hand to her. Come on, Hel. Have I ever let you down? Her gaze darted to his face and held his gaze for long enough that he wondered if he ever had. A tense moment passed, long enough for even the most patient great worm to succumb to anxiety, and then her soft hand lowered in his upraised palm. The little victories were as glorious as the major triumphs. Most of the ladies in the crowd were dressed in even less than hell, damn near naked by everyday standards, and on the arms of shirtless men or guys in wife-beaters. Ink covered more bodies than the pages of a library, and the smell of sweat and blood was already in the air. "Ares, my man!" His bear-shifter friend, a huge guy with the build of a professional wrestler, ambled over and bumped fists. Edgar's shaved head gleamed beneath the light strips. "Good to see you, Edgar. Place is busy tonight." "Lots of bets, lots of money. Your name on the ticket drew a fuck-ton of customers. I appreciate that." Yeah, not a surprise. Back when the gods were at their zenith, they'd fight monsters for the mortals who prayed to them. They slayed the enemies of kings and received worship for their deeds. Now they fought each other for cash in stinking underground fight clubs. Hell gave an inelegant snort.
A lot of customers eager to watch the god of war smash someone beneath him?
Edgar glanced at her. "Oh, hey, you didn't say you'd bring company." "Allow me to introduce Hell. You'd know her better by reputation as Hades." Edgar's eyes widened, and Ares could see the gears turning in the man's head. "You know we have a ladies' man." He caught himself, one hard stare from Hell making the hulking bear shifter duck his head and adjust his footing. "That is, I mean to say, if you'd like to join a match. I'm sure anyone would be willing to take on your challenge." "I don't. Of course she'll fight." Ares couldn't help grinning when Hell cut her gaze to him, fury and indignation swelling to the surface with an oppressive aura of magic bubbling around her. Add her to the roster for a special bout. Judging from the ferocity of the stare she pinned him with, he'd be the one getting his ass kicked by her in the ring. Worth it. Fighting with Hell was almost as good as making love to her. "Down, kitty. Remember our deal?" The urge to melt Ares in an inferno of black fire subsided. Minutely. Hell sucked in a long, deep breath and put on a sunny smile that betrayed her murderous thoughts. "Of course." The moment Edgar parted from earshot to make the announcement and officially change the roster, the fire dragon nudged her with an arm. Adding her to the lineup would probably send the betting pool skyrocketing again. "You're pissed," she snorted. "That obvious?" "You love a good fight. A bunch of shifters ain't got shit on you." "So where's the challenge?" His laughter only stoked her annoyance, yet at the same time, his belief in her was flattering. "Consider it a little bit of fun. Please." Ares slid his arm around her waist. Her heart skipped a beat, and heat flushed through her body as his breath kissed her ear. "Then if you won't regard it as a little fun, consider it foreplay." She shivered involuntarily. Being angry at Ares for taking away her control was easier than admitting the truth to herself. Just once it was nice to let go and be at the whims of someone she trusted. Not that she had a choice, with the terms of their agreement hanging over her head, but that too was a situation she'd landed herself in. Her choice, her decision to place her trust in him, in a dragon from her past. That she trusted him was another startling insight she wasn't prepared mentally or even emotionally to explore. He had never steered her wrong in the past. He'd given her what she wanted, what she bargained for, without so much as an argument when she put him out. And when their son had needed him, one plea from her had brought him across oceans and seas during Loki's teen years to teach him to be a male dragon. No questions asked, no fees requested. "Besides," he whispered in a low voice, "weren't you the one who told me to never be cocky before going into battle? Never know what Edgar will throw at you." "I didn't think you ever listened to me." "Sure I do. I may not choose to follow your advice, but I always listen to you." He gave her waist another soft squeeze, then released her, motioning her to a pair of empty seats. The moment they sat down, a woman came over with drinks. Ares claimed 2 bottles of beer from the selection and pulled off both caps with his teeth. "When do you fight?" Not till later. He relaxed into his seat and threw one arm over the back of hers. The warmth tempted her to lean back and into him, but she resisted the urge, leaning forward instead to watch the current contenders in the ring. A large man, a bear by the smell, wrestled with a leaner shifter who had all the physical hallmarks of a werewolf. The size difference between them was inconsequential considering the smaller man was faster. The wolf must have had professional training in mixed martial arts. His opponent was a street brawler with wide, swinging punches that carried all of his power, but often missed. Still, it would only take one blow to take the werewolf to the mat, if the big guy landed a punch. He's using all of his energy. He'll be winded long before his opponent, Hel thought. What's on your mind? What are you thinking, doll? I can see it in your face. His arm had fallen around her again, on her shoulders this time instead of around her waist. Hel didn't know when, but the comforting weight of it beckoned her closer. She resisted. I was thinking that the bear shifter is an idiot. He'll lose the fight due to exhaustion. Smart lady. Anyone could see it. Yeah, but in the heat of battle, you're not thinking about things like that. Do you think the bear has any chance? Hell no. Just wait for it. An opening presented itself when the wolf dodged a clumsy blow, only to come up within the bear's defenses to land a solid uppercut. It knocked the werebear's head backwards, only for the next strikes, a vicious left cross followed by a right jab, to take him to the side in the world's bloodiest juggling act. Red spittle flew, and the big body hit the ground. The bell rang out the werewolf's victory. Ares whooped with the cheering crowd, his enthusiasm so contagious, Hel couldn't help but applaud with the rest. It was a good fight, if over quickly. She admired a fighter who didn't draw things out to show off. That's the match, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for your winner, Isaac! Hel recognized Edgar's voice crowing over the intercom. He played the crowd to perfection, stirring them up with his theatrics. What do you think of all this? Ares asked. He turned his gaze away from the fighters and gave her all his attention. Underground fights? Yeah, not a bad night out, right? It certainly suits your idea of fun. And if she was honest with herself, she enjoyed it as well. But you don't hate it, he pressed. No, this is pleasant. The hand on her shoulder squeezed. The mighty Hel admits to being wrong? Oh, look, the world didn't end. The night is young. Being around him again reminded her of all the little things. Every smile dragged her kicking and screaming down memory lane to moments of laughter and late nights, time crawling through forests together, or soaring through the skies. Those had been simpler times before the Knights of the Round Table drove all dragonkind into hiding. They had that freedom again. She could fly with him and coast on the wind far above the clouds where nothing could hurt them. Viciously, Hel cut that thought out of her mind, excising it and mentally incinerating the pieces. She did not want to fly with Ares. She attributed the runaway thought to hormones and nothing more. The next round featured a pair of tag team duos. As she and Ares drank beer and cheered for the fighters, she found herself relaxing and truly allowing herself to enjoy the moment. It wasn't a battle or a war, but it had the same energy, the same scent of sweat, determination, despair, and victory. When they made their next beer selection, they ordered food, and Hel laid down a cool grand on a feisty vampire paired off against the werewolf victor from the earlier match. Her bet paid off. Damn, I really thought he was going to pull that fight at the end. Ares grumbled. He bet on the wolf. Never underestimate an underdog. They were both fast, but I could tell he was holding back. 3 more matches took place in the ring, each as bloody and vicious as the last. One cage match between 2 shifted werewolves kept the audience on the edge of their seats as the pair battled tooth and claw for leadership over their pack, fur flying and vicious snarls echoing across the arena. What a fight!
Edgar announced once the white wolf fell to the black-furred challenger, causing another wave of cheers and jeers in the crowd.
Good match, kids. Good match. Now, for a special event, we have a last-minute entrant for you all. So let's give her a big welcome.
Hel startled in her seat. Now? In what she was wearing? The spotlight swung into the crowd and stopped over them.
Cheer for the goddess of the Underworld!
Deafening silence filled the room for a moment, a heartbeat in time. And then the crowd went absolutely wild. Shouts and cries for Hades rang out from every corner. Good luck, babe. I don't need luck. I don't fight to lose. A snap of her fingers and elegant gesture of her hand produced a trail of glimmering mana dust, each particle sparkling with the luster of crushed volcanic glass. Change swept over her from head to toe. Her black bustier became a fitted sports bra trimmed in red. Why red again? It didn't matter. She pushed the thought out of her mind and formed the accompanying leggings before rolling her shoulders and
Let and apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
stepping from the seat. The overpriced Louboutins vanished into sensible shoes, and wraps formed around her fists. The crowd, already enthused, turned wild. Someone opened the cage door for her. Not a wolf, but something close. A dog shifter, maybe. Since their arrival, she'd sniffed out over a dozen different varieties of shifters, as well as magic. The gathering was both surprising and unsettling since the supernatural community generally avoided large gatherings.
You know her. You love her. Let us all welcome Savine.
Another door at the back slid open, admitting a woman into the ring. Irritation immediately set in, but the moment the woman's scent reached her, that annoyance vanished like smoke on a breeze. It was familiar, yet from so back in the past that Hel had never expected to come across it again. She smelled smoke and fire, pure energy, and the spicy heat of feathers infused with flame.
That's right, folks. It's Dragon versus Phoenix.
Few creatures in the world could offer a true challenge to a dragon. Hel now looked at one of them. The great firebirds were generally peaceful creatures, but they were known for their strength and for fiercely defending their nests and territory.
Now remember, ladies, we want a clean fight between human forms this time. We may be shifters, but we're not animals. No claws, no magic.
Hel nodded. She'd gathered as much. She wasn't arrogant enough to think her claws were better than those of a phoenix simply for being larger. Moving opposite the other combatant, she took the moment before the beginning of the round to size Savine up. The woman wore her flame-hued hair short and spiky, leanly muscled body clothed in black and purple boxers and matching sports bra. Magic hummed around and within her, the glow visible on her skin to Hel's keen perception. The phoenix also wasn't alone, not in the traditional sense. A ghost followed her, its shape tenuous and barely formed, but there.
The spirit hovered behind the woman's left shoulder and watched over her. Did she know? Hel wondered. Since the spirit posed no threat and no substantial advantage for her opponent, Hel put it from her mind and focused on what mattered in the moment. They moved around in a circle, testing one another's defenses. Weaving in too quickly for Hel to predict, Vivienne ducked in fast and landed the first blow to her ribcage. The air whooshed from her lungs, and pain radiated from a spot as sure to bruise as it was to heal before the night's end due to her draconic regenerative ability. From that moment forward, Hel forgot the crowd and the handsome dragon watching her from the stands. Vivienne became her only focus. The woman fast on her feet and able to duck blows that would have otherwise landed her on her back. The similarities between their brawl and the werebear of the earlier match wasn't lost on Hel. He had been a ferocious juggernaut in the ring, but powerful swings were no good if they hit empty air. After the second miss, she slowed to learn her opponent's tells. Hel had to wonder how they'd found Vivienne at the last minute, or if she'd replaced the woman's scheduled opponent. She must have been a regular in the ring, fleet on her feet and unpredictable when it came to her swings. Finally, after a while of dancing around each other and searching for openings, Hel almost landed a strike against Vivienne's chin, but the woman turned her head with the motion and brought her offhand up, knocking aside Hel's defensive arm, other fist swinging in for a knockout punch. Hel saw it coming and weaved her body to the side, twisting and driving her knee into Vivienne's stomach. She took a few strikes to her back for the move, but it broke up their cat-and-mouse dance. With a final shove, she pushed the phoenix away and earned herself a moment to breathe. Sheer adrenaline kept her on the move. Vivienne didn't hold back, and Hel's muscles ached, her breaths coming in shallow pants. Sweat glistened on the firebird's golden skin, the strain of their fight mirrored on her opponent. Hel had to admire her. She's good, but no way am I going down today. This fight is mine. Finally, Hel caught her in the jaw with a right cross that snapped the woman's head back and rocked her on her feet. Before she could follow it up with another strike, the redhead fell backwards and flipped away with the momentum, on her feet again and out of Hel's reach. It placed her in the perfect distance for her long legs to strike instead. Hel anticipated the grab for her ankle and twisted her body to go with the momentum, core muscles flexing in obedience and allowing her to catch the woman's face with the opposite foot. The kick landed square against Vivienne's temple. Released from an opponent knocked senseless, Hel landed on the mats on her sides and elbow to watch Vivienne strike the cage wall and slide to the ground. The attached spirit hovering to the rear of her exuded a protective aura as she shook off her daze. One would call it cheating to have a spirit of their very own buffeting danger and minimizing the impact, if it weren't so plainly obvious to Hel that Vivienne seemed unaware of the ghost.
We have a winner! The Queen of the Underworld becomes the Queen of the Cage in a surprising defeat of our long-standing female champion!
The tumultuous noise was deafening. Everyone flew to their feet, screaming and howling. Hel ignored her aching ribs. She hadn't felt pain, actual physical pain, in so long. She relished the unfamiliar feeling, the reminder of being alive. Perspiration dotted her temples and trickled down her naked spine. Too long had passed since an activity exerted her. She crossed the floor and offered a hand to Vivienne, who took it gratefully.
"You're pretty good,"
the phoenix said.
"So are you. A shame they wouldn't allow magic. I'd love to see what you can really do."
Vivienne grinned.
"Maybe one day we can have a friendly rematch."
"Natural forms?"
"Of course." "I'd love to. It'd be a real treat to spar with a phoenix. Where do you learn to box?"
"Life." Disappointed but sympathetic, Hel accepted the evasive answer without pushing the matter. They left the cage together, side by side, met by men at the exit with towels and oversized cups of water. Hel managed not to guzzle, and she paced herself until she reached the bottom before she sought Ares. She'd expected him to be the first person she met at the fight's conclusion, though it didn't take more than a few seconds to see what kept him. Ares and Edgar stood a few yards away, speaking at each other in low voices,
hushed enough that their words didn't carry to her over the commotion in the stands, but with the underlying currents of hostility that often preceded a fistfight. Tension roiled in the air. She didn't need words. Their body language, from their stiff spines to their posturine stances, said it all. Her fire dragon's red face, contorted in a mask of vein-popping fury, ticked every one of hell's alarms. Wondering what was amiss, she watched from the corner of her eye as Ares gestured with one hand. She tried to read their lips, but a man passed between them and she lost whatever Ares said. The mystery retort prompted Edgar to apologize profusely and promptly back down in the spat. Blast. It wasn't her business anyway, she told herself, ripping her gaze away from them and giving the pair the privacy they deserved. Her face heated even as her mind dared to wonder what could have happened during the match to put the friends at odds. She thought Ares was going to strangle the werebear, and was positive if he decided to, nothing in the arena would have stopped the war god from snapping his friend's neck but his own self-restraint. She certainly wouldn't. Not if whatever Edgar had done earned him the ferocity. "Hey, congrats!" Ares boomed, drawing her attention back to him again. Now he approached without a sign of the absolute bloodlust, all fury melted from his frame, and blue eyes gleaming with pride and excitement. Edgar was nowhere in sight, and probably on the way back to the announcer's booth. "Told you it'd be a challenge." So you did. Thanks." His grin widened, then he turned it on Savine and shook her hand in a firm grip. "Good match, Sav. Glad they let you in." Your reference helped. I've been visiting for a couple years now.
Hell looked between the two.
You know each other? This guy helped me out of a scrape in Germany a couple of years ago. He even connected me to his fixer and got me a ticket to the U.S.
Ah. What right did she have to feel jealous? Not that there was any reason to be.
The attitude between the two seemed casual and friendly, and nothing at all like lovers. That reassured her, followed by the annoyance for caring. Again, what did it matter to her if he'd taken lovers during the long centuries since their 4-decade fling?
And now, the main event that you've all been waiting for.
Edgar stood on a platform at the top of the cage holding a mic in his hand. Not that he seemed to need it. His voice amplified across the walls of the underground club. Tension buzzed in the air, and every set of eyes watched him.
You know his name. You know his legend. We have greatness standing among us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Raise your voices and place your bets for the god of war himself, Ares!
The noise from the crowd made the cheers for her match sound like whispers. The Ares of old would have soaked it up, thrown up his arms and paraded out there to revel in their adoration. But when she looked at him, Ares had his eyes on her. The steady look sent a jolt straight between her thighs.
Kiss for luck?
The god of war needs luck.
Consider it a down payment on the spoils of victory.
An involuntary laugh slipped from her lips. It would have been wiser to tell him no. She tipped her face up instead, expecting a chaste brush of his mouth against her lips. Strong fingers claimed her instead, fingers threading through her hair and framing her face between his palms. His mouth descended on hers in a smoldering press, carrying the heat of 1,000 molten suns. Automatically, her mouth parted for him. Damn him. Then he was gone and striding toward the cage, leaving her behind with weak knees and a racing heart, the taste of him still on her tongue while her senses shrieked for more. She hadn't thought it was possible to infuse 1,000 years of separation into one kiss, but somehow he'd done precisely that. Then it occurred to her that she had just kissed him in front of a screaming audience who loved every second of it as much as she had. Well, Savine cleared her throat. Want to sit together? Small blessing that she didn't launch into commentary on the kiss that would no doubt cross the supernatural community by dawn. If shifters loved anything, it was gossip, and dragons loved circulating knowledge. Hell's mind didn't linger for long on the kiss when they stopped along the way for fresh beer and snacks from concessions. So, Savine, did you— The spirit rushed toward her, its form becoming the clearer image of a woman bearing similar features. A mother, perhaps, or a sister. Senses told her she faced a human mother separated too young from her magical daughters. No doubt one of a rare number chosen by male phoenixes hoping to sire young. No, you cannot tell her. Please, lady. I only wish to be at her side so she is not alone. It wasn't strange for the departed to voluntarily remain on Earth rather than move on to the next life. It usually didn't end well. Spirits went mad over time, and lost the fragile bonds tethering them to friends and living relatives. Lost, they became poltergeists who haunted the living as they had once sheltered the grieving. Those enraged spirits were the ones who terrorized people. They were the ones she had ruled when they roamed the ancient lands by quelling the pain of the noble and dominating the wicked. This spirit didn't seem old, nor mad, and she had an anchor at least in Savine. Something to keep her grounded and sane. Hel dipped her chin in silent agreement, but she touched the specter with a feather-like kiss of magic. She would not dominate the ghost and banish her from the realm, but she secured it to stand strong against anyone who would. Perhaps one day when she was ready, the spirit would pass into the next world on her own. Did I what? Savine asked, oblivious to her spectral companion. Did you already have seats? Oh yeah, my friend is holding a few. Savine led the way into a roped-off section of seating reserved for fighters and big spenders in the betting pools. The seats were bigger, cushier. Ares never sits here, Savine said, seeming to sense Hel's unspoken question. Says he prefers being among the common people where everyone is real. Her fingers bent into air quotes and Hel couldn't help but laugh. Yes, that does sound like him. Can't say I always disagree, but after that beating, a soft seat is welcome over a hard bench. Seriously. Oh, there we are. The phoenix waved to another redhead. Apparently they were multiplying and seemed to be in no short supply. Great fight, the woman said once they reached a row near the top. Not every day one sees a phoenix against a great worm. Her lyrical voice brought back memories of Ireland and the brief time Hel spent visiting her friend Morrigan. I lost, Nim. To a dragon you landed the first blow upon. That alone is quite the feat. She smiled and offered Hel a pale hand. An honor to meet you, Hel. I am Nimue. The name prompted a raised brow. Nimue appeared mortal enough, but nothing about her was normal. Not to a sorceress like Hel. The woman glowed from within with the luminescence of a candle, her entire being sparkling. Only the Fae shone bright as starlight. And only one Fae would dare go by the name Nimue. No other would risk the disrespect or wrath of the true Lady of the Lake. The pleasure is all mine. Hel bowed her head in quiet respect. Nimue returned the acknowledgement in kind, then gestured both women to the empty seats. Oh my God, is Edgar still listing off Ares' exploits? Savine shook her head and plopped into her seat. He really gets going sometimes. Hel took a seat, putting the phoenix between herself and the Fae.
The warrior who demolished Napoleon's forces, vanquisher of the Huns!
He didn't defeat Napoleon's forces, Savine said. Then she blinked. Did he? Wellesley practically sold his soul to Ares for advice, Hel said, sighing. Edgar did indeed intend to name off every single war, whether fought directly by Ares or not. Finally, once the fire dragon had ceased flexing, Edgar began to hype up his opponent. Hel nibbled a salted pretzel and chased the bite with a long swig of beer, while wondering what, and who, if anyone, could provide a fair match against a dragon of such prestigious battle history. Then she saw his opponent swagger down the lane, a green bare-chested hill giant with the stature of a skyscraper and fists that may as well have been warhammers. Hel sucked air between her teeth. Big, huh? Maurer was supposed to be here for this match against Balok, Savine said, rolling her eyes. This is his third time standing Edgar up. Maurer. She searched her memory until she recalled an egotistical, much younger red dragon as large as Ares, but nowhere as clever. Why does Edgar allow him to do it? Because he always finds someone far more interesting to take his place, Nimue answered. So Ares has done this before? Once here, yeah. I heard he's done a few fights elsewhere too, Savine said. He always did love a good fight. Nimue turned her gaze on Hel. Have you two ever gone against one another? Hel considered the question and how best to answer. Of sorts, nothing like this, but we've certainly had our spats. The bell rang and the fight began. Unlike her and Savine, there were no testing strikes, no getting a feel for their opponent. The hill giant charged with his fists and Ares met him head-on, catching the large creature by one arm and hurling him away. At least Hel assumed he was trying to hurl him. The giant budged maybe 2 feet. Rapidly, within seconds of the fight beginning, the seating expanded and spread. Space swished around them and exploded into incredible size. The arena spread and the cage in the center dipped several yards lower. The cage melted away in a fantastical display as metal chips flaked and disintegrated into a cloud of embers. A magical storm swept them swirling toward the skylights. Edgar isn't good with the Livingstons, Savine explained, the corner of her mouth quirking. Nice bit of magic. Impressive was the better word for a feat only the best sorcerers could pull off so smoothly. With enough space for a real battle, both fighters took on their true shape. Ares' scarlet scales glittered beneath the lights as the giant grew in size, human features taking on the rougher texture of stone. The next strike was felt by everyone, powerful enough to shake the arena as dragon and giant collided. Matching an elder dragon against a hill giant hadn't been an act of coincidence. Balok's skin may as well have been living stone and rock. When Ares would have skinned a lesser being with one rake of his claws, sparks flew up, and a terrible screeching noise filled the arena. Spectators cried out. Holy shit, Savine breathed. Hel inched forward on her seat, breath held. There were few beings that could hold their own for long in a fight with a dragon. A phoenix or a thunderbird stood a chance due to their size and flight ability. Hill giants were another, not only for their size and thick skin, but because they bore Titan blood. Diluted by generations of selective breeding with Vikings granted, but present, and more than enough to pose a valid threat to even Ares. The Titans and their progeny were perhaps the greatest threat to dragonkind next to the wyverns of the other plane. Hill giants happened to be descendants of Gaia, her abominable spawn a blight upon the earth itself. Come on, Ares, she murmured, aware that it was no longer the typical fight. The giant snagged one of Ares' wings, crumpling the gorgeous feathers in his oversized fist. Ares roared, exhaling a plume of fire that forced the giant to release him. The point-blank expulsion of fire left scorch marks in its wake across the giant's stone skin. Ares capitalized on that with his wings tucked in tight, though Hel suspected the left was damaged based on the splatters of blood that trickled down one ruby feather shaft. Feathers in the early stages of growth carried blood vessels. A shattered feather shaft may as well have been an open artery. Fuck, she whispered. Even Savine grimaced. Going for the wings was a dirty move. But not illegal, I take it. No, anything goes for tonight's main event match. Why's that? Savine's big hazel eyes blinked a few times. Because it's to the death.
Chapter 11. As Ares assessed his opponent, the first hint of regret stirred in his chest. He'd give Mara an ass-kicking the next time they crossed paths for ditching and thrusting the responsibility on his shoulders. He dared to glance toward the stands and spy Hel watching with fixed interest, holding a pretzel in her hand she no longer ate and a drink that she didn't raise to her lips. Worry wrinkled her brow, and then slowly, the horror dawned. Savine must have spilled the news he'd received only moments ago, leading him to wonder if Edgar really hadn't known Mara left out those important details. Everyone but him had known. If he'd been aware, he would have forced Mara to find another sap to step in for him. Ignoring the pain radiating from his injured wing, He rose up and spun, slamming his heavy tail against the giant's legs. The behemoth stumbled and fell, shaking the ground. Ares pounced on his opponent, but the meaty nape of the brute's neck was too tough for him to grasp effectively. He clawed and ripped instead, sending up sparks with the ferocity of the assault. It was supposed to be an easy brawl, a quick in and out. Discovering he'd been put in the final cage match of the evening as the main event hadn't been part of the plan. But he couldn't back down now, and his opponent certainly didn't intend to give him any room to breathe. Getting through the giant's tough skin was the hardest part. His claws felt useless, scraping over rock the way he'd once carved out his hoard in Olympus. That had taken hours of dedication, days and weeks spent tediously pulling out boulders. He didn't have that kind of time on his hands as long as Balok was hammering with his fists. A fist slammed into his ribs, finally winding him. He toppled off to the side, pain radiating from hip to foreleg. Collapsed lung? Maybe. Breaths weren't so easy. This was not the way Ares, the god of war, intended to go down. Not while hell was watching. Balok grabbed him around the middle and squeezed, confirming his suspicion of a broken rib. He roared and pushed at the ground with his hind legs for purchase, beating his wings to no avail. One stolen glance at her revealed everything he'd hoped for, but never wanted to see. Her green eyes stood out among a crowd of grayed faces, locked on him. Her hands were clasped, her body still. Her voice penetrated the maelstrom of 1,000 cheering fans raging for blood. Words from her touched his mind, a soothing balm to the blinding rage building within him.
You have never been one to rush, Ares. Your haste makes you clumsy. You're better than this. Look for the vulnerability your enthusiasm overlooked.
The vulnerability? Where? The stony fuck may as well have been a mobile mountain, his exterior an impregnable barrier to dragon claws. Even a mountain would have long since yielded, the toughest ones requiring patience and hard work to carve, but certainly sensitive at their weak points. Even the tallest mountain had fissures and faults.
Now you understand.
Indeed. He couldn't die here. He had a grandchild to watch grow, a woman to claim. It wasn't lost on him that hell retreated from his mind at the same instant his desire to claim her in a mating bond surfaced in his thoughts. But he'd seen enough during that moment when their minds were merged to know what he needed to do. Ares whipped his tail around and launched the longest spike into the giant's tough back, finding a point already weakened by his claws. It slid in like an ice pick. Balok's scream sounded like a rockfall, but even it wasn't enough to drown out the howling crowd. The giant swung again, each strike against Ares' head birthing stars in his vision. He pushed through the pain and disorientation. They were nothing compared to the impending victory of a hard-fought battle. With a weakness found in Balok's defenses, he took full advantage, keeping the giant off balance until he managed a second impaling strike. The giant wrenched the spike out of his torso, and blood gushed as a crimson font. Hitting an internal organ always did the trick. It was a dirty move, but his opponent was a filthy bastard who deserved nothing less. Balok put distance between them, now on the defensive and staring at Ares through half-slit, hate-filled eyes. He'd been the reigning champion of the Death Vault for the past year, obliterating a variety of supernatural foes beneath his fists. Ares didn't plan to become the next one. He raced in on all fours and evaded a kick that would have caved in his snout, twisting to the side with his wings pinned to his body. The damaged flight shaft left a scarlet trail, mixing with the thick congealing pools of black giant's blood. At close range, he opened wide and expelled a gust of blinding fire. Balok swung blindly and then stumbled back, his skin already tenderized by claws and the previous burn. The inferno twisted up and raged against the giant's skin as he put more power into it and charred the exterior. Even rocks could catch fire. He had to go for broke and give everything he had until nothing was left, despite the profound emptiness of exhausting every drop of magical fuel. Balok shrieked. A section of the stands went silent, his fans quieter than the grave. Then the silence of the arena and maddening screams from his own supporters vanished. The world was empty, a void. Only the heat of the battle mattered. All else filtered out. Going for the kill, Ares surged forward with his mouth yawning wide open. The stream of flames ended when his teeth closed around Balok's throat, not to rip it out, but to crush. Dragons were the magical world's equivalent to crocodilians with a bite force unrivaled by any other creature. Balok fought every second of the death by strangulation, but Ares rode his jerks in desperate bucking. He bore through the pounding fists of a dying man and hung on tightly with his mouth until the giant's hands fell limply away to the blood-stained arena floor. His powerful pulse silenced, and then the audience shouts returned to his awareness, all blended into one cacophony. Despite the chaos, all Ares heard was the soft whisper of thanks from the only spectator who mattered. Then Hel was on her feet, her whoops joining the rest.
What a battle, folks! Edgar announced. We have a new champion of the arena!
Ares stumbled toward the exit, already shrinking down to his human form. His head spun and the intense lighting turned his world into a blur of color and shapes. He pushed through it and charged ahead toward the scent of floral earth and night, toward hell and victory. Then the ground rushed up to meet his face. Chapter 12. Soft voices accompanied the return to consciousness. Ares groaned and sat up, only making it halfway before a strong hand settled on his chest and pushed him back down.
"Don't you dare undo all my hard work,"
Vivienne said, voice stern.
"You mean my hard work,"
another female voice murmured, a husky chuckle in the cadence of some Celtic language following the indignant comment. When he cracked his eyes open, 3 faces filled his vision. Vivienne's lips were twisted into a smirk while Hel's brow had worried creases. He immediately wanted to reassure her and smooth the fine lines away. A second redhead had joined them, her curls a vibrant and wild spill of ringlets falling over her freckled shoulders bared by a cobalt tank. She smelled like magic itself, cool green, mist, and flowers all fighting to the forefront of a unique scent he wanted to place but couldn't. No, he could. Fae. They rarely traveled the realms, and this one struck him as incredibly familiar. What happened?
"You won, but you were in poor shape,"
Vivienne answered.
"Since Hel is no healer, I called in a friend to help. Nimwe's casting stabilized you and restored your blood loss while I got your wounds sealed, but you'll want to see one of your healers for the broken bones."
Did you forget you're speaking to a dragon? He'd healed broken arms within days in the past. It was nothing new to him. What was new, however, was the consternation on his former lover's face and the translucent miasma of silent fury thickening the air around her. Her controlled countenance said calm. Her soul, which he dared to touch one night so long ago, said she planned to strangle him herself. This was a woman seconds from losing control. All of that for him?
"I can take it from here, Vivienne, Nimue. Thank you. Would you please let Edgar know that he's awake?"
Ah, and now it makes sense. Worried eyes darted from Ares to Hel, softening within moments.
"Of course."
Nimue shook her head as she departed alongside her friend. The door clicked shut behind them. From his back, he took stock of his surroundings and realized the pulsing headache had to be a fading concussion. It pounded with visceral force behind his eyes. He winced and let them close for a while. Any moment now. He waited. Hel shifted. Cool air from a vent blew her scent over him. He breathed it in best as he could despite the deep ache in his chest. It centered him, calmed him. He felt her eyes on him. "Go ahead. I'm ready."
"You egotistical fool."
Her tone told him, "I'm not mad. I'm disappointed."
Imagine how your son would feel if I returned home to tell him you had died in a ridiculous death match just to prove how tough you are. Worse, imagine how Aslog would feel losing a grandfather she's only just met.
He winced. That was a low blow, but absolutely true.
Hell, it's entirely stupid of you to take such a risk.
I didn't.
What was the point? Are you so desperate for glory? Living in the old days won't return us to what we once were. There is more to life now than never-ending conflict.
He wasn't going to get a word in edgewise with her in such a mood.
When will you realize that the past is in the past, and the days of war and blood sport for fun are long behind us?
Elle may not have intended the emotion filtering into her voice, but the rawness in her tone hurt him more than the bruises blanketing his body. He sat up without a groan. He didn't dare, not with her looking at him, and forced back the pain. Pain didn't matter.
Hell, lie down.
I'm fine. I'll live. Let me speak. The ladies had wiped him down, and he was no longer a sweaty, bleeding mess. Stabbing pain told him to stay in the cot. The need to hold her pushed him forward to her side. I didn't know it would be a death match. I swear to you on Areopagus, my great home, that I agreed to a standard brawl. I didn't know Edgar matched me against a Titan scion until your match was over. Mar only told me he needed someone to fight in his stead. I'm not that much of an asshole. For a long, long moment, all she did was stare at him. He knew the cold, hard look in her eyes, and thanked the ancestors that the coming fury wasn't for him.
I will kill him.
Get in line, babe. You can bet I'm going to have more than words for that asshole.
No,
she snapped.
I get first go. I was scared out of my wits.
The moment should have been a sweet victory, getting her to admit that she actually cared. Instead, he hated that she'd been frightened on his behalf. I'm sorry, Hel. I really am. I never would have accepted if I'd known. And he certainly wouldn't have brought her along. He may have been the god of war, but he also had enough intelligence and wits about him not to play with his life unless there were actual stakes. His dragoness put her shoulders back and looked squarely into his face. Eyes he'd loved for centuries shimmered with pent emotion.
Don't ever endanger yourself that way again. Loki would miss you dearly.
He read between the lines. Their son would miss him, and so would his mother. Ares managed not to grin. He took another step forward, putting him close enough to feel the warmth of her skin. Aren't you going to congratulate me for winning?
You barely won.
Still a win, though. Hel's broad shoulders fell ever so slightly, and her worried frown lifted at the corners.
It was an amazing match.
It was.
You were quite brilliant in your initial strategies.
He let his grin spread. There now. That didn't hurt so much to say, did it?
You're an ass.
Maybe so, but I'm a lovable ass, and you were worried about me. I'm touched.
Touched in the head,
she muttered, her voice lacking any true heat. Feel free to touch me in other ways. It was a calculated risk, but it was worth the potential cost. Ares leaned in and claimed her mouth to pick up where they had left off at the arena gates, ignoring the sharp protest from his ribs when he dragged Hel in close. He felt the progression of her internal thoughts on a roller coaster transmitted by physical reaction, surprise and tension, then relaxation and the warmth of her opening mouth. This time, a battle didn't await him. Onlookers didn't cheer and wait to gossip. The moment belonged to only them, and without anyone to rush him, he thoroughly enjoyed every second. Kissing her made him forget about the pain. The first slide of her tongue against his brought back memories that he tenaciously clung to, reminding him of how perfectly they fit together. Why couldn't she see that? Elle's fingers traced across his shoulders, her touch soothing fire. Then her hands fell away and she pulled back. But Ares didn't miss the conflict in her eyes, the heat of passion muddied with rational coolness. More than anything, he wished she'd simply surrender control and let the moment take her. But it was a step forward, and that was better than nothing. Too many years of being a control freak couldn't be reversed in a week. Maybe I should have life-threatening fights more often.
Don't push it.
As my lady commands. He started to bow and winced, regretting the decision in an instant. Abashed, he gave her an apologetic smile. Well, I was going to treat you to a meal, but maybe something served at home would be better. Hel huffed out an exasperated breath, followed by a moment of visible clarity in her eyes. A sly smile came to her lips.
Yes, that might be best. Allow me a moment, however.
What's that smile for?
Edgar is on the way, and I want very much to speak with him.
Hel, she strode away from him. When he followed, he struck a force field. He grimaced and touched his tender face. Thankfully, he didn't have to add a broken nose to his list of injuries. At his best, he could have charged through the barrier easily, but the battle with Balok had drained him. Ares growled. He saw her smile reflected in the steel door.
Down, boy. Give me this much at least.
Then she shut the door behind her and intercepted his friend.
Edgar walked toward her with a jubilant smile on his bearded face, completely unaware of the danger he was in. Hel didn't slow her stride, and when the bear was less than 5 feet away, she unleashed her magic. A howling wind blew the shifter back down the corridor and smashed him against the wall 20 feet away. A single shadow step carried Hel the distance in a blink, and she grabbed Edgar by his shirt front, lifting him from the ground. The smell of his instantaneous terror filled the air with a delicious tang. Once, she'd lived for striking fear into the hearts of mortals. She'd settle for an impertinent werebear on this evening and let that carry her for a few centuries more. You put the father of my son in danger, Edgar. Hel growled.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Her mind grazed his thoughts and saw he had remarkable restraint, wise enough not to strike her. He'd seen her fighting and knew Ares would pulverize the shreds she left behind into scarlet smears. Knew she'd rip the soul out of the bleeding corpse left behind.
Danger is part of who he is.
You endangered him needlessly.
But he's alive. Look, he's fine, right? Savine told me he's up and moving already, like we all knew he would be. When has that dragon not wandered into danger headfirst without looking back? It's who he is. He loves it.
The man talked fast, bringing to mind a stereotypical used car swindler. Hel narrowed her eyes and leaned forward. She no longer held him by the shirt, as the shadows took over and did it for her. Darkness crept from all corners of the hallway, and the lights popped one by one, shrouding the narrow space. With the shadows came the creeping spirits of the lost dead who were bound to the place. Losing fighters from the death matches held over the years stood beside ancient soldiers from wars long past. Their presence cast a gloomy pall. You did not grant him the mercy of going into this situation with full awareness. You call yourself a friend, but you betrayed him. Not only that, but you have done it before. You are no friend. Were it another time, she would have swept the shifter away to Niflheim and flayed him 1 inch of flesh at a time, ribbon by ribbon. Lucky for him, such things were no longer acceptable, and she had an inkling of a feeling that Ares would not appreciate her fighting his battles, and that maybe, just maybe, he'd miss his friend.
Look, lady.
The specter's grip tightened.
I mean, your ladyship. Please, Lady Hel, I thought he knew. When he said he was here to fill in for Mara, I assumed he knew the stakes. I mean, why else would he come?
I am not a lady,
she seethed, magic seeping from her in ebony coils. She made no effort to reel in her abilities and let them ebb from her like the flow of the evening tide. I am a queen, and if you ever cross me again by entangling my cub's father in your suicidal schemes, there will be no one in this realm to save you from my wrath. Your skull will decorate the mantle of my hoard whilst I sleep on your pelt each night.
Yes, of course. Understood, Your Majesty.
Edgar, bearded and brawny and so very tough moments before, appeared close to crying. Hell loved every moment of it. Long years of hiding, decades of sleep, and years of caretaking a young cub had dulled her thirst for death. But one evening as a spectator in Edgar's death pit renewed her thirst for blood. Leaning forward, she grinned up at him. No one should go to their death for sport unprepared. This will not happen again. Not to what is mine, and not to another. Let one word of your defiance reach me, and trust that I will know, for they will tell me. And I will bind your spirit to the filthiest commode of the most squalid pub in London.
Never. Full disclosure going forward, Your Majesty.
Good. I'm glad you understand. Hel bid the spirit to lower him. Then she raised one hand to pat his cheek. Ares will accept 50% of the night's profits on top of the prize purse as tithe for his performance.
50? Queen Hel, I'm running a business,
Hel fashioned together a vision of what she planned to do to him, the defilement of his corpse after the blood-eagling ended, and the torture of his spirit once she bound him to her will. All color in his face bled away.
50%? It's fair.
So glad we could agree. Ares didn't say a word when she returned, though she noticed the reddish tinge to his nose. That would heal by the time they returned home. He'd gotten off lucky. Come with me.
Where?
You'll see. Hand gestures tore open space and formed a vibrant portal lit with her unique energy. She guided him through, arm in arm into a room with muted lighting. Air fragrant with sweet tatami straw, incense, and tea surrounded them at once.
What is this?
Ares asked. Dinner. You need to eat if you're going to recover from the beating you took. That, and she wasn't quite ready to call an end to their evening. An older gentleman with silver-threaded dark hair approached and bowed. When he smiled, his eyes crinkled at the corners, and she recognized the young man he'd been decades earlier. His kind brown eyes hadn't changed. Neither had the good soul within.
Hades-san, you have returned to us. Welcome. A visit from you is always most fortuitous.
Thank you, Kai. Do you have room for two?
There is always room for you. Please, this way.
They followed Kai through the establishment into a private room with a low wooden table. An open sliding door graced them with a view of a sunlit garden with an ancient maple shading a small pond. The soothing sound of water splashing over rocks accompanied birdsong. Hel took a seat on the floor and studied Ares as he lowered to the spot across from her. He no longer resembled a man in pain. He sat straight and tall, hands folded neatly on the table. The bandages beneath his clothing barely showed, but his face was bruised and one eye was ringed in black. His casual grace, less than an hour after a near-death experience, made her want to throttle him.
Where do you find this place?
Ares asked once they were alone. Watasumi introduced me when they first opened a long time ago. I've visited each generation of the family since. Kai was 20 or so the last time I chose to dine here. That had been nearly 40 years ago. Too long, but the wait was always worth it. She never asked for a menu, and they never offered. In a place like this, she trusted the chef's personal selection. A younger woman arrived with an iron pot of tea and 2 cups.
Then a second delivered a large platter covered with succulent cuts of raw fish, smoked eel, and golden sea urchin on little pats of sticky rice. Hel served the tea first, pouring the steaming green liquid into small cups and releasing the grassy scent into the room. Ares took his and sipped without any complaint. It was tiny as a child's toy in his large hand, its delicate nature at odds with the rough calluses on his knuckles.
"Are you still angry with me?" he asked.
"I haven't quite decided yet."
"Fair enough."
At the beginning of their breeding contract, Ares had been brash and crude at all times, a seemingly irredeemable beast she could scarcely stand cohabitating with. Slowly, he changed during their time together. Not much, but enough to show a side of himself she doubted many were familiar with. She thought he would revert over the years, but the quiet, contemplative man studying her across the table seemed wiser than she remembered, with a maturity she hadn't expected despite the recent battle. "Why didn't you back down once Edgar told you it was a fight to the death?" she finally asked. Proud, foolish dragon. He inspected his tiny teacup, the fine ceramic vessel dwarfed by his hand. So long past, Hel didn't expect an answer.
"I couldn't let him down like that. It wasn't his fault Mara didn't tell me the specifics, and he'd already sold all the tickets. Besides, I knew I could do it."
"And if he tried to put me into a fight like that?"
"No way," he said swiftly. "He wouldn't drop that out of the blue on someone else, and I sure as hell wouldn't let him do that to you."
The ferocity of his protective declaration caught her off guard. Rather than push the subject, she backed off. The truth was, she didn't know what to say. "So a phoenix. What else have you seen in these fights?" Ares gently lifted some sashimi and munched thoughtfully.
"Well, I've seen a magician face off once before. Baby wizards who have yet to even tap into a fraction of their power, mostly wanting to show off. Usually it's the shifters, but every now and again they bring in something interesting. Watched a match with a werecroc in Egypt once. That was brutal. Then I fought a manticore in Iran."
Hel refilled his cup even though it appeared comically tiny in his hand. "I haven't encountered a manticore in some time. Interesting. Hardly a challenge."
"In human form, without a weapon."
She nearly dropped the teapot. It shouldn't have surprised her. She'd seen him do worse for the glory of battle and the plain hell of it, always with something to prove. Her gaze lifted to his, to find his blue eyes fixed on her face.
"Don't pretend you didn't enjoy sliding into the ring, Hel. You miss it too. You and I, we were made for war and battle. Now what do? We eat cookies on a veranda and watch Disney movies."
"Don't pretend you didn't enjoy Tangled."
"Hey, I love a chameleon. He was the real hero of that movie."
She laughed before she could stop herself. And it felt good. Even better when he smiled, eyes glowing with pleasure.
"Seriously, though, you were good out there in that fight. Tell me you didn't have fun."
"I can't because it would be a lie. Savine was an honorable opponent."
"She's pretty great. I'm glad to see her living a good life. Shit luck followed her in Europe."
"Care to elaborate a little?"
"Hunters. You know how it is. Lots of folks would love to get their hands on a phoenix, whether for a shit ton of money or their own agenda. Savine and her sister were separated young, and she was alone and being run ragged."
"So you stepped in?"
"I did, yeah. Gave those hunters something else to worry about."
Throughout all of his chatter regarding Savine, Hel didn't detect anything but a genuine note of brotherly fondness in his tone. "Why do I care?" So what if he'd spent the years with another woman here or there? What business was it of hers if the dragon found someone to warm his bed in the centuries after their decades-long tryst? Hel knew she was lying to herself. "Why have you waited so long to see Loki?" He regarded her a moment, then shrugged.
"Kid doesn't need me." We've never been as close as you and he are."
While there was nothing accusatory in his tone, guilt squirmed through Hel's stomach. She covered the silence by eating, giving herself precious moments to consider a reply. But Ares beat her to it.
"I wish I'd made more of an effort with him,"
Ares admitted.
"But the past cannot be changed, so all I can do is be there now, for his new family."
They'd all like that.
"I'm thankful he had his head on straight and didn't fall into the same trap the rest of us do. He knew what he wanted."
Her face heated. His gaze burned with unspoken promise.
"And he fought for Celine until she was his."
The arrival of the servers saved her from replying to the challenge in his voice. In true traditional fashion, their meal came in courses, though theirs were brought out 2 or 3 at a time. Lacquered bowls of steaming soup arrived first, each bite studded with succulent meat and seasonal vegetables. Crispy tempura shrimp, steamed vegetables, and roasted duck morsels comprised their second round, followed by the largest platter of sashimi Hel had ever had the joy to be served. It was artwork on a plate, flower blossoms and pickled vegetables arranged among the delicate slices of raw fish. It was enough to feed a flight of dragons. Hel's appreciation for the generous humans only grew. "Itadakimasu," Hel said in heartfelt praise. "This looks delicious. Thank you." Ares destroyed his share of the food in record time, annihilating the meal so swiftly that their servers, upon peering in to see their progress, returned with more, perhaps anticipating a pair of dragons would have appetites to match their ferocious magical halves. She might have playfully teased him if she didn't glance down and notice she'd played an equal part in the destruction. They had both devoured 2 whole roasted fish apiece. She imagined if she hadn't taken him to dinner, Ares would have ventured into the countryside and depleted the area of its local deer herds. He'd always been lethal as a hunter, especially in the early months of her pregnancy with Loki, when her tastes became quite colorful. Then she told him to leave. "What?" Hel glanced up, meeting his eye. "What?"
"I'm asking you." You frowned.
"It's nothing."
"All right." She'd never known him to give up so easily, and waited a beat for him to interject, but he slurped his noodles and said nothing more on it.
Hel didn't trust the amiable silence. Surely he couldn't have changed that much. Yet it seemed he had. The second round of dishes vanished as quickly and easily as the first. Hel stretched her legs out beneath the table and leaned back, hands braced against the tatami mats. She'd always enjoyed the traditional Japanese style, but had never implemented it in her home. Maybe she'd make a few changes. "Feel better now?" she asked.
"I do. A little tender, but nothing that won't heal. You? You took a good hit."
She waved him off. "Gone and forgotten already. Nothing to fuss over. After a good meal like this, I feel amazing. I figured it would do the same for you. Your eye already looks better. Maybe now you won't have to explain your injuries to Aslog."
Ares cocked a brow. "Why shouldn't I explain it to her? Battle is a part of life, and entrenched in our past, an inevitable aspect of every dragon's existence. I would tell her I encountered a brave foe and overcame my opponent."
"She's a child."
"When Loki was a child, you had him slay his first elephant without assistance. A bull elephant, if my memory serves me."
"That's different. Hel paused. She had not spoken of that story with anyone. In fact, she doubted Loki did, because her gentle little boy had cried over the elephant until she consoled him, and later, once he outgrew it, made her swear to never share the story. "How do you know that?"
"Does it matter how I know?"
A slight wrinkle formed between her brows. It wasn't like Ares to be anything but straightforward when asked a question, but lately, he'd taken on more of her habits. Deception and mystery were traits strictly for black dragons. Reds were pure fire and passion. Ares leaned forward, still holding her gaze.
What's the difference between you forcing him and Aslog learning the world isn't always Disney and sunflowers? Loki and Selene certainly don't seem averse to it.
She paused, taking a sip of tea while racking her brain to deduce how he'd known. Loki must have told him, she decided. He did well, but he and you differ when it comes to fighting for the pure fun of destruction and glory. We were born in a different time, a different age. We had to fight for our survival. We weren't allowed to be children. Aslog has that chance, and I will not be the one to take it from her.
That's a cute fairy tale, Hel, but we won't always be around. We're old now, but so was Watasumi. I used to think he was unstoppable, and he'd be ruling the oceans long after humankind perished and returned the surface lands to nature.
So did I, she said sadly.
The kids gotta know how the world used to be, and how it can become again if those dragon slayers who murdered him have their way. If the titans controlling them are free to pursue us all, she won't have a happy future. No one will.
He studied her as if seeing her through new eyes, an unfamiliar expression on his unshaven face. She's 3. Give her a few more years.
Fine. If that's what Loki and Selene want, I'll respect that.
She tried not to let that sting no matter how much she wanted to hold it against him, because in the week since Loki had relieved her of babysitting duties, she had come to realize she had impressed her will upon them enough. Ares deserved that small victory. So she said nothing at all. Kai entered shortly after.
Everything was to your liking?
It was delicious as always, Hel replied, meaning every word.
Yes, I don't think I could eat another bite.
Ares rubbed his stomach to emphasize his point.
Thank you for an amazing meal. I am honored. Please, enjoy the room for as long as you like.
Hel was content to linger until they finished their tea, but Ares had the look of a man who was bone-deep exhausted and trying not to show it. His pride would never allow him to admit as much. She'd have to take him home and get him into bed without wounding that same pride. Devising an excuse wasn't so difficult. I think I'm ready to go back and take a long, hot bath, Hel said, choosing to give Ares a break. She pulled the envelope containing her winnings from her purse and set it on the table. The money within was enough to pay for their meal 10 times over, but she had no need for the cash. Watasumi would have done the same, and it was only right to be their patron in her brother's place. Oh, how she missed him. Her wise big brother would have been the perfect person to talk to about her dilemma. Ares rose first and offered her a hand up. A hand he didn't release. Hel's portal brought them to the porch of her little cottage. The grounds were quiet, though most of the lights were on in the main house. She knew Aslog would be tucked into bed, and that Selene would likely be sleeping by now. But the other dragons were likely up to some activity. Loki tended to dabble with his computer programs when his mate went to bed, and Thoth and Chernabog had discovered a game that let them play as a killer hunting victims in a terror landscape. Hel still didn't quite understand the story, if there really was one, but she'd taken perverse pleasure in watching the gory murders. As for her sister, who knew what Freya was up to? Hel could only hope she wasn't waiting to pounce on Ares the moment he headed for his room. She couldn't let him go to his room. "Would you like to have a drink?" she asked on impulse.
Tempting, but you were going to take a bath, remember?
You might want to consider one yourself.
Don't worry about me. I plan to strip down the moment I get to my room.
Good, because Ares pinned her with a look that cut her short as effectively as a hand over her mouth. Her stomach tightened, her breath caught in her throat, and her fingers itched for him to move closer. Ares had no power to read minds, but he must have seen something on her face, or maybe he read her body language, or smelled her arousal.
the heat pooling between her thighs accompanied with a wicked tingle and an unrelenting pulse only his fingers could resolve. He moved in with the cautious, slow approach of a hunter stalking prey, though she was in no danger of taking flight. She wanted him closer. Her body needed him closer. Just hours ago, she'd almost lost him. He isn't mine to lose. Heart and mind conflicted, each desperate for contradictory things. She'd thrived alone and untethered for so long she told herself a courtship would be worthless, would only anchor her. But her soul yearned for him with each step. She tilted her head up subconsciously, lips half-parted to receive a kiss that never came. His mouth descended to her bare throat, and then he tasted her skin and followed the curve. Ares nudged her against the wall and held her there, one hand sliding up to cup her left breast beneath the flimsy fabric. Her nipple tightened in response, aching for contact from rough skin. He gave her his mouth instead, hot and wet over fabric. Her fingers automatically flew to the back of his head. Her mind told her treacherous body it was a mistake. Her body didn't care, especially once he positioned one thigh between her legs, and the pressure against her core ignited desires long suppressed. She shimmied against him, the urgency of her need taking her by surprise. She needed his mouth everywhere at once. Her skin sizzled, sensitive beyond reason. How easy it would be to invite him inside despite the bruises and healing injuries littering his body. It'd be worth it to her, definitely worth it to him. Abruptly, he stopped, ending the fantasy. Good night, Hel.
That's it.
Hel blinked a few times.
You're ending it there?
Amusement surfaced immediately, spreading a wide grin across his handsome face. The bruise had already faded to a dull olive green. Yes, that's all. I'll see you in a day or two, sweetheart.
You're going to waste a day of your week.
I'm not wasting shit. We'll resume this after I lay up for a day to mend these ribs.
But...
The grin turned sly. You think I can't wait for this? For you? Now his fingers did dare to glide between her legs. He cupped her in a way that should have been illegal without a bare palm on her naked skin, and her clit throbbed mercilessly. I'm patient, Hel. I can wait. You know that better than anyone.
Decades he'd waited to impregnate her. We agreed to a week. A sinking suspicion formed in her gut long before he leaned close and murmured,
Did we ever say it had to be spent consecutively?
No.
The bastard. This is mine.
His sudden declaration threw her off kilter, startling her. The words of refusal to deny him failed to even reach her tongue. Because what she wanted, what she'd come to crave since their reunion, was to finish precisely where they left off. Had he stayed another day in her hoard, they would have bonded. Forcing him to leave had protected her heart and sanity. Now she wasn't so sure. Ares withdrew entirely, leaving her hot and bothered.
See you in 2 days, Hel. Take it easy.
The worst part about it was the creeping respect and appreciation for a con well played. God of war, indeed.
Chapter 13. Near-death injuries came with one positive outcome. A household of family fussed over Ares, including Selene and Freya. When Aslog completed her short morning lesson, she dragged Ares onto the couch in front of the den's massive theater screen and kicked off a Disney Princess marathon catered by Selene, beginning with a breakfast for a king. The array of sausages, sautéed mushrooms, meat-stuffed omelet, and baked goods to choose from spanning the entire coffee table's width. Loki joined them for a flick or two, but by evening, Ares had never wanted to see a phony movie explosion or splatter of fake blood more in his life, and was considering whether it was too late to dramatically perish from his wound if it would free him from his family. Then he reminded himself that he'd asked for every precious second, and he soaked up the attention, the time with his son, and the opportunity to get to know them all, no matter how mundanely the hours passed. Kicking back with family wasn't so bad. Despite his determination to endure the marathon, he passed in and out of sleep during the last movie, succumbing to the internal clock that bid him sleep away a portion of each afternoon. As crepuscular creatures, they preferred the hours of twilight and often slept during the heat of the day and the darkest hours of night. When he stirred just prior to dusk, it was to a silent household, a blanket tossed over him, an Aslog stuffed T-Rex tucked under his chin. He lay there for the first minute staring at the high ceiling's exposed rafters, breathing in the leather scent of the sofa, and daydreaming about old times until the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat teased his senses. He sat up as Freya arrived with a monster-sized rack of smoked ribs that he demolished while regaling her with his tale of the fight. She wanted every detail and plied him with whiskey from a fresh bottle. If only it were Hell joining him with the same enthusiasm. He could never turn down whiskey, an attractive woman, and spinning a glorious tale. Too bad she was the wrong woman, albeit less pushy than he remembered.
That sounds like an amazing fight. I wish I'd known. I'd have come to watch.
The air shifted, a minute adjustment that danced a tingling sensation over his bare arms. He shivered involuntarily and ignored it. I'll let you know when the next one goes down. Can't promise I'll be fighting, though. Judging from the desperate, pleading voicemail on his phone left by Edgar and the enormous bank transfer in the middle of the night, Hell made an impression on his werebear friend. She'd probably have his hide too if he showed up to enter the next death match. A sly smile curved Freya's mouth. She leaned in and nudged him, resting her arm behind his shoulders.
Of course. Spending time with you will be fun whether you're in the ring or not. We'll share some beer and cheer on the fighters.
Behind them, the sharp points of stiletto heels tapped against wooden floor without prior warning, accompanied by the fragrance of burning flora. Hell. Ares twisted on the couch to find her behind them. She stood stiffly, hands curled around a tray covered with cookies. She must have arrived by portal directly into the home with her bounty of sweets, though they were difficult to smell over the lingering aroma of roasted meat and charred bone. Freya was no chef, delivering the meal to him just shy of overdone. How long had she been there? Freya's perfume created a flora miasma, overtaking the senses. He expected her to say she'd return later, but her gaze cut to Freya. Her jaw clenched as the two women entered a weird stare-down.
You don't have to leave, Hell,
Freya said in a magnanimous voice, as if it were her home to rule.
There's room for both of us. Isn't there, Ares?
He read a double meaning in the word and chose to keep out of it. There was war, and then there was suicide. Stepping between the two dragonesses veered dangerously toward the latter.
I didn't intend to leave, dear sister. I've only just arrived.
On one hand, the awkward tension sizzling between the two was the kind of perfect storm he'd wanted to avoid from the beginning. On the other, Hell's unusual behavior in the presence of her sister wasn't so unusual when dragonesses tended to be protective of their belongings. Which meant... He grinned and relaxed back against the cushions. Oh, hey, Hell. Those for me? They smell great.
They're Celine's recipe, but they're phenomenal, as are all other things she bakes, to be honest.
She lifted the tray and crossed the room, taking a seat on his opposite side.
You should go sometime, Freya. I fought a phoenix, and won.
Meanwhile, the dragoness of love leaned closer to inspect the assorted cookies. Her fine golden brows lifted in unconcealed surprise.
You're a baker now, Freya said. That's so adorable. Times have certainly changed you, dear sister, from slayer of Scandinavia's enemies to happy homemaker.
Ares struggled to maintain a straight face.
I have many talents. Have you not watched Iron Chef? A warrior must be flexible and ready for any situation.
Hel countered pleasantly.
Oh, I'm always ready, dear. But why work hard when I can have others do it for me?
Freya's eyes shone with mirth.
Isn't that right, Ares?
I don't know, sunshine. Can't trust everyone to do the job right either, so I always make sure when my ass is on the line, I do the work. A delighted smile crept over Freya's mouth.
Which is why I hunted that elk for you personally. I thought you'd appreciate this special touch. Was it good?
The smile dropped from Hel's face, briefly. Its reappearance came so quickly, Ares doubted his eyes and wondered if her expression had changed at all. He would have questioned his own memory if not for the imprint of fingers along the tray edge where pressure had left small indentations. Interesting. It wasn't bad. A touch overdone for his tastes, but he'd learned long ago to never critique a woman's cooking. These look great too. Helping himself to a cookie, he waited to see what the two would snipe over next. Once, long ago, he would have appreciated the fight over him. Now he merely wanted one of them to fight for him. Peanut butter perfection melted in his mouth, combined with generous semi-sweet chocolate chips. An obscene sound slipped out of him that snapped the attention of both ladies back to him like a rubber band.
Well, I look forward to our night on the town in San Diego. I'm going to find Aslog. I promised her a chariot ride with Beagle and Treagle.
Freya hopped up with a smile and a wave, then flounced from the room. The silence that remained could have been cut with a knife, it was so thick. Ares chewed on another cookie, relishing each crumb, and waited to see what Hel would do next.
San Diego? What do you have planned down there?
Oh, you know, nothing much. A little drinking, some dancing, and maybe a brawl or two. Those Navy and Marine boys are always good fun.
It's unacceptable.
Bingo. Keeping the grin from his face, he grabbed a third cookie and studied it, asking in a casual tone, "Oh? And why is that?"
Because we have a week.
Her voice bristled with annoyance, and it took everything Ares had not to grin. A week is 7 days. Consecutive wasn't part of the deal.
Yes, well, I plan on leaving soon, and I'm not going to let your shenanigans with Freya hold up my plans.
Ares popped another cookie into his mouth, torn between savoring each morsel or mowing through them. Should have considered that before you entered a deal with me, Hel.
No, you should have considered that I don't like my time being wasted, she shot back. Here I thought you'd actually grown up a little.
You know, he said as he raised the whiskey glass, some things about you never change. It's still always your way or the highway. Her stunned blink told him he'd struck a nerve. Good. What's the rush, Hel? Our kid just had a home built for you. Your sister's fresh in town. And I'm here.
That was his way of getting me out of the way, she spat back, finally saying the words aloud. And I've been here for years. Where have you been?
His way of getting rid of you? Immediately, something felt wrong. He didn't know why the feeling of dread crept over him, even as he watched the genuine emotion play out over Hel's face. Are you sure about that? I mean, I've been in Russia the past 20 years minding my own business.
It doesn't matter. You wouldn't understand. All you need to know is that I have been encouraged to explore and enjoy the modern world.
I haven't heard a word from Loki about wanting to be rid of you, or you exploring the world. Another cookie chased by another sip of whiskey. The two really went well together, and he felt downright classy. Are you sure that you aren't putting words in your son's mouth?
What do you care?
Because we're family. Now then, are you going to continue pouting, or are you going to talk to me? Needling her was always a risk, but in this case, it was worth the reward. Helle's face screwed up, her cheeks reddened, and her lips pursed as if she tasted something sour. He waited.
Why was it that whenever Ares came around, she let him bring out the worst of her temper? Because he's absolutely wrong for me, but I want him anyway. Walking in and finding him laughing with Freya had made her see red. He was supposed to despise her. He was supposed to find her irritating and vexing. And I am behaving like a child. He's free to enjoy the company of whomever he desires. I do not own him. Despite this revelation, her smile felt forced and spread too thin.
Hell, come on.
Pleading blue eyes searched her features. Years ago, she'd wanted a child who would be her carbon copy. Then when Loki came along at last and his newborn eyes were ice blue, she had her first change of heart. She dared to hope he'd inherited some part of his father, a memory of the dragon she chased away. Months passed. Fresh blues shifted to green, and her initial wishes came true, though they were no longer what she wanted. Fate was cruel. What, Ares?
You know you can trust me. Have I ever let you down? Talk to me.
There's little to talk about, she lied half-heartedly.
Why do you think you're unwanted?
Loki has a family of his own. My presence is unnecessary.
Certainly you didn't expect things to be exactly the same.
No, but... The tight knot that had been living in her chest rose into her throat. I have no purpose here. They were right to tell me I couldn't teach Aslog when I myself didn't know the world as it is. Things have changed so much in 40 years.
They have, he agreed. It's a different place out there now that the humans know about us. Working magic in the open created opportunities we had never had in the past. But you still haven't answered my question. Not quite. You said Loki built you a home to get you out of the way. Has that boy, for as long as you've known him, ever been that direct about what he wants?
It's not as if he built the house, threw me the key, and told me to get out. No, he was more subtle than that, she sighed. It is what it is, Ares. I thought asking for my own space would serve to remind him that I am not so easily shooed off. But it was a hollow, joyless victory.
I don't know. Something about this isn't right. Call it a feeling. He loves you, and Aslog does too.
He's a schemer, our son. You're accustomed to distrusting him.
The irritation rose again. He gets that from you?
He poured another glass of whiskey, then nudged her fingers. She took it gratefully.
You owe me 5 more days, and I intend to enjoy them as they come. This doesn't count.
Trying to draw out my torture? Ares grinned, and her heart did a little jump.
Come on, it's just us. You can admit we've been having fun.
Maybe a little. Maybe a lot, not that she'd give in so easily. Ares represented everything that she was not. He was too wild, always looking for a fight. She didn't seek glory. Thank the ancestors Loki followed after her in that regard. And yet, for all his faults, Ares was the one who crept into her dreams at night. She might have had her choice of male dragons if she'd spread the net wider, but secretly, deep down inside, she'd always known he was the one she wanted. Their cub had been the ideal blend of black and red. Her temperament and wisdom, his power. His loving, loyal nature contrasted by her beauty.
But nothing was ever going to change. Not really. Seeing Ares with Freya proved the point. Everything, even their bet, especially their bet, was nothing more than one of his games of conquest. Hal swallowed the whiskey down in a gulp and swiftly rose.
I'll leave you to your cookies and rest.
All right. He eased back on the seat and watched her with eyes that seemed wiser than she remembered. Maybe he had changed. Maybe he wasn't quite the headstrong dragon she remembered. And like a fine wine, he'd aged and matured into something more palatable than a red brute thirsting for the next battle. Hel left before she dared to ask. She didn't have the cruelty in her to reveal that Loki had only invited him to hurt her and drive her off. And that concern for his feelings, the fear of breaking his heart, told her she was already in far too deep. It would be kinder to leave in silence and put as much distance between them as wings could provide. With that in mind, she returned to her cottage and phoned the only dragoness who would understand.
Hi. Want to travel?
Chapter 14. The day was indeed a scorcher, not that Ares noticed while in his draconic body. The heat baked against his red scales and turned them shimmering ruby in the dwindling hours of daylight, no more bothersome to him than a warm bath. Work kept him busy. It kept his mind off the woman who had run scared from having a real conversation with him. Hel had always been independent. It was something he admired about her, but it was also one of the biggest obstacles between them. She didn't know how to give up control. He'd hoped the week of obeying his every command would teach her to surrender, and the value of compromise. It had in some ways, and in others she remained as stubborn as the woman he'd initially fell in love with. When he'd woken up after his day of rest, the path forward became clear. He sought Loki and concocted the mother of all plans. Within an evening's time, his son informed him that Nefertiti had swooped in to take Hel away on a ladies' wine trip, crashed by Freya, removing both obstacles from Ares' path. Flawless.
Are you sure you should not be resting more?
Chernabog asked, squinting at him. The black dragon rested lazily on his haunches.
Or maybe you would like me to do the digging?
No, I have it. He couldn't spare a minute to rest if he wanted to complete it in time, and had worked tirelessly without sleep since beginning. It doesn't count if you do the physical work.
Oh, but it is fine for me to stand by with magic.
Yes.
Tell me again why we are doing this.
Ares huffed and tossed his horned head. It's a gesture.
A gesture,
Chern repeated. Yes, gestures speak louder than words. Talk is cheap, my friend.
But will she see the value in your gift?
Yes. Chernabog muttered something under his breath in a language so old, even Ares didn't recognize it. He ignored his friend and clawed another chunk from the mountainside. They scraped over stone and left grooves, chipped earth, and pulled apart dry clay. Despite his sharp talons, every meter of progress seemed to advance them no further.
What if she loathes the finish we have chosen for the interior?
Chern asked.
I cannot mimic her home without ever seeing it, Ares. She will hate it.
She won't. Ares knew Hel better than he knew himself. 40 years and 7 weeks alongside her was more time in each other's company than most humans spent in marriage. More than that, he'd memorized Niflheim in a way he hadn't bothered to learn his own horde, down to the last crevice, twist, and turn. Rebuilding her home was an act of love he hoped even she would appreciate. He also hoped it would make her realize she was welcome with their son and his family, that no one wanted her to go away. Of all people, Ares hadn't expected Loki to come cheerfully to his aid, but he'd been correct to assume Hel was putting words in the cub's mouth. His plan required no coercion for Loki's blessing to carve out the horde on his land, or to receive his help. And when he realized he'd need more than a weekend to handle everything, Loki merely smiled and said, "Leave it to me, father."
Where is she anyway, that she can't hear all this noise?
Is your memory failing you, old man? Out with Nefertiti and Freya, doing whatever it is dragonesses do when they're together. At my request, Loki arranged a holiday for them in wine country.
Ah, Nefertiti. Now there is a dragoness worth this effort. So feisty and beautiful. I would topple temples dedicated to her enemies with my hammer and slay armies in her name.
His friend loved the ladies, dragon or not, but he never stayed with any of them. Ares chuckled and burrowed another channel. Then Chernabog smoothed the rough walls with his magic, and a healthy dose of acid. "Ease up, man. I'd like to breathe in here."
Maybe I accepted a contract from hell for your assassination, and this hoard is to be your tomb.
Ha ha. He loved Chern's dark humor just the same. They worked long into the evening through dinner, with teeth and claws. Chern's earth magic and caustic breath transformed rock and stone via a sort of draconic alchemy into the glossy volcanic glass surface of Hell's home.
Another 2 days or so, and it will be done. You would have never finished this on time alone.
I know, and I appreciate the help.
Is it really worth it?
His friend asked when they took a break, both returning to their human forms. Yeah, it is. For me, at least. Chern frowned, his dark gaze focused on the horizon where the sun had sunk behind the hills.
I've known you a long time, my friend. Hell won't be an easy win.
I know.
Is that why you won't give up? The challenge of it all?
Maybe it was that way at first, Ares admitted. When she chose me to give her a cub, it was a victory. Now, however, it hasn't been about victory for a long time. No matter who entered his life and left his company, Hell was the only one he always craved. First, it had been unfinished business. How dare she tell him it was time to leave, that he had completed his portion of their bargain and was no longer needed? She'd thrown his affection in his face. She'd been content to birth their cub alone. I knew what I signed up for. Didn't mean he had to accept it if there was another way. If he could prove to her that her love wouldn't be misplaced. That love wasn't a weakness. I need to tell her what I was too proud to say before. But it has to be with more than words, Chern.
A good mating flight would do the same.
Ares clapped his friend on the back and laughed. If only it were so easy.
What's so hard about sex?
Because this is about more than that. A truth you'll learn when you finally find a mate.
Technically, you haven't found a mate. You found...
The black dragon rumbled for a moment in his ancient tongue.
As the young mortals call it these days, a booty call. She took what she wanted and had no further use for you.
It's about the time we spent together before, Loki. We had something. Or maybe he looked upon that time together through rose-colored lenses, the memories tinted by dreams of something that hadn't existed at all. It occurred to Ares that it could be a figment of his imagination. The one thing he'd decided with absolute certainty, he would never know if he didn't try. Oh, I needed this. Hel tilted her head back and sighed, luxuriating in a leather massage chair set to high. To either side of her, Freya and Nefertiti enjoyed the same comfort, the latter with her feet submerged in steamy, bubbling water while awaiting her turn with the manicurist. A veritable bounty of fruits, cheeses, meats, and crackers on slates dominated the little side tables between their seats, leaving enough room for their wine glasses. The vineyard was a new flavor of relaxation destination for wine lovers, combining the best parts of a charcuterie with all the benefits of a spa. Earlier that day, they reclined in the breeze while sipping mimosas. Now they drank wine with expensive French cheeses and German meats. Loki certainly has done well for himself to get us last-minute bookings at all these wineries, Freya said, admiring her scarlet pedicure.
Loki is brilliant. He and Celine met during a wine tour years ago and have since made contracts with several to provide her baked goods. Those butter cookies are hers. Hel adored her new daughter and thought she'd truly miss living in their home. Maybe London. I haven't. No, too boring. Vanilla. I'll visit Poland, then head to Dubai. It's a shame Istra couldn't join us, Nefertiti said. She's busy with the twins, Hel murmured, ignoring the envious stab needling her chest. Aw, perhaps next time. Vulcan has our cubs for the summer. I spoke with him over the phone last week. They hardly realize I've gone.
Freya was mother to 7 cubs, all sired by the fire dragon Vulcan. He carved statues to immortalize her beauty and gave her fortunes for each cub she birthed him. But they had yet to solidify their relationship with an official bond.
I imagine they will be glad to see you again just the same,
Nefertiti said, glancing briefly at Hel. Jealousy drop-kicked Hel in the heart. The unfairness of it all, that Freya had been blessed with enough fertility for a dozen dragonesses, when it had taken her decades to conceive with Ares. But it was not Freya's fault. The Titans had designed her that way, to be their broodmare. Then she, too, had rebelled.
I've lost track of how many wines we've tasted, but I think this red is my favorite,
Nefertiti said.
It's good, but nothing here is unique,
Freya sighed.
Now Greece, they have some interesting wines.
Hel scoffed.
You mean drinking pine? No, thank you. It's only a hint, and it's delightful,
the golden dragoness argued. It was nice to fall into a casual squabble with her friends. Normal. They passed the time arguing the virtues and downfalls of several vintages, going through 2 more tasting rounds while polishing off their charcuterie platters. It did not escape Hel's notice that Loki offered an all-expenses-paid vacation for her. It may have started as a girl's weekend away, but her son had footed the bill to extend it out to a full 10 days. Yet another way to get me out of his home. Contrary to Ares' claims, their cub wanted to be rid of her. She'd overstayed her welcome. If he'd only waited another day, he could have been rid of her for certain, and she would have been on the opposite side of the globe, sipping wine in Italy or wandering the markets of Bangkok. But isn't Loki too conniving for that? A true schemer would not allow her to know he'd pulled the strings until the trap closed in on her. Ares had a point. Something was amiss for their calculating child to openly urge her away.
What's wrong?
It's nothing, she murmured, waving off Nefertiti's concern.
Your brow is all scrunched up, so I ask again, what's wrong?
Considering things is all. With the world changed as it is, and now that we no longer have to hide, I'm trying to figure out my path, Hel replied. There'd be no peace if she kept pushing the question off.
It's rather nice, don't you think?
Freya asked.
Not having to hide my magic has been a relief. I mean, honestly, who wants to walk everywhere or sit in a smelly car when you can ride a chariot?
Hel couldn't help the laughter that bubbled out of her. Or fly there. I'm absolutely content to fly wherever I need to go.
And the portals,
Nefertiti reminded her.
There is no replacement on this earth for merely stepping from one location into another within seconds. Now stop changing the subject and show us what you're hiding.
It's not good. It was perhaps her worst design. She could never show it to Celine. Her hopes had been to sketch a gorgeous corseted number to accentuate the woman's natural curves. But she feared the design too plain and understated, a waste of the fabric and Celine's time. The dress wouldn't do her justice. Freya wrinkled her nose.
Let us be the judge of that. Show us.
She gave up her iPad with a sigh and picked up her glass of wine, waiting for the inevitable teasing. Freya hopped up from her seat and joined Nefertiti, both women hunching over the screen.
Hel, this is quite nice. Beautiful color, too. I love the accent on the corset,
Nefertiti replied.
but I think the train is my favorite part. It resembles an African sunset. It does, Freya agreed eagerly. Are there more? Yes, if you just... Freya was already swiping through to the next design in the art program. She squealed. I'd love a blouse like this. I love how you've designed the straps so they can be tied in a variety of styles. Very eye-catching. Unique, Nefertiti said. It's quite sophisticated. Freya beamed and swiped the screen to bring up the next drawing. Ooh, look at these pants, Titi. You really like it? Hel asked. I certainly do, Nefertiti assured her. You've always had a good eye, but I had no idea you were interested in fashion this much. I have never bought anything I own. I've created them all. It never occurred to me that some mortal had not designed your wardrobe. Mine are always a carbon copy of some garment I've seen donned by the humans. Nefertiti thoughtfully gazed at the screen while swiping through designs. She returned to the wedding gown. This dress is beautiful. And it is yours? Yes, I designed it for Celine. My love, you have a wondrous talent, and Celine would be lucky to wear it. I'm sure she will agree. Why has Loki not encouraged you? I didn't want to trouble him with more of my problems. You should use this. Freya plopped onto the chair by Hel's feet, forcing her to move them over. You could design clothes for all the fashionable people. I only ever designed for myself and the family. I'm not sure I want others wearing my creations. Yet now that the idea was in her head, it offered some intriguing possibilities. When the tour ends, Freya said while scrutinizing another gown, we should visit Apollo. He's in Las Vegas now, and wanted me to convince you to visit. Las Vegas? Hel blurted out, bewildered. Why Vegas? He's performing for the mortals now. She rolled her eyes. There's enormous money to be made for a dragon in Vegas, apparently. You should show him your designs. Not that I'm opposed, but why on earth would Apollo care about my designs? They are totally his style. Frey, they're dresses, Hel said. Yes, I realize that, honey. They're perfect for him because he performs drag.
Chapter 15. 10 days away hadn't been nearly enough. Hel could have spent a week in Las Vegas and still not seen everything, especially when Apollo knew every hidden gem Sin City had to offer, and it would take almost a month to give every winery running up the coast its due attention. She promised to pick up again with her two friends and do it all again, soon. But she was ready for her own bed, even if she'd only spend the next day or so enjoying it until she packed her belongings together and embarked on the first leg of her journey. Her first clue that something was amiss came as she flew over the grounds. Mountains and grassy hills rose and rolled across the terrain in what almost resembled a miniature of the landscape above Niflheim. And there, tucked at the edge of a brand-new lake beside a familiar cavern opening, was her small cottage. Hel landed and sank her claws into soft soil still teeming with magical presence. Another dragon had performed the deed, not a human sorcerer or witch, and she smelled Chernobog's presence everywhere, the stink of his black hide fading from the land, but penetrating deep with magic. Nearly masking that, she saw the unique touch of her son's landscaping prowess. And there, just on the back of every deep inhale, was the scorched scent of volcanic ash. Ares. He emerged from the depths of the mountain cave at a lumbering stride, body gloriously scarlet in the dwindling sunlight. About time you returned, he called to her before shrinking down to his human body. She stayed as she was, towering over him in her draconic guise. Ares didn't slow his pace, coming to a direct stop beneath her chin, and laid his hand against her neck. It took every ounce of self-control not to lean into the touch. What is all this? Your home. Her home. It certainly appeared to be, a mix of the old and new. Ares gestured with one hand, urging her ahead. After you, Hel. Skepticism told her to distrust it, but curiosity led her forward. She slid past him and through the yawning cavern entrance into a place reminiscent of her first home. Like Nilfheim stripped bare and given new character, claw marks not quite polished and buffed to a satin sheen stood out against the ceiling overhead, and the edges weren't quite rounded, indicating haste. She turned her eyes back to Ares to see him studying the same imperfections and wearing an expression of such boyish pleading that, how can I utter a disparaging word?
You did this?
I had some help on the finish. I needed magic beyond my skill to seal in the glass shine, he muttered. It was more adorable than anything ever done for her in the past. Your vault is back here where it belongs, Ares said, striding ahead of her. The smell of Chernobog was quickly fading, and soon no scent but her own would be contained within the stone walls. I remembered the armory, too. It's empty, but I figured you'd have the magic to relocate your treasures with ease and place them as you desire.
You're asking me to move my hoard here?
I'm not asking, Ares said, the confidence in his voice taking her by surprise. I'm telling you, Hel.
Telling me,
she said flatly, dumbstruck. I own you for 5 more days, babe. We never put restrictions or terms on what I can order you to do. Now come down here to me.
Too stubborn to obey, she hesitated and considered outright defying him. It's always your way or the highway.
Teeth worried the edge of her lip. He was gazing up at her, tall and proud and smoldering with so much confidence, she was at a loss for words. If he could change, so too could she. If he could mature into the dragon before her, willing and able to learn, she could yield. Hel dragged in a deep breath into powerful lungs and shrank to a woman's size, body encased within a black dress of silk that flowed behind her in semi-translucent waves. The smile on his face was worth the effort. Good. Hel wet her lips, glancing over craftsmanship that would have taken one dragon months to accomplish in small increments. He must have worked through the nights on little sleep, or none at all to pull it off in a mere 10 days. She moved forward to explore the next chamber. Everything was exactly as he promised. Her private caverns near perfectly replicated. It broke her heart that she couldn't accept it.
I can't stay, Ares,
she finally whispered as they reached a chamber where soft soil muted her heels. Here, the rich black earth smelled of silt and minerals, perfectly fertile. Why not?
I told you, Loki doesn't want his mother around.
He grunted and nudged her arm with his. Honestly, woman, you're as obtuse as they come sometimes. Do you honestly think I'd have been able to do this much remodeling of the property if Loki was opposed? But Loki helped with the landscaping. Jern's a badass, but he can't cover this much ground and mountain in a week.
You all clawed this out together.
I clawed it out. Loki and Chernobog provided the magical support to prevent erosion and collapse. This is where the garden belongs, if I recall correctly, right?
Her garden. He even remembered her nocturnal garden of night-blooming blossoms, flora designed to flourish in the deep dark without even a rare caress from the moon. Her mind spun. The only way Ares could have made an inch-for-inch replica of her home would be if he knew it, inch by inch, and recalled it down to the last detail. Blinking her stinging eyes didn't help enough to ease the burning sensation, and the first tear snuck onto her lash line. How did you remember?
You don't forget home, Hel, no matter how long you've been away from it. Here, in the midst of all his hard work, the words he'd been holding on to for too long came easier. Why he couldn't just admit his feelings was still a mystery, but he prayed his actions spoke for him. Hel watched him, a watery gleam in her eyes, lips parted ever so slightly. Then she moved, and suddenly his arms were full of soft, pliant woman, and his mouth was covered by even softer lips. She melted against him, a memory of old times he'd hungered to taste for more than 1,000 years. The last kisses had been a guarded taste of what he craved, hell on the defensive through every glide of tongue. Her fingers tangled in his hair, and she sighed a sweet exhale of surrender that jolted straight to his cock. His. She'd be his at last. One kiss led to another before Hel finally leaned back, leaving her fingers laced behind his neck.
Why?
Why what?
This. Why do this?
To show you this is where you should be. Travel if you want, see the world and make your new mark. But this is the place you can always come back to.
Loki agrees.
Wondering what, if anything, had changed, Ares dipped his head and placed his mouth on her throat. Her pulse beat powerful, frantic beneath his lips. Her rushing blood and the heat of her skin encouraged him, urging the sweeping path of his kisses until he reached the spot beneath her ear to see if it still made her shiver. Centuries since he'd last tried, nothing had changed. He does.
And you?
What about me?
What do you get out of this?
I get to tell you everything I was too much of a pussy to say before. Hel was already pliant, putty in his hands, but a frisson of curiosity jolted through her, turning her alert and hyper-attentive to his words.
Such as?
That I don't want to leave. You birthed my son, and for 40 years before that, you were my reason for existing besides war and battle. Be my mate, Hel. Be mine. Let me be yours. She sucked in a sharp breath and held it, body going absolutely still. His frenzied heart scarcely left any room in his chest for air, and the wild thundering of it deafened him. The last time she'd gone so quiet had been moments before pushing him away and kicking him out of her life. He couldn't let that happen again. I mean it, he pressed, straightening to look down into her face. He cupped one cheek with his hand. You are the only dragoness I want, the only one I've ever wanted. He waited for her to say something, anything to ease the creeping anxiety. Mere weeks of being with her again had dredged everything to the surface and torn open every old wound anew.
You and Loki are my family. I didn't think you two needed me.
How long have you felt this way?
Too long.
Hel. His thumb stroked along her upper cheek. Loki loves you. You're his mother and he'll always need you. He may never admit as much, but does any boy admit when he needs someone? Her gaze lifted, meeting his.
You don't.
You're right. I was a boy when I walked away from you both. I'm a man now, telling you that the best years of my life are the ones I spent with you in Niflheim.
Impossible, man,
she muttered, right before she kissed him again. Something was different this time. Hel pushed him, purpose and drive in her movements. The moment his back hit the wall, she tugged at his shirt. It split from his body and fell in two distinct pieces on the cavern floor. The warmth of her palms against his skin brought out every primal desire, and a growl rumbled in his chest. His. He needed her to be his. Reversing their positions, Ares pinned her between him and the glossy wall in a single smooth maneuver, muted light glinting off volcanic glass. Her curves were soft in his hands, her pulse quickening as his fingers explored a body worthy of worship. Some dragons preferred Freya, designed by the Titans to be seductive and desirable. But Ares had only ever admired the lean musculature and beauty of strength Hel possessed. For him, no other dragoness had ever existed. No one else could bear his cubs. Be mine, Hel, he said again, his voice a husky whisper against her cheek. Hell took his hand and eased it between the split in her gown. He curved his fingers against bare skin, welcoming heat, the wetness of her beckoning 2 digits to penetrate her with ease. He groaned with need and raised his head to meet her unwavering gaze.
I've always been yours. Always. The moment the words left Hell's mouth, she saw a change in his eyes, a glint she hadn't seen in too many years, her nipples already tingling with expectation of his touch, beaded tight when he dropped his mouth to one breast and skimmed his lips over one tip. His tongue traced next, making silk a damp barrier between them. Ares never disappointed, but he was a master of leaving her on the edge and taunting her, as much a maniac for control in the bedroom as she had been in all other facets of their life. He worked her pussy easily, steadily pumping his fingers in and out at a casual pace. Her hips rolled to the motion, and her eyelids shut, head falling back.
Get rid of the dress.
Or
I make you suffer for it, and I think we've both waited more than long enough for this, babe.
They had. Temptation clenched her core and peppered her skin with goosebumps. The moment the dress vanished into mist and shadow, her obstinate fire dragon reintroduced himself to the rest of her body, ardent kisses and sharp nibbles leaving a burning trail across her skin. When he returned to her breasts, he took one taut nipple into his mouth and pulled, adding an edge of pain to the pleasure. Hell reached for his belt and tugged the leather loose. She got as far as unfastening his jeans before Ares shoved her wrist aside and pinned it to the wall above her head. She'd forgotten how much stronger he was. She may have been blessed with magic since creation, but his greater strength eclipsed hers by far.
No touching.
But
my time, my rules.
Letting go and surrendering to his whims was easier than she expected, or perhaps it was made simple by the first teasing pass of his tongue between her thighs. He crouched before her, drawing her left leg over his brawny shoulder first, then her right. She grasped at the wall with one hand, scrambling for purchase out of instinct, but he didn't falter beneath her weight. When his tongue delved deeper, all thoughts of falling went straight out of her head. Fear was inconsequential when everything felt so good. All her life, she'd been afraid of letting go, afraid of turning over control to another. His mouth found her clit, and he made love to her with his tongue and lips, a prelude of what was to come. Memories flooded her mind, their final and first nights together, as well as every moment in between when he'd driven her wild with lust, keening and screaming his name. He edged her closer to orgasm again and again, denying her each time she reached the brink. Hell gripped a handful of his hair in one hand and groaned, equal parts wanton and pitiful. "Ares, please." Her legs trembled, tension building through her body.
"Please what?" came the muffled words against her pussy.
"You know what I want."
More amused that you finally learned how to say please.
He gave a husky chuckle and kissed the inside of her thigh. She thought he'd ease up, that he'd give her what she desired. She was wrong. The building pressure didn't relent, and neither did he. The black glass walls reflected their image from every angle. As her climax drew closer, Hell watched herself, watched him, fascinated with the view. Her dragon's cruel teasing dragged minutes more, leaving her twisting in anguish and turmoil, tugging his hair when she reached the cusp, and he finally allowed her to careen into ecstasy. Insurmountable pleasure racked her body, and she lost all willpower to remain standing. Her first cry echoed across the cavern corridor. When his lips finally closed around her clit, her orgasm rocked through her. Wave after wave pulsed through her body, molten heat radiating outwards from her core.
By the time the lights dazzling her vision faded, Ares had set her down, but only long enough to angle his cock toward her pussy and seat himself exactly where he belonged. Mine. The single word reverberated with power. The second thrust slid her up against the smooth wall, bringing her to her tippy toes. Say it, Hell.
Yours.
Her voice shuddered, barely more than a whisper. I can't hear you. Another deep-seated thrust set off a series of aftershocks. Her body clenched around him, drawing a low groan from her lover. He palmed one breast and seized her mouth in another hungry kiss. Every powerful stroke filled her completely, a hand-in-glove fit that could only be described as perfection. Bliss. Not for the first time she felt as if he'd been made especially for her. Say it, Hell. Tell me you're mine. Words weren't capable of expressing either emotion or need. Pleasure took charge within her as Hell lost control, and she answered with a clench of her body and jerking his head to her by a handful of hair. The way he groaned with response was fire in her blood, scorching her veins with liquefied lust. The frenzy in his thrusts never slowed. If anything, it heightened the pleasure and elevated each orgasmic aftershock to the level of a nuclear bomb. She shuddered and released him. Fuck, Hell. As the words left his lips, Ares bit down on her shoulder. It was as though lightning seared through her body, all heat and energy but no pain, the imprint of a dragon's teeth and magic branding her soul. He was like a man possessed, a beast in human skin, fucking her with wild abandon. She clung to him and lost herself to the moment, head tipped back against the wall, hands grasping his powerful shoulders, and legs wrapped around his hips. The moment she thought she couldn't take any more, she crested again, his name a jubilant cry on her lips. His voice joined hers, his body going stiff as he spilled himself within her. As she trembled around him, milking him for every drop, their orgasms fed off one another until she didn't know whose pleasure was whose. When it was over, she clung to him limply, his arm the only thing keeping her from melting into a boneless puddle upon the floor. Ares had his face buried against her throat, each ragged breath heating her skin.
Hold on to me,
she whispered. Are you kidding? I'm never letting go. If only he'd held on to her all those centuries ago. Ares refused to make the same mistake twice. This time, he vowed would be different. With one hand pressed against the wall behind them, Hell opened a portal. Together, they tipped backward and dropped through air, a scant foot before they landed on her bed. He kept her held close and tight, a quiet laugh rumbling in his chest. Nice trick.
Not my only one.
A push, a shove, and a roll reversed their positions. Ares gazed up at his gorgeous goddess, his queen, and prayed to the ancestors that this time he'd do right by her, that they could be a family. His gaze fell to his brand on her shoulder, one look stiffening his cock to full attention within her.
Mine,
she said, holding his gaze. Hell moved her hips in a sinuous motion, riding him slow. Forever and always. Her green eyes flashed, passion and triumph brightened her gaze. Then Hell bent forward and laid her mark on his left pec. Her magic flooded him, scorching through his veins along with the strength of their new shared bond. His. Hell was finally his. More importantly, she finally accepted him as hers. Chapter 16. It took time to make up for centuries wasted. Their forged bond beat within Hell's breast, her heartbeat attuned to the man lying beneath her.
Morning sunlight streamed through her windows and warmed their naked bodies as they lay there simply holding one another and catching up on many conversations. Talk gave way to sleep, and the next time Hel opened her eyes, the sunlight had shifted, coming through the windows on the opposite wall. Lifting her head, she discovered Ares was already awake, watching her, a quiet smile on his stubbled face. "What?"
"Just admiring," he replied, "thinking how lucky I am that you lost at pool."
"Luck had little to do with it, Ares."
"Sure it did. If I'd lost, you'd have me hauling cases at wine tastings or serving you truffles and martinis in some itty-bitty man bikini."
The image his words created made her snicker. "You never know. It could still happen."
His eyes shone with mirth. "Not when you suck at the game."
"I don't suck, and you weren't lucky."
"I was there, sweetheart, and—"
Ares paused, eyes narrowing as he studied her smiling face.
"Wait a minute. You're saying that you threw the match?"
"I didn't throw it. I simply—" Hel bit her lower lip. "I may or may not have provided the intent focus so significant a wager demanded."
Ares stared at her. "You threw it? What possessed you to do that?"
Hel said nothing. She'd asked herself the same question a dozen times.
"Why?" he pressed.
"I wanted to see what you would do, I suppose." His warm, calloused hand stroked down her back and settled on her ass.
"You played me."
"Maybe a little. I simply wondered what would happen if just once I gave in to you. It was so simple, fouling the ball and letting fate take the wheel. I thought you would want sex. We'd spend a week fucking like crazy, and you'd crawl away back to wherever you came from."
"I'm not desperate enough for that."
"I hoped you would be. And when you weren't, I realized you were a different dragon from the fire drake of my memories."
"Don't get me wrong, I wanted sex. But I wanted something more first."
He gave her bottom a squeeze, fingers skimming between her cheeks.
"Holding the sex back from you was a key part of my battle plan."
"And that made the difference." She leaned forward and caught his lower lip between her teeth, slowly drawing one leg up to grant his seeking fingers the access he sought. One gentle adjustment brought his cock exactly where she wanted it.
"But the sex is definitely a bonus."
If Hel could have remained in his arms forever, she would have gladly done so. Her growling stomach had other ideas. She also imagined that if Ares went missing for too long, Loki would send out a search party for him, fearing Hel had slaughtered him and buried his corpse. 3 days wasn't too long, was it? She left Ares slumbering and ventured to the main house. Someone had been cooking, the scent of charred meat in the air mingling with the sweet buttery crust and gooey berry aroma wafting through the open kitchen window. No one pounced when she let herself in. No one called out asking where she'd been. Instead, she wandered into the family room where Loki sat reading the evening news on his tablet while Selene, Freya, and Aslog watched a movie and ate bowls of pie a la mode. "Did I miss dinner?"
"Grandma!"
Aslog bounced to her feet and grinned with purple-stained lips.
"We had dessert first."
"You did, huh? Do you think there's enough pie for me, too?"
"Uh-huh. Mama made an extra for you and for Grandpa."
Selene looked up and smiled. We couldn't say no when she asked us to mix it up. There are 5 racks of ribs, 10 ribeyes, and a pot of chili in the kitchen. Help yourself.
"That sounds amazing."
Hel turned at the sound of Ares' voice. He leaned in the doorway with a lazy grin on his face, hands tucked into his jean pockets. He wore a shirt, one she'd clearly made for Loki in a cool sage green. It fit too tight in the shoulders and had been rolled to the elbows, revealing brawny forearms.
"Grandpa!"
"Hey, beautiful."
"Where have you been?"
"Spending time with your grandmother." That's good to hear. Glad you two are getting along. Loki called over in a bored, disinterested tone. It was surreal. Or perhaps their son simply had gotten used to their blasé attitudes over the years. She'd done her son a disservice. It was time to remedy that. More than getting along, she announced. Your father and I have bonded. No one appeared surprised. Loki didn't even glance up from his tablet. Congratulations, Mother.
Did you not hear what I said? Your father and I are bonded.
Yes, that's wonderful. Father, will you need assistance relocating your belongings to the new horde? Nah, Thoth's got it covered. Her gaze shot between her son and new mate, then to her sister and Celine. Freya had a little smile on her face, blue eyes dancing with merriment.
That's it?
Hel demanded. What, did you want a parade? Hel glanced at her sister. Suspicion built, a sense of being played setting her on high alert.
You're not surprised. None of you are surprised by this.
Freya rolled her eyes.
Of course not. The entire purpose of my visit was to help nudge you both together.
Loki nodded absently. Pretty much.
Yeah,
Celine agreed. Aslog finally clapped.
Yay, it worked!
An exasperated breath slipped out of her.
Were all of you in on it?
One of my best cons yet, Loki said proudly. You haven't any idea how difficult it is to coordinate this many people in a single scheme, especially the ones who aren't able to tell a lie to save their lives.
I, on the other hand, am skilled at manipulation,
Freya said gleefully.
You both fell into my hands, especially you, Hel. Oh, the look on your face when I brought him that dusty rack of ribs.
You bitch.
Look, dearest.
Freya took her by the shoulders and gazed into her eyes, the softer side of her persona shining through brighter than the purest silver.
I'm long over Ares. I have been for a while. But you weren't. No matter how much time passed, I could see it. Loki could see it. Making you think he lured Ares here to get rid of you was the only way to guarantee you wouldn't leave. Then when it seemed as if you would go...
Then he invited you. Loki grinned. It worked, and bought us time.
Of all the conniving, scheming...
I did learn from the best, Mother. She spun and glared at Ares.
Were you in on this as well?
Nope. I mean, I had some suspicions, but I wasn't involved at all. I had my own plot to win you back, and when I figured out what the kid was up to, I figured to hell with it. May as well let him lend a hand. Shit, I tried to warn you.
Had he?
Hel raked her mind, and thought back to that evening when Ares mentioned Loki was up to no good, and he suspected something was amiss. He'd been sitting on the couch nursing his healing ribs, eating Freya's love offering. Hel wanted to fume. Instead, she shook her head and quietly accepted what was out of her control.
I have just one question,
Celine spoke up suddenly.
Yes, dear? Please tell me there will be an actual ceremony. There's a cake I am dying to bake for you two.
Hel sniffed.
Only if Loki takes the time away from work for the wedding, and I am allowed to put you in your dream gown. Deal.
Celine glanced at Loki.
Right?
Chuckling, he set his tablet aside and let Aslog onto his lap. Consider it done. If my mother, the queen of all control freaks, is able to compromise, who am I to say no? Make each other all the fancy cakes and gowns that you desire. You have no argument from me. Hel laughed, and it felt good to laugh with Ares wrapping his arms around her and the warm cinnamon rum scent of his skin ensconcing her, surrounding her much like the love of her family and all she cared for. Although she had always known it, the past weeks in his company had shown her Ares truly deserved his title as the god of war.
No one else could snatch triumph from the jaws of defeat by charming her surrender into mutual victory. No one else could have ever won her heart.
Epilogue. As Ares surveyed the devastation laid out before him, one thing became abundantly clear. Hell had to be stopped. The mountains of men's clothing in their bedroom encompassed all time periods, from the days of Greek aristocracy to modern fashion, and he couldn't fathom ever needing so much in his lifetime, let alone a 3-month vacation abroad. "We're going on a cruise, Hel," he said quietly, choosing words with the utmost care. "Why are there enough clothes to fill a men's warehouse?" Her mouth turned down at the corners. With magic, she had slammed her case shut and lashed it closed. He expected it to burst open at the slightest impact to shower them with silken undertakings and blouses. She lifted it, and a second case he hadn't noticed.
Don't exaggerate.
Exaggerate? Baby, I could wear a different outfit every day for the next century without repeating anything twice. Do you really need this much? I sure don't. One eye twitched. The need for absolute control appeared to be upon her, closer to exploding than her overpacked luggage.
Okay.
She dragged in a breath.
Maybe I went overboard.
Ares hadn't expected improvement overnight, but it was a start. "Hell," he started. "We're supposed to be backpacking it."
Fine,
she sniffed daintily.
One bag, then.
"Hell."
Oh, all right. Are you certain a cross-country drive is necessary? We can portal to the East Coast easily enough.
And miss all the sights? No. You promised, Hel. She sighed but gave no further argument. Ares waited, but she seemed to have truly given up the argument. "Look, if we get to boring stretches, maybe we can portal through." Her satisfied smile spoke volumes. He'd given her exactly what she'd wanted. He was a sucker, but that only meant that he had to work harder to guarantee she wouldn't find any portion of their adventure dull to meet the terms of their agreement. They had 10 days to enjoy a pleasant drive from California to New York before they embarked on their 3-week transatlantic cruise. He looked forward to days on the ocean as they sailed for ports across Europe, the Mediterranean, and Bermuda, followed by an extended stay in Russia. They'd round out their trip with a visit to Norway to help gather Hel's belongings from her original hoard. But first, he had to get her there, and that meant parting her from 500 pounds of attire.
I'll have Loki send them by magic,
she worked out, surprising him none. No, you will not. Babe, we'll have enough to bring back with us. Take this chance to be spontaneous. We can buy what we need. If it doesn't fit on the bike, it doesn't go. But we better get going. If we move now, we can outrun the storm and stay out of the rain. Ares muttered, watching the horizon. That got her moving. He imagined the idea of getting soaked on the ride filled her with horror. She stuffed the saddlebag he had given her earlier and finally announced that she was ready to leave. They'd said goodbye to Loki, Selene, and Aslog earlier to prevent a long drawn-out departure. You ready for this? He passed over a helmet.
Ready as I'll ever be.
It'll be fun, I promise. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and bleak storm clouds rolled in an ever-darkening sky sweeping in from the northeast. Thankfully, they were heading south, Vegas to first stop along their itinerary. Confident he could escape the coming storm, Ares fired the engine. A flash exploded in the sky, preceding the streaking bolt of lightning. Thunder roared as the brilliant display came closer. One strike followed by the next with less than a second between each magnificent light. It wasn't a storm. Ares knew it long before the musk of dragon skin and blood reached his nose with the petrichor. Hera fell from the sky with the force of a comet. Hel's grip on him tightened. Between one breath and the next, she was off the bike and running to the silver dragon that lay panting on the lawn.
Hera! What?
That was one way to make an entrance, and choking may have ensued if not for the glistening blood on the elder dragon's silver flanks. Next to Zeus, Hera had always been the strongest among them, a powerful enchantress as well as a formidable foe that even Ares wouldn't meet in battle without a plan. The stink of Cronus hung around her in a foul miasma.
They're free,
she breathed, echoing an answer Ares already knew in his heart.
The Titans are free, and they're coming for all of us.
This recording of Queen of the Underworld was presented by Dreamscape Media LLC. Narrated by Gregory Salinas and produced by Rin Cross. Text copyright 2020 Vivienne Savage. Sound recording copyright 2021 Dreamscape Media LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases.